Welcome to beautiful Manly Oval for sudden death cricket here this morning. It is the quarterfinals of the first grade limited overs one-day cup, and it's the home side Manly-Warringah welcoming Fairfield-Liverpool to town for what promises to be a cracking one-day game here this morning and into later this afternoon. Fantastic conditions here on the northern beaches, expected to be a top of 28 degrees, a little bit of low cloud cover, but certainly no inclement weather which has been hanging around Sydney over the last couple of days. Both these sides come into the fixture having won 3 of their 5 preliminary games, although they were separated by 3 places on the table. The home side Manly finishing 3rd and Fairfield-Liverpool finishing 6th. Really looking forward to the cricket action today, as I'm sure you are watching at home here this morning. I welcome Andrew Menzel into the commentary booth. Manners, we've been doing a lot of T20 cricket. I guess now we turn our attention and our focus to the 50-over game and some big returns for both these two sides. We've got obviously Fairfield-Liverpool with the return of Liam Hatcher and also Arjun Nair, but Big Ollie Davies and Jack Edwards making their return for the home side. Should be a cracking afternoon's cricket.
Absolutely. Good morning, Jack, and good morning, viewers. Welcome to beautiful Manly in the northern beaches of Sydney. As you say, a great match in prospect with some stars coming back from the Big Bash to join these Premier cricket sides. So that'll add a touch of class to some of these lineups. But I guess what struck me in preparing for this match is both of these teams have been in pretty good form all summer. There's actually not a lot between them, and I think we're in for a ripping contest. Both of them in good form, both of them with some stars. Can't wait to see Liam Hatcher open the bowling very soon for Fairfield after his very good performances for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash. So, yeah, a lot to look forward to today. And you can see the Fairfield players start to follow the umpires onto the field, led by Jared Burke, Fairfield-Liverpool skipper.
So as Menas alluded to, Fairfield-Liverpool won the toss. They've elected to field. Bit of an interesting decision, but we'll see how that plays out over the first 10 to 15 overs. And, yeah, certainly led out there by Jared Burke. So let's go through how the two sides line up here this morning. For Fairfield-Liverpool, captained by Jared Burke, Arjun Nair, Jaden Simmons, Param Upal, Awad Naqvi, Yuvraj Sama, Luke Ornowski, Ravi Shrivastava, Liam Hatcher, Chad Semmett and Josh Barabba. And we see Jack Edwards lead the Manly batters out into the middle, as they'll be looking to get off to a red-hot start. Jay Lenton, Ben Bryant, Cameron Merchant, Ollie Davies, Jack Edwards, Ryan Farrell, Sam Gainsford, Jake Carden, Thomas Kay, Elliot Hurd, Ryan Hadley, and Isaac Vumbeka is the 12th man. Riley Allington is the 12th man for Fairfield-Liverpool. So not too far away from action here. Looking forward to bringing you a full day's action of cricket. Dave McDonald is also going to be part of the coverage a little bit later on this morning. Looking forward to be chatting some cricket with Dave, and he'll be running his expert eye over both these two teams a little bit later on this morning. So Ben Bryant and Jack Edwards, the opening pair. Jack Edwards not involved in the Sydney Sixers championship-winning 11 last night, and what a performance it was by the Sixers. Might even see the hero, Steve O'Keefe, trundling around Manly Oval a little bit later on this afternoon. But it is going to be Liam Hatcher that is going to open up from the scoreboard end of the ground here at Manly Oval. So many storylines heading into this contest. Both these sides, 3 wins from their 5 one-day preliminary games that started all the way back in September. But the return of some big names as well to boost the chances of both these clubs that, as Men has mentioned, having pretty good seasons in the first grade competition. But they won't want to leave anything out on the field in this do-or-die quarterfinal match. Opportunity to move themselves into the semi-finals for one of these two sides, and we'll know that at about 5 o'clock this afternoon. So Liam Hatcher with ball in hand. 13 wickets in the BBL 10 campaign, so was quite profitable for the Melbourne Stars. He'll be hoping that he can garner a bit of that form here at Manly Oval this morning. Just a little bit of a delay as Liam Hatcher finds his run up and does up his shoelaces and I guess gets mentally ready for this contest here this morning. Ben Bryant's the man on strike. 2 slips, a point, a cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket and deep fine leg as Hatcher comes in to Bryant, pitches up and he pushes defensively out onto the offside. So bat on the ball, first ball, it's none for none.
Well, another victorious weekend for New South Wales cricket, Jack. Last night, the Sydney Sixers winning their 3rd BBL crown. And, well, New South Wales cricket just goes from strength to strength. The Sydney Thunder WBBL side, the reigning Women's Big Bash League champions.
Hatcher in. And this one just dropped on the leg side. I guess the Marsh One Day Cup is the only thing that's eluding New South Wales cricket at the moment, isn't it, Menners?
Yeah, so of course the Sheffield Shield side are also the reigning champions. And, I mean, this is the breeding ground for those titles. New South Wales Premier Cricket. This is where it all happens. This is where the talent comes from. And we're seeing some of that talent on display today.
It's so true, Menners, because you look at someone like Liam Hatcher that's forged a career both in the one-day format for New South Wales, BBL for the Stars and first class for New South Wales, starting it all out at this level in recent years into Bryant, and Bryant's defending on the offside once again. A host of wickets in this first grade competition and wickets in second 11 cricket saw him, I guess, catapulted into that New South Wales squad. So it's a fantastic launching pad.
Absolutely, and it's fantastic that these games are being streamed so they get more exposure. And well, what a matchup to start off the quarterfinals with Hatcher opening the bowling and Bryant and Edwards out there. Edwards made 164 runs and the Big Bash at an average under 20.
Bryant faces and again Ford just prodding that one back down the wicket. He's been pretty much on the money to start here, Liam Hatcher.
I wonder if there's just going to be a slight adjustment for some of these players coming back from the 20-over format into the 50-over format. I mean, you get a lot more time in 50-over cricket to build your innings, and obviously the bowlers bowl much longer spells. So, yeah, I just wonder how players like Hatcher and Edwards will adjust to that.
So just a little bit of a hold up here. Hatcher is almost starting at the boundary here at Manly Oval. He's that far back. Only be a few more steps and he would be on the road here at Manly. He charges in and bowls, and Bryant's forward and pressing down the ground, but unable to find the gap. So a tidy start here from Liam Hatcher. No wickets so far, but no runs. 5 consecutive dot bowls. Man that's facing up, 26-year-old Ben Bryant's had quite a profitable one-day campaign so far for Manly. He's hit 175 runs at an average of 58.33. He's had 2 50s that have come in the last 2 one-day games. And that will complete the over. So a maiden to start here at Manly Oval after winning the toss and electing to field Fairfield-Liverpool get through the first over of proceedings, and both Edwards and Bryant yet to get off the mark. Manly-Warringah, none for none.
Now, I was looking through the Manly batting lineup, and Jack, I'm sure it's no surprise to you that I'm not a big watcher of reality TV, but the name Cameron Merchant due to come in for Manly this morning. I believe he was a cast member of one of those reality TV shows. So all those watching at home, you might recognise Cameron Merchant if you like your reality TV.
Married the girl twice, married her once on the show and then married her again. I guess not in real life, because even reality TV is real. But yeah, I think Cameron was pretty keen to jump up in the commentary booth with us a little bit later today.
Well, I'm not surprised. He's got his media chops in
Yeah,
the
that's right.
reality TV game.
He might try and work his way into one of your several podcast manners.
That's right. Oh, look, Jack Edwards on strike now, the 20-year-old youngster from New South Wales who's already scored a limited overs and Shield 100 for the Blues.
It's Josh Barabba in, and that ball really jumps up off a length. Fended away awkwardly by Edwards. Thankfully, there's no one in close on the leg side.
Jack Edwards, the youngest player to score a limited over century in the state domestic 50-over competition. The Marsh One Day Cup. Made that, I think, at Drummoyne Oval 2 years ago.
Yeah, there's a big framed picture in the Alan Roper Pavilion just behind us. Celebrates all of the Manly players that have represented their state. And just pulling the bat away at the last moment there, Jack Edwards. It's been a good little start by Josh Barabba. It's been one of the leading bowlers for Fairfield-Liverpool, not just in this one-day cup campaign, but in the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup and the Belvedere Cup, the first grade competition. Currently he's got 8 wickets at an average just a tick below 24. Showing some good pace early on. Let's see what he can serve up here to the towering Jack Edwards. Edwards back into his crease, and it drops on the offside, and they'll get their first run. It was a little bit calamitous there. We saw Josh Barabba slip over at the crease. The ball just dropped onto the offside, and good piece of running by this pair sees them register their first run of the morning. Edwards is off the mark. He goes to 1.
You mentioned the Belvedere Cup there, which is the first grade competition in Sydney. Well, Manly are in 3rd place on the ladder in the Belvedere Cup, and Fairfield-Liverpool in 4th place. So 2 informed sides in that competition on display here, and a real bounce back for Fairfield-Liverpool after they finished bottom of the table last season. This is a much stronger performance.
Also made it to the conference semi-finals of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup, eventually going down to the champions, Bankstown, in the conference semi-final, or making it to the final 8 when you incorporate all of those sides in the competition. So quite a successful campaign for the boys from southwest Sydney. In comes Barabba once more. Again, there's a, wouldn't say uneven bounce, but the ball's really just kicking up off that short of a length position, isn't it, Menas? We've seen that happen a couple of times in this over.
Yeah, there's just a tinge of green on this pitch, which will excite the fast bowlers with that new ball. We've seen a couple of balls lift already. You would expect as the sun bakes on the wicket today that it'll dry out and flatten out a little bit as the day goes on, but certainly a little bit in it for the quicks already.
This ball just guided nicely down to 3rd man. Just freed the arms a little bit there. Did Bryant, and just steered that down to 3rd man. I believe Arjun Nair is down there. 2 runs currently off this over, none for 2. Menas, talking on that, do you think that would have been the reasoning behind Jared Burke winning the toss and fielding? A little bit of tingish green, maybe able to get a couple of quick early wickets with the pitch giving something to the bowlers and then flattening out a little bit later on in the afternoon?
Yeah, definitely. That would have been probably something that figured into his thinking, as well as it's a nice single there from Edward, just knocking it into the onside and rotating the strike in the end of the 2nd over. The score now none for 3. Yeah, I think so. And also, I mean, he would have felt that he might be more comfortable chasing this afternoon, knowing what the target is. Seems to be the fashionable thing to do in all white ball cricket now, is chase so you know what you've got in front of you, because players are now so able to take on the bowlers that, yeah, so I think we'll see though. It can backfire if the pitch sort of slows down, and this afternoon it can be harder as you get into that last sort of 25 overs.
And certainly tough if the runs you're chasing is anything over 250. In comes Hatcher. That's a beautiful ball. That had some real heat behind it, didn't it, Menners?
That did, and you're right. Looking through the scores in the Limited Overs Cup this season, I guess sort of, you know, if you're used to watching international 50-over cricket, you think you have to get around 280, 300 to even be competitive these days. I think in this competition, if you can get over 200, you're usually in the game, and then when you get around 250, you've got a really good total. So I would think, you know, Manly would be looking for around that 250 score.
Edwards faces up to Hatcher, who's in a devilish mood. This ball hits him on the pad. Big appeal. And the umpire, undeterred. Not out is the call. But this is a boxing match. Liam Hatcher's just hit a couple of big body shots here to Jack Edwards. Beat him outside the off stump with a really quick delivery. And then that ball slapping into the pads. Nervy moments for the big, tall, Manly opener. And back to what Menos was saying, maybe the fact that Fairfield-Liverpool have won chasing their last two one-day games maybe played on their mind a little bit. They chased down 243 against St George. Hatcher in, and this ball again awkwardly fended away. Barely gets some bat on that, does Edwards. Of course, New South Wales teammates, these two, having played in the Sheffield Shield with New South Wales last season, and both part of the New South Wales squad. And after that, they comfortably beat Sutherland in the last game that they played.
A vital win there for Fairfield against Sutherland. That really saw them snuck into the finals of this competition against one of their rivals.
It's kind of similar to what they did in the T20 Cup as well. They seem to be out of the reckoning and won a couple of games to get them through to the conference semi-final. This ball pitched up and a bit of a wafty drive there from Edwards. Another play and a miss.
Talk about Hatcher and Edwards as New South Wales Shield teammates. Well, I think sort of back half of the Shield season would have changed a lot for them. They might have been thinking with the tours to South Africa and New Zealand, they will be playing for the Blues in some of these Shield games. But with the Test squad not touring to South Africa, I heard Sean Abbott joking on the radio during the week. They asked him what his plans were now that he's not going to South Africa, and he said, I'll be carrying the drinks for the Blues because I'll have Hazelwood, Cummins, Stark and Lyon.
Edwards decides, after playing and missing at a couple, the best method here and the best approach might be just to shoulder arms to some of those balls outside the off stump. But it's been a really good start here from Liam Hatcher. 11 consecutive dot balls to start. And just one ball shy of the finish of the third over. And just 3 runs for Manly. And quite a cautious approach. A lot of variation for Fairfield-Liverpool today. Both Param Upal and Arjun Nair in the slow bowling column. And that will complete another maiden for Hatcher. And another maiden for Fairfield-Liverpool. 3 gone. Manly-Warringah, none for 3.
Good start by Fairfield-Liverpool. They've been right on the mark in these first 3 overs. Hatcher leading the way, but Borabba bowled well in his first over. And no power plays or anything like that or no power surges or anything like that in this 50-over cricket. These two batters, Edwards and Bryant, can build an innings. Beautiful day here down in Manly. Slight breeze, a few clouds in the sky, good temperature.
Rubber in once more. This is a nice shot. First one probably really out of the middle there for Ben Bryant. Something more than really a defensive push, but managed to guide it through the outfield and pick up 2 runs. So the first runs that haven't been singles of this morning session, none for 5. Bryant moving along to 3. Both batsmen working hard this morning. Hasn't been easy. There's been a couple of balls that have kicked up off a length. Particularly when Josh Barabba's been bowling. big booming drive there from Bryant. He practices a stroke again after the ball.
Yeah, loose-ish shot outside off stump there. Edwards 2 on 10, Bryant 3 off 10. The run rate 1.5 runs per over. Manly none for 5. A cautious start. Remember, this is elimination cricket. You lose today, it's all over.
Rubber in and Bryant just steering that one down to third man. Well played.
Well played and a good delivery. Just slightly squared up Bryant there, but just worked it down to third man. So Jack Edwards is facing, and to his right, if you're actually looking at the screen, to his left, there's a whole set of tennis courts down there, so we might see a few big sixes into the tennis courts this afternoon.
Edwards forward, punching. It was well timed. You could hear it echo throughout the grounds here at Manly Oval. Talking of the ground, there's a few fans that have made their way through. No doubt looking forward to maybe seeing a big innings from Jack Edwards and Ollie Davies to come, as well as some pretty handy bowlers for the Fairfield-Liverpool outfit. Most people have nested themselves under the pine trees, trying to get some shade on what's going to be a pretty hot day on the northern beaches, Manners.
That's right. Just next to them, you've got the lawn bowls centre.
And a big swing and a miss outside the off stump, but it will be called a wide.
So the way Edwards hits them, you could have lawn bowlers or tennis players ducking for cover.
Lawn bowls, I thought that would have been more up your alley, Manners. You're getting on a little bit in years, and it's a tough game, though.
I've played a few games of lawn bowls.
So the truth is starting to come out now, Manners. Okay,
yep.
Starting to make some progress.
Perfect pace for me. Get to sit down a lot.
That's right, yeah.
Just amble up following the ball.
Edwards back and again swinging hard outside the off stump, trying to really thrash that through point.
Yeah, that ball wasn't really there for that shot. He's tried to hit it on the up, and there's a little bit of bounce and carry in this Manly Oval wicket, which is keeping the fast bowlers interested, and Edwards just walks away to square leg, gather himself. He'd be slightly frustrated with his Big Bash campaign. It's a couple of Big Bash campaigns in a row where he's got off to good starts in a few innings, but hasn't been able to capitalise on them.
Oh, he clips this beautifully away. That'll be the first boundary. It's a really stylish shot from Jack Edwards. Picked the length up easily and very quickly, and whipped it nicely down to fine leg for 4. So that will end the over. A pretty good one in the end for Manly. 8 runs coming from it, and they move to none for 11. Edwards is on 6, and Ben Bryant's on 4.
But in saying that about his inconsistency at the Big Bash level, before the Big Bash, Edwards was in stellar form in the grade competition. Made a couple of tons. I think he's first in the first grade competition. So, he is showing the ability to make the big scores now. Of course, a very good Australian under-19 representative, and a lot of hype around him, and he did make a century at the SCG a couple of years ago in the Shield.
Hatcher continues, and this one, that's going to be 4 as well. That went like a tracer bullet. It's going to go down as 5 wides. Hatcher, who bowled 12 consecutive dot balls, has fallen away with a really wayward delivery there. And if you blinked, you would have missed it hitting the fence, man, as it's a race down there. 5 more runs to Manly, who all of a sudden their run rate has flown up to 4 per over.
That ball just cut off the seam into Bryant and past the keeper. Good pace from Hatcher. He's impressed a lot of people during the Big Bash. It's a long way from the MCG to Manly Oval.
This ball driven square, well fielded there at point. Bryant looking to get in a groove now. We're back on the Jack Edwards topic that you've been talking about, Menners. we obviously know that he has all the shots. He's got all the talent in the world, and still very young and probably a little bit green. Is it a temperament thing with Jack, do you think? Maybe not just T20, but when it comes to playing first grade cricket and first class cricket?
I don't know if it's a temperament thing. I do think it's a little bit about experience. He was thrust into the spotlight at a very young age.
Hatchet to Bryant, and Bryant just tucks this one down to fine leg for the single.
And he's shown a lot of potential. He's played some really vital knocks for New South Wales in the Shield. He just needs a few more matches. He needs more experience at all levels. And I think we're seeing this year in grade competition the first signs that all the experience is paying off. Those centuries for Manly in the first grade competition. But he hasn't had as many opportunities in the Shield as he did have, say, 2 years ago. But, Shield 100 already, a 100 for New South Wales in the 50-over competition.
And again, a little bit nervously, he drops on the offside and they scamper through for a single.
So he's shown enough already, and he's only 20. I mean, he's such a young man.
Lots of years ahead of him. Imagine the more cricket he plays, the more experience he gets, the better he's going to be. And Manly are certainly going to benefit from that over the course of this first grade season with, as Menas mentioned, a lot of the international players looking like they'll be coming back and playing first class cricket for New South Wales. Bryant back on strike here. 7 from the over so far. And this one flicked away, but nice work by Ravi Srivastava, the wicketkeeper.
Looks like a good pitch to bat on, Jack. A little bit of bounce and carry for the quicks at the moment with that new ball, but I think when the shine comes off the white kookaburra, it'll come on nicely for the batters. So Edwards and Bryant, they just need to get through this little spell while Hatch is bowling so well. And then I think the run should come a bit easier. Looks to have a bit of pace in the pitch. Maybe a little bit of tennis bally bounce the way some of those are kicking, but
Hatcher in once more, and it's a better delivery. A little bit of a waist swing there. It seemed to swing quite late as Srivastava had to adjust behind the stumps.
But Jack Edwards is a wonderful player to watch. He's so elegant. He makes it look so easy. Very tall, so he's got those long levers. He can just take a small step forward and get to the pitch of the ball. He times it nicely.
So much power as well.
That's right.
And Bryant drops that onto the offside. And again, it's been a feature of their partnership so far, this pair. Willing to take on the outfield and pick up the quick singles. And that was a very good over there for Manly. So 8 coming from that. So 16 have come from the last 2 overs. And they have perched themselves at none for 19 from 5. Edwards is on 7, Bryant on 6. And I guess he's doing the right thing at the moment. Hasn't looked utterly convincing out in the middle, but doing his best to stay in, rotate the strike. And the longer that you stay out there, the more balls you occupy, the greater chance that the hand-eye coordination is going to get going and start hitting a couple of good shots, and all of a sudden the confidence starts coming back, Menas.
That's right. Just lay the platform. 50 overs is a long time. We've all been watching your Big Bash all summer, but these two can just work their way into this match and set up a platform.
And that will be a wide. So already a couple of sundries starting to mount here for the visitors. Obviously we saw 5 in one ball from Liam Hatcher at the other end, but Barabba himself has bowled 2 wides. Something they'll want to rectify. You don't want to be giving away free runs like this too much. He has looked threatening, Barabba, despite having none for 12 from 2.
Good delivery, testing Bryant there, good length in that danger zone. Not quite sure whether to go forward or back as a batter. Speaking about Jack Edwards, it was, I think, 4 years ago that the Edwards family first came into the public eye. Jack, I don't know if you remember, but Australia was playing Pakistan at the SCG, and
Yep.
on that last day, Jack's older brother, Mickey Edwards, was the sub fielder.
This ball hammered. It could be caught. It's been dropped at first slip. It's ballooned off the hands of the fielder at first slip. Is that Param Upal out there?
Really tough chance. That ball was travelling, and it was high, and I think to his right. He stuck the mid up, but just couldn't hold on to it.
Yuvraj Sharma, in fact, is the man that has dropped the catch. As Menace said, a pretty tough one. He got his hand to it and it kind of ballooned back up, but it was just too far away from him. But he would have been a hero, Sharma. That was plenty of bat behind that one. An opportunity created here by the visitors. And a plain a miss. Barabba again, showing why he's so valuable to this Fairfield-Liverpool cause.
Testing length from Barabba. The ball still moving around off the seam. Yeah, Mickey Edwards, sub fielder on that day, is
Became a cult hero, didn't he?
Did
A cult
become
figure.
a cult hero with his long blonde mop.
The SCG crowd, they can certainly endear themselves to particular characters. That's for
right.
sure. Edwards faces up, driving, and gets a thick outside edge down towards the boundary for 4. A little bit streaky, but he kept it away from the field enough, and it raced along the carpet here at Manly Oval for 4 runs.
And that's probably the shortest boundary on Manly Oval, would you say, Jack? Well, both straight boundaries are pretty short, a bit longer square, and that just flew off the edge, and third man had no chance to get around and save that one. And this is frustrating for Barabba. He's beaten the bat a few times. He induced the edge off Bryant a couple of deliveries ago and saw the chance go down, and then Edwards flays at one, and it races to the boundary off the edge. So nothing going right for Barabba.
Edwards driving in the air, uppishly played, and he'll pick up 4 more. That one was a little bit more convincing, but it wasn't too far away from Josh Barabba. And Edwards has picked up a couple of boundaries. He's been looking to get on the front foot whenever possible, Menace, hasn't he? And look to play down the ground. This one, he probably timed pretty well, but it was just a little bit risky. Ooh, and on the replay, we see that it was rather close for Barabba. That's one of the ones where you stick the hand up and the ball either sticks or it doesn't.
Nice shot, though, from Edwards, using his height there to just step down the track to a ball that wasn't quite there to drive and uppishly hit. And as you say, Barabba, would you say a half chance or a quarter chance?
In between.
In between, a third.
Barabba in. This is Yorker length and dug out by Edwards back down the ground.
We just invented a new cricket term. That was a third of a chance. And that's the over. It's none for 29 after 6 overs. Jack Edwards is 15 not out. Bryant, 7 not out.
So despite maybe not doing things completely by the textbook here this morning, Manly have laid a nice little platform, considering they were none for 3 after 3 overs. The last 3 overs, there has been an avalanche of runs, or none for 5 from 3 overs. The last 3 overs have yielded 24. And Edwards and Bryant starting to find their groove a little bit.
Be 4 more overs while the field's up.
Hatcher to continue. None for 8 of his 3 overs thus far. And that ball really moving late. Still a fair bit of swing out there. It's kind of cooled down a little bit at Manly. It was quite warm when we were setting up in our broadcast position probably 45 minutes ago, but there's been a little bit of scattered cloud cover, and we're getting that sea breeze across from Manly Beach as well, so it's probably assisting Liam Hatcher a little bit here.
You going to have a dip after play, Jack? Brought the swimmers?
Nah, I think I'll be jumping in the car and heading the hour and 15 minutes back to beautiful Sutherland Shire, mate.
Yeah.
I'm happy to sit in front of the aircon all night.
Well, speaking of Sutherland Shire, we're in the other first grade limited overs cup matches going on today. St George batting first against Sydney University, none for 21. In the other match at Drummoyne Oval, Sydney hosting Northern Districts. Northern Districts won the toss and chose to bat, and then none for 15. And in the final game, Randwick Petersham are none for 18. And they chose
the
to
pads.
bat.
This could be a little bit tight. Sorry, Menace. They get through for the single, though. And now there's going to be overthrows. This one has gone 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Talking about those small boundaries, and he's able to pick up 2, Ben Bryant.
So, yeah, all 4 matches underway. Fairfield are the only team to win the toss and choose to field, bucking the trend on quarter-final day. Which of these 4 teams will continue on into the semi-finals? Which 4 teams will continue?
Hatcher into Bryant's. It's compact in defence this time.
Trent Copeland batting at number 3 for St George. Bit of an upgrade for him.
Well, he did start off as a batsman wicketkeeper when he came down from Bathurst, so maybe trying to throw some hints at the New South Wales selectors. Pick me as a batsman.
That's right.
Pick me as a batting all-rounder with the plethora of New South Wales and Australian players to be coming back. Oh, it's a bouncer. That's going to be 4 as well. Shrivastava couldn't get a clean grip on it, and it's going to go down as buys. That was a bounce that had a lot of venom and pace behind it. And poor old Ravi Shrivastava couldn't palm that one down.
That's a good bouncer. The perfect length. Really testing Bryant there, and he took his eye off it at the last minute and just snuck over his head. Bryant's battling away, 9 off 23. Edwards, 15 off 18 with those 2 boundaries off the last over. But this is fiery stuff from Hatcher.
Bryant whips this one off middle stump about the mid-wicket. And so 6 runs coming from that, 4 of them buys. The runs keep stacking up here for Manly. None for 35 after 7. Edwards is on 15. Bryant is on 9. But poor old Ravi Shrivastava, he's had to deal with a couple of venomous balls from Hatcher. One that went for 5 wides that he couldn't get to, and then that one that I'm sure if he looks back on replay later tonight will probably wish that he'd stopped that one. He got both hands to it, but I think the pace that Hatcher's developing off the wicket just took it past him. Much more difficult for wicketkeepers when you get into this one-day format because they become almost like a 10th fielder. And this ball takes the edge and it's stopped there by Sharma at first slip. That one dying just before Yuvraj Sharma.
Yeah, that's interesting. In T20 cricket, as opposed to 50-over cricket, there's actually a feeling that the keeper doesn't end up taking that many balls. So that you're right, they do end up being more of the fielder and marshalling the troops and taking the returns. But so far, we've seen the ball beat the bat a number of times. Barabba and Hatcher have started off really well. They're up against a classy Jack Edwards.
Barabba cutting forcefully, but straight to point. And well fielded there by Jaden Simmons.
That's where we see Edwards' height. Just gets up on his toes and can get on top of those rising deliveries. Reminds me a little bit of Kevin Peterson when he's batting. Not sure Jack agrees with me about that.
So Edwards on 15. He's laid a bit of a platform, but hasn't had all his own way here against Josh Barabba. It's been a really good battle between bat and ball here in the early stages. In comes Barabba. Go down as another dot ball. So Manly 3 wins from their 5 one-day games in this competition. 3 wins, 1 washout and 1 defeat. Their only defeat actually came in the most recent round, round 5 of the one-day cup, when they were beaten by North Sydney by 4 wickets, who were chasing. Manly made 9 for 273 in that game, so a very healthy total from 50 overs, but Thomas Jago and UTS North Sydney managed to chase it down. Edwards drives and will pick up a single here. Good piece of running. But apart from that, 3 pretty convincing wins. They hammered Mossman in round 1. That was the Ollie Davies game where he smacked 130 after 81 deliveries. Beat Mossman by 200 runs. Had a draw against Gordon in a game that was washed out. That seems to be a common occurrence with Gordon. They've been involved in a fair few washouts in different formats of the game. Round 3, they beat Bankstown by 48 runs when they posted 9 for 242 in their first innings. And then hung on against East by 18 runs just after the Christmas break, where they made 8 for 189. Barabba in. This ball worked out, and nice piece of fielding on the ring of the circle there. Chad Samet, another one of the Fairfield-Liverpool pacemen who will be thrust into the attack some stage today. Another one that's certainly going to try and hurry up those Manly batsmen.
To change the field now, they've got the 2 men back. One's at deep backward square leg and one's at third man. Edwards moves down the track and he's lofting that one over point. It's bouncing away and into the fence for 4.
Yeah, he got hold of that one. Was in the air for a long time. Really held up there. Quite a bit of hang time, and got enough of it for it just to creep its way into the boundary for 4. So Jack Edwards freeing the arms a little bit and picks up 4. He now goes to 20 all of a sudden. Bryant supporting him well on 10. And after 8 overs here in the quarterfinal of the first grade Limited Overs Cup, the score is none for 41 after Fairfield-Liverpool won the toss, elected to field.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage of this McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket 50 over match. Don't go anywhere. We've got Jack Edwards out there and Ollie Davies set to come in. I was looking at his strike rate in the Big Bash, a whopping 152.54, highlighted with 48 of 23 balls against the Renegades with 5 sixes. So, as I said, the Lawn Bowls Club and the Tennis Club, they better put some helmets on when he comes out to bat, because could be white balls disappearing all over the place.
Change the bowling. Jared Burke, the captain, is going to bring himself into the attack. Trying to take a little bit of pace off the ball after quite a healthy start here by Manly-Warringah. And Bryant will be on strike. This ball just clipped off the toes. And now we'll scamper through for a single.
He's a canny bowler, Jared Burke, very experienced. He's played a lot of cricket. I wonder if Jack Edwards will take him on. Still 11 balls left with the field up.
Oh, he tried to a little bit there. He used his feet to get down the pitch and awkwardly clipped it onto the offside.
Seems like Burke saw him coming and he just changed his pace a little at the last minute.
It's the young against old, isn't it? Jared Burke, 37 years of age. Jack Edwards, 20. This ball clipped in the air, not too far away there from Barabba. Almost would have taken a smart grab there at short fine leg. Edwards needs to be a little bit careful here.
This is danger time for Edwards when he gets to about 20.
Back, and again, that one hit uppishly as well. He'll get a single for it. Jared Burke flung the hand out and was hoping to get a caught and bowled. Didn't happen. Didn't eventuate like that.
It's becoming a pretty good start now for Manly. Run rate up over 4 and over. Haven't lost a wicket. Hasn't been easy, but they've battled past some good bowling.
Right, drives and a bit of a slip, and they'll get through for a single there. So, a bit of unfortunate little moments there for Fairfield-Liverpool. Koronowski went down. And then also Paramupal, who's down there at mid-off, had a bit of a slip as they were able to get through for the single. This ball wraps Edwards on the pads. And that will complete the over. So just the 3 singles from the over. A good start there for Jared Burke. It's none for 44.
Speaking of Jared Burke, the title-winning player Dan Christian, who goes all around the world winning titles, was talking during the week about when he played in the victorious Australian under-19 side, which would be almost 20 years ago now, and he did, and they spoke about Jared Burke being one of his teammates in that Australian under-19 side.
Scored a century in the final. Jared Burke, who was opening the batting back then. Some pretty decent...
Pretty good pedigree for Burke.
Yeah, some pretty decent players in that starting 11 as well. Rubber is going to continue. She's some faith being shown by the captain, Jared Burke here. Barabba into his 5th over, none for 27, so going for more than 6 and over.
He's been unlucky, Barabba. He's bowled better than his figures would indicate. Some streaky boundaries, some lucky shots from the batters.
He steams in again here from the Sydney road end. And the batsman will get through for a single. I mean, as I'm sure if you'd gone to the Manly squad earlier this morning or last night and said, if you get sent in on a pitch that has a little bit of variable bounce and you'd be none for 45 in the 10th over, I'm sure the home side would have taken it. It's been certainly not orthodox, but they're certainly laying a platform at the moment.
That's right. And with the power to come, Lenton, Davies in particular, they're just setting it up nicely for a big score of around 250 or even more.
If you can be 3 or 4 down heading into the final 15 overs, you're really giving yourself a great launching pad to go to that big score. We must thank the Manly-Warringah Cricket Club for having us here this morning and for looking after us. We thought we were going to be baking in the sun today, with being quite a warm day in the northern beaches, but Andrew Fraser, the club president of the Manly-Warringah Cricket Club, has looked after us along with some of the other guys involved and got us a beautiful big beach umbrella that is keeping us nice and cool, and the ultra rays aren't seeping their way into our skin, which is great.
Yeah, it's a lovely spot up here. We're perched in front of the pavilion, and it's really nice to see all the spectators that have come in to watch this game. It's almost 100 people here, perhaps scattered around the ground, friends, family, locals. Might have seen that there's some talent come back to this competition. As got many players who've been playing in the Big Bash here.
Rubber pitches up, and this one is thumped down the ground for 4. That was just brute strength. Forget about timing. Jack Edwards just planted that big size 15 boot down the pitch and crunched it through the line for 4.
Yeah, Jack Edwards has been in brilliant form in the first grade competition this season. He's only played 4 matches, but he's averaging a tick under 90 with 2 centuries. And then, of course, he went off and played with the Sixers in the Big Bash for a lot of the summer. And he seems to be continuing in that good form from before the Big Bash right now.
25 not out. And he clips this as be 4 more. Just a little tickle, a little glance down the leg side, and 4 more to Edwards. So he doubles up. He's got habit of doing that. When he gets one boundary, normally gets two. And he finishes off with a bit of a flurry. 9 from the over. Brings up the 50 for Manly as well. None for 53. Jack Edwards is 29. Brian is 13. I'm going to vacate the commentary box. Dave McDonald is going to come in for the first time this morning, and he'll be joining Andrew Mansell.
Thanks, Jack. And 10 overs are completed in the Manly innings. They're none for 53, which means that they can, well, Burke's just adjusting his field. He's now got the deep mid wicket and the deep long on as the two men in the deep. And joining me in the commentary box is Dave McDonald. Dave, how are you?
A very good morning, Menners. Wonderful to be here. Wonderful venue and a very good start from Manly-Warringah.
Here's Burke in. Flights it, and Bryant just tickles it on the onside. No run. Good start for Manly.
Definitely a smart move, though, to bring Burke on. Just slowed up the pace and they've struggled to get him away.
Burke in again. Slows that one up and Bryant waits for it. Score still none for 53. Edwards is looking good on 29 off 31. He's starting to play some nice shots.
He hasn't. I still feel like he's not timing the ball 100% at the moment.
And that's a short ball from Burke, and Bryant stepped back and hit that one over the fence for 6, and it's bounced over a car and onto the lawn bowls. Green. And that's the first 6 of the day.
Can't afford to bowl there. And well dispatched.
And we're just a short break while they go and find the ball. We've got some of the Manly players heading over to the lawn bowls green to look for the ball.
Make sure it's not mistaken for a bowls jack.
That's right. I called this a few overs ago that would see a few balls disappearing onto the various sporting fields around us. Lawn bowls, tennis.
Well, there's plenty of people walking past with surfboards as well, heading down to the beach.
That's a beautiful shot from Brian. He was so quick to get back and play that one in the air. Cleared the boundary with ease. Almost hit a car that's parked next to the ground. I think they've got the ball. I wonder if they have to sterilise it like they do in the Big Bash. I don't think so. Would make it hard for Burke to grip it. But he's got it back, and well, Bryant's now on to 19 off 32 deliveries with that 6. Here's Burke again. Throws it up again, and Bryant slaps across at that one down to long on for a single.
One point of note, Menners, is Manly-Warringah really haven't taken many risks in the power play. So to be none for 60 after 10.4, that would be ecstatic after being sent in.
Burke in again. Edwards just works it away on the onside. No run. 7 runs coming off this over so far. Score none for 60. Yeah, you're right. They've played pretty conservatively, but Edwards has just been able to get enough boundaries to keep that run rate ticking along. Edwards just works it for an easy single into the onside. He moves along to 30. Bryant's on 20, the end of 11 overs. None for 61 here at Manly Oval. Fairfield-Liverpool won the toss and sent Manly into bat. But I think Hatcher and Barabba bowled pretty well in those first 5 or 6 overs.
I thought Hatcher was quick. They certainly both produced some quite steep bounce off a length, particularly Hatcher. As you gentlemen mentioned, poor Srivastava had a hell of a job behind the sticks. The ball seemed to be seaming and swinging a long way. Sundries have certainly helped Manly-Warringah.
There's going to be a change in the bowling now.
It's going to be Chad Samet from the Sydney Road end.
Left arm speedster. Just a delay while they adjust the sight screen for Edwards. Samet's a prickly customer. He's an uncomfortable customer to face. He can Can be a bit loose at times, but he certainly has the ability to produce a wicket-taking delivery. I've seen him on the coverage on Interact Sports in the Kingsgrove Sports 20 over competition when Fairfield-Liverpool took on Bankstown. Edwards has raced to 30 off 33 deliveries.
It's actually going to be a very important spell, this one. We really need to get Edwards under control here, Fairfield-Liverpool.
Salmon in. Full ball, and it's flashed off Edwards. Bat down to third man for a single. They've dropped the field back now for Samet. So there's a deep square leg, there's a squarish fine leg, third man, and a sweeper on the offside boundary.
Bryant's done a good job, good supporting role, and setting a really good platform. They've got a strong line-up.
Yeah, can't wait to see Ollie Davies come out to bat, and of course Jay Lenton, who's been in stunning form for Manly this summer with a series of centuries. Here's Samet, full ball, and worked by Bryant down to fine leg for a single.
Of course, there's still plenty more after that. Cam Merchant, of course. And Sam Gainsford, who cut off the back of a century yesterday in the red ball game. So there's plenty to come for Manly-Warringah. Fairfield might be regretting that decision
To send them in. Exactly right. Salmon in again from the Sydney Road end, and it's a good length delivery. Srivastava takes the delivery, no run. So we've got the Sydney Road end. What are you calling the other end, Dave?
Well, that's a good question, because the building that used to be there, I would have named it that, the club, but
The community centre end?
You'd have to name it the street name. Is it Raglan Street?
Can we call it the church end?
Yes, there we go, the church end.
Salmon in from the Sydney Road end, and Edwards defends.
Or simply the northern end.
Come on, I think we can do better. I think we can do better, Dave. You're tuning in all around the country to this New South Wales Premier Cricket match you might be watching on KO Sports. Well, welcome to cricket's title town. Shield champions, Women's Big Bash League champions, and now, for the second year in a row, the Sixers lift the Big Bash title.
Without bragging at all.
No, not bragging, but this is the breeding ground for all those talented cricketers. He's Salmon into one of them. And Edwards drives into the offside for a single. Good start from Salmon. Been there or thereabouts in this over.
Just singles. He's bowled a good area in this first over. Particularly bowled to his field.
Samet delivers. Bryant drives into the cover field. The skipper there
It was almost
falls on top of it.
It was almost a tackle, wasn't it?
And that's the end of the 12th over. It's none for 64. Manly sent into bat. And I guess broadly, looking at this 50-over competition, that the Marsh One Day Cup, which is the state domestic 50-over competition, kicks off in the next couple of weeks, and there'll be some of these players looking to try and force their way into the New South Wales Blues 50-over side. It's a tough task with the Test squad not going to South Africa, but there'll be still opportunities. I don't think the Test players will play in all the games. Here's Edwards facing Burke. Down the track and driving to the deep long off for a single. There's been a slight change to the field for Burke. He's now got the deep mid-wicket, the deep long on, and the deep long off. And then a pretty standard ring field But for Bryant, they're bringing in the long off. So he's going to a regulation mid-off now. Birkin. Bryant drives that down the ground. Long on does the fielding.
It's a very interesting point that you pose. Oh, my gut
Thanks, Dave.
My gut feeling is that the batsmen, you'll find a lot of the batsmen will play, maybe not necessarily the bowlers.
Birkin again, and it's a quicker ball. And Edwards plays into the offside. Oh, quick single, and that could have been run out. Edwards was ball watching there, and there was an opportunity. If the ball had hit the stumps directly, he would have been out. But Edwards survives.
No question he would have been out here. It was rather lazy.
Ball watching there.
The last few steps, again.
And where's the bat slide?
The bat is nowhere near, and he was out by a good metre.
Coach's nightmare there. Bryant defends, no run. Well, as well with the Marsh One Day Cup, it's scheduled to finish late April. So there's a long way left in the domestic summer, and a lot of those star players will end up heading to India for the Indian Premier League if they're given permission. So they won't be here for some of that competition anyway. Birkin again, and it's hit Bryant on the pad to stifle the peel. So yeah, definitely opportunities. Jack Edwards, one of those players who'll be looking to get back into that 50 over side.
Of course, we've been talking to Ollie Davies, yet to play a one-day match.
Love to see him in there. And Burke a quicker ball, and Bryant cuts into the offside, and the end of the 13th over. It's none for 67. Yeah, you mentioned Ollie Davies. So there was some news came out yesterday that the Sydney Thunder skipper Callum Ferguson has not been offered a contract for next summer, so he won't be returning to the Sydney Thunder men's Big Bash team. And I feel that a player like Ollie Davies, maybe not particularly him, but players like him are the reasons that Callum Ferguson hasn't been offered a contract, because you want to see players like Ollie Davies playing day in, day out in the Big Bash. Salmon into Edwards, and he defends into the offside. So I think it's going to open up more opportunities next summer for Ollie Davies in the Thunder starting 11.
Absolutely. No, there's so many talented cricketers around. When we look around, particularly New South Wales Premier Cricket, there's so many players that you think if only they'd been given an opportunity. I must say I am a little bit surprised with that call.
You're surprised with Ferguson's
I'm
axing?
I
he
am.
was surprised.
I'm a little surprised.
Salmon in to Edwards. Pushed nicely to mid-off. They set up for a single. Oh, throw at the stumps, and the ball kicked up and went over the stumps, and that might have been out too. Everybody's got hands on their heads, the fielders, the batters. Not happy, something.
Again, it was always a risky single. It was straight to the fielder, and if we just have a look, it's just hit the edge of the square, which has then kicked the ball up and over the stumps.
Edwards comes down the pitch and just taps something. He probably has a word to his partner, Bryant. Wouldn't want to give their wicket away to a run out after such a good start. Salmon in again. Bryant up on his toes and defends. Yeah, I was initially surprised with the Ferguson decision, McDonald, but then when I looked at it and I thought, if you've got Khawaja and Ferguson in that team, that's probably too many veterans.
Well, then does Khawaja take over the captaincy?
I think Khawaja would take over the captaincy, and well, it does open up, potentially another overseas player, a different overseas player, as I said, getting these youngsters into the starting 11 more often. But tough on Ferguson because he's played well this summer. Bryant defending there. Ferguson, he did well this summer. The team did well, finishing third on the ladder, but you just see what a sort of, cutthroat competition it is.
Well, it is. It's just so strong. And you look at the Sydney Six side last night and the players that didn't play in the 11.
Samet. Bryant slashes at that one, and third man's running around, and he won't get there, and it clatters into the boundary for 4. The score now none for 72. Bryant on to 26 off 42 deliveries. He's increasing his strike rate.
Lovely timing there. He didn't try and hit it too hard.
Threw the hand at it. A bit of width from Samet.
Perfect timing, perfect placement.
Just used the angle of the left arm quick.
Baraba had no chance to stop that. It really kicked off on this quick outfield.
Samet continues, and it's just pushed back in the air. Short mid on, no run. The end of the 14th over, none for 72. 5 runs coming off that Samet over.
It's a shame for Samet. Again, he started well. 1 boundary. 2 overs for 8.
Quick glove change here. Quick drink for Bryant. Burke flicks the white ball in his left hand, ready to continue. Edwards on strike. The youngster, the young gun, former Australian under-19 representative. Waits for Burke. Back, watching that one closely, no run. Burke in again. Edwards props forward. A big step from the tall youngster.
He's tempting him. He's trying to get Edwards to drive.
Now there's a deep mid wicket and a deep long on. They're the only, and a deep long off. They're the 3 men back for Edwards. That's a good ball from Burke. Quicker one, pushed him back. And
Trouble.
Again, Edwards is just lumbering between the wickets. What's he doing? I know he was on the back foot there, but it took him a long time to get going there, didn't it, Dave?
Been slow to react. He might have been in trouble again here. Again,
Was it just way too casual there?
I think he was home this time, but again, the first 3 steps were a walk. And certainly, that's not out of the coach's manual.
Bryant lofting over mid-off. Long on's coming around and he's got there. And that'll keep it 2-2. Nice shot from Bryant. Good fielding from the man in the deep there.
Yeah, it was indeed, because what people might not be able to see here is where the boundary is. It actually falls away a little bit. So that last metre can shoot away from you.
Burke in again. Bryant's down the pitch and lofting in the air over mid-wicket for a single. Well, Bryant's trying to get a wriggle on here, isn't he? He started quite slowly, but he's now 29 off 45, and 2 overs ago he hit that 6 off Burke.
They're still going at 5.12 and over, Manly. Still pretty comfortable.
Cracking start. Shorter ball, and Edwards just times it to mid-wicket, no run. That's the end of 15 overs here. Manly Oval. The score, none for 76. 4 runs coming off that Burke over. Another good over from the wily veteran from Fairfield-Liverpool. Now let's go around the grounds, because there are 3 other matches going on in the quarterfinals, and St George batting first, a none for 91. Nick Stapleton's 51 off 61 deliveries, and Hopkins 35 off 37 deliveries. Northern Districts, they chose to bat as well against Sydney, and that's at Drummoyne Oval. They're 2 for 60. Rogie 16 not out, and Lowry 7 not out. Salmon in again, defended by Bryant. The men out, Ben Davis for 9 and Carlin for 21. So that's Northern Districts 2 for 60 batting first against Sydney, and in the final game, Randwick Petersham at Bankstown Oval. They won the toss and elected to bat as well, and they're none for 67. Affleck is 25, Everett 41 not out. So Good starts right across the city, really, in all those games, Dave.
Plenty of runs in the opening stanzas of these matches.
Salmon into Edwards, and he's just guiding that so easily to third man. He had so much time there.
Just want to go back to that previous ball, man, is that, again, that short single, there was, again, confusion between the two batsmen. Bryant did not set off originally, and lucky Edwards was going to the danger end. He was home comfortably, but, again, just a little bit of miscommunication between the batsmen on a few occasions this morning.
Salmon in again. Bryant gets forward and defends it with an angled bat.
So the crowd's just starting to build up here at Manly. I think it'll be a lot stronger after lunchtime once people have been for a swim and had their lunch. But wonderful atmosphere already this morning down here at Manly.
That's right. Lovely stand here with some shade if you're nearby and you want to come down and watch some of the cricket. Or just stay and watch it on the stream or wherever you're watching it. Matt Shenner or KO Sports. Here's Salmon in. Just with an open face, guided to third man for a single. Just the one chance going down this morning. Bryant edging one to first slip off Barabba, but that was a tough chance.
I think I would say that's say 4 runs than rather being a drop catch. That was a real tough one. They stick or they don't if you can get up there high enough. It was still a
Would you
wonderful.
say it's a half chance?
Not a third chance. It's definitely a chance, of course, but real tough.
Salmon to Edwards. Full ball and slashed away to third man for a single. It's bowled well so far, Salmon. He's kept the ball nice and full.
After that 4 in the previous over of his, again, he's mainly going for singles. It shows you he's been reasonably tight. There's plenty of gaps for singles now with the field spread.
Salmon delivers and Bryant just plays away for a quick single. That one was a lot more stress-free than some of their other singles. And 16 overs gone, none for 81, 5 singles coming off that over. Bryant's 32 off 49 deliveries, Edwards 38 off 47 deliveries. A fine start here from Manly. They're well on top now in this game, Dave.
They certainly are. Now, even a little hint there of that little awkward bounce on a good length that we saw, particularly from Hatcher in his early spell. That was very well bowled, and again, Edwards just had to readjust, but was able to play it down. So, again, you're not totally in when you're in at the moment. You should certainly settle down throughout the afternoon.
Especially when that ball was new and shiny, you could see it really take off.
Yeah, it was swinging quite a way too this morning. Well, Shrivastava had a bit of work to do.
Burke's continuing, and that's a slower ball. Bryant defends. Burke's a canny performer. In again. Bryant just uses his feet and plays it down the ground for an easy single.
We could be looking at somewhere in the vicinity over 300 here.
Well, that would be a monster score. If Edwards gets going, certainly possible, or Davies. Single there for Edwards. Yeah, looking at the scores in this competition throughout the season, I was saying to Jack Clifton before that it seems like if you can get above 200, you're very competitive. And then when you get around 250, that can quite often be a winning score. So the way they're going now, they could get a monster score. And look, the conditions do look good for batting, but it's going to be a tough chase if it continues like this for Fairfield. Oh, again confusion. Edwards at the non-strikers end set off, and don't know what he was thinking there because there's never a run in it.
Well, Bryant wasn't going anywhere.
Burke in again and just pushed down to long off for a single. Yeah, so it's going to be a challenging target, but there's some very talented batters in the Fairfield lineup. Burke, Upal and Nair are three I'm looking forward to seeing in particular. And now we're going to have a little break for drinks. After 17 overs, it's none for 84, just 3 runs coming off the 17th over. Terrific bowling by Burke. He's bowled 5 overs, none for 21 so far.
It's just kept the run rate in check for Manly. It was in the high, or around the 6 and over mark there for a little while.
So while we take a break, we'll just go through the situation so far. Fairfield won the toss and sent Manly in. And Jack Edwards is 39 not out of 48 deliveries, a strike rate of 81.25. Ben Bryant's 34 of 54 deliveries, a strike rate of 62.96. We've had 1 6 so far by Bryant, hit onto the lawn bowls. Hatcher 4 overs, none for 10 with 2 maidens. Barabba 5 overs, none for 36. I think he's bowled better than that. Jared Burke 5 overs, none for 21. And Samet 3 overs, none for 13.
Do you think that maybe Liam Hatcher should have bowled an extra over? 2 maidens, 10 off 4 overs. He was getting some pretty steep and unusual bounce there at times. Do you think that maybe he was pulled a little early this morning?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because he's just bowled so well. Maybe there was a thinking that you want to keep him in case, you know, if when you get a wicket and get that breakthrough, he might be the bowler you bring back on to bowl to the new batters to try and get a couple more. So I think it's probably sensible. He bowled a lot of death overs for the Melbourne Stars in the Big Bash, so potentially they want to keep him for when, say, you know, Davies and Lenton and even Jack Edwards.
For maybe a 2 over spell then, and then 4 at the end.
When they're really opening up. So, yeah, look, that is the battle when you're a skipper in limited overs cricket and you've got someone bowling so well. Do you give them the over more? You know, that is really where some tough decisions are made, I think.
See Fairfield now re-entering the field. As we see the players come back on, we do have a special guest about to join us from the Manly-Warringah Club. Menners, would you like to introduce our special guest? And I'm going to pop him on.
G'day Cameron, I'm Andrew. Welcome to the commentary box.
Andrew, thank you so much for having me, mate, and a special hello to all our KO watchers. What a special day it is, and especially for first grade and Sydney grade cricket, and all our viewers. Hello to you guys. Great day, Andrew.
Yeah. So when are you set to bat today?
I'm coming in at 6.
Number 6.
Number 6, and that's a wonderful start here from the Manly boys. Obviously, Jack Edwards, Ben Bryant, wonderful foundation, and Ollie Davies, fresh from BBL bubble, and a stint with the Thunder, coming in at 3. Jay Lenton, 300s on the bounce. I mean, phenomenal achievement. So he's coming into red hot form. Ryan Farrell at 5, myself at 6. The rest will take care of itself.
Yeah, fantastic. It's just been Manly have been in terrific form all summer. You must be so happy with the way things have gone.
Not just happy, but very proud of the boys. We usually we haven't won a premiership, or haven't been part of the final since we won the premiership in 2014. So it's been a long time coming, and it's not like we haven't had the calibre of players. We just haven't had the dynamics and I guess the tight knit to get yourself through to the finals. Saw the Sixers last night, and congratulations to the Sixers. You just saw that within the group, not just on the field but outside. They're just a really tight-knit group, really professional unit, and that's what we've been able to succumb to this year, and very proud of them. And because BBL comes around this time, and we lose Jack Edwards, we lose Stephen O'Keefe, we lose Ollie Davies, some really, really powerful players. And for what we've been able to achieve, 3 wins on the bounce to keep us in the top 4, wonderful achievement.
Yeah, and what do you think's brought the team closer together? Do you think it's been those tough years of just giving you that experience, and now that the team's much more ready for the big occasion, or do you think what's changed this season?
I think certainly leadership. As we watch Zamini into bowl to Jack Edwards, and just tucks it around the corner for a lovely little single. He's moving along nicely, Jack Edwards, as he moves to 39, 40, takes him into the 40s.
That's right.
It is leadership from a couple of us old heads. We've been around for a long time now. But as a collective group, we've got it together and we've decided no more. This is what's happened in the past. Let's learn from it. We don't want to take that. No more excuses. And look, to be honest, we used sort of Melbourne Storm as a wonderful example. I know they're a completely different code, but you look at when they have State of Origin, they lose so many players. They just get the job done, and they find a way. They come together as a unit, not just as the team, but they had the huge squad. And we pulled together first and second grade squad this year and said, around this time, we know we're going to lose some good players, but let's stay professional. Let's do as much as we can to keep building, and that's where we've been. That's
fantastic, and that mirrors what happens in the New South Wales Shield side. They always say when you lose all the stars, they want to be able to be a great team without all the representative players. So it seems like Manly's doing the same. Now, I was looking down the team list, and I'm not a big reality TV watcher, but I did recognise your name, and now that you've got the mic on, I can see you quite experienced, now that you've had a bit of TV time. How's that whole experience gone in the last couple of years?
Well, I'll tell you, to date, I'm married and we just had our first child, little Oliver Chase. So thank you, mate. So in terms of that experience inside of reality TV, I couldn't be more ecstatic and happy for what's come of it. The other side of it, in terms of the media, and it's had its ups and downs through so many occasions, social media to be what it is, to be national TV. But for me and my wife Jules, we're very, very fortunate that it's...
So did you meet on the show?
We did. We did. Our first full ball from Chad Zammit. Ben Bryant, look at his bat there. Possible JP Gavin broken, but okay. We met, funny enough, Married at First Sight, and that's exactly what the show is about. So I stood at the aisle. My heart was beating at 1,000,000 miles per hour. I turned around and there was my wife Jules, and we had an instant connection, and the rest is history, mate.
Well, what a beautiful story. Now tell me, some cricketers say that when they meet their partner that it helps their cricket. Has it helped your cricket having that stability at home?
I think the fact that she definitely doesn't come to the cricket, and she doesn't talk about it. So if I happen to get a globe or anything like that, she actually doesn't mind, or doesn't know the difference.
Doesn't want to hear about it.
Doesn't want to hear about it. Doesn't know the difference between a high score and a low score. All that matters is win. But she's getting there. She's starting to understand the difference. But I tell you one thing is that little Ollie Chase was born, and I averaged well over 50 to coming into the Christmas break. So fatherhood might have had something to do with it as well. But certainly,
little Ollie Chase, named after Ollie Davies, is that?
Well, it's funny. Some of the boys laugh. We didn't know what we were having at the time, and we still. Jules went into labour, and the week before Ollie Davies, our first round, he scored 130 against Mossman. It was spectacular to watch, and he came out and. We named him Ollie, and I joked with the boys that yes, it was between Ollie Davies, it was between Jake Carden, and it was also between Ryan Farrell, and whoever did well on that day, they were going to get the name. And Ollie Davies just happened to notch up a wonderful 130, and that was where it came. No, very, very fictional story. Both of us just like the name Ollie.
No, I'd stick with the other one actually. So it's a great start for you. You must be really happy with the way Edwards and Brian have got off to their start today. And then, what do you think is a good score on this pitch?
Well, we usually use the far wicket, and the two wickets actually quite differ. There's a little bit more grass closer to our side. That side, it's a good wicket. It's going to get a little bit drier as the day goes on. Obviously, Fairfield won the toss and actually didn't really know what to do. We were going to look to bat anyway, but it's always nice when you put it in their hands. As Arjun Nair comes on to bowl, and mystery spinner that he is. Didn't see a lot of him in the Big Bash this year, but certainly a fine class player as well. He's been around the circuit for a long time now. It's one of those wickets, but looking at none for 80, what are we, none for 90 at the moment?
250, 270,
You'd like to think so. Usually the wicket starts to slow up a little bit in the afternoon. We've got the amount of sea breeze that sort of just comes across, beautiful sunshine that dries it out a little bit, so it does tend to slow up a little bit. But at this stage, none for 90, I think we've definitely overachieving, loving what they're doing, the boys at the moment. Still turning around, class outfit, the Fairfield boys, and they're doing a wonderful job so far.
Fantastic. And in the Manly side, which is the spinner that's going to exploit those conditions this afternoon? Who do you think's primed?
I've got a huge mention to Elliot Hurd. He's a right arm off spinner.
Taken a lot of wickets this summer. Phenomenal,
and he's really come of age this year. And look, I'll give a lot more credit to Stephen O'Keefe as well. Stephen O'Keefe came back to Manly cricket, first grade cricket this year after not getting a full-time gig with the Blues again. And his commitment and effort in around not just first grade, but the whole club in general. Trainings every single Tuesday, every single Thursday, and he'll stand with the spinners. He'll bowl a few balls, just the wily old left armers that Socky boy is. And congratulations to Sock last night on the Sixers win as well.
Ripping,
absolutely class. He'd probably still be going as we speak, I'd say. And he has been phenomenal in what he's brought. His class and his experience, and just his friendship to, again, Manly boys, and he's spent a lot of time with Elliot Hurd, and he's just learned. And watching those two together, they've actually come up with a lovely little bromance.
Really?
To be honest,
another bromance.
Yeah, exactly right. They travel in the car every weekend together.
Oh, that's come off Edwards, outside edge, and flown away towards the boundary, and it's 4 runs. Good bowling there from there, but streaky boundary, and that's the end of 19 overs. It's none for 96. Well, Cameron, thank you for joining us in the commentary box. Look forward to seeing you out there a bit later on this afternoon, smashing away, and I hope you do well.
And it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, mate. Enjoy the rest of the day.
No worries. You too, Cameron. Thank you. That was Cameron Merchant, who's due to come in at number 6 for the Manly lineup. Natural commentator as well. Score here, none for 96 after 19 overs. Sammett's into his 5th over now. Jack Edwards 44 not out. Ben Bryant 37. Just a false start there from Samet, heading back to his mark. Samet in. Single there for Bryant. Score now 97. Dave McDonald's back into the commentary box. Dave, you ever had any reality TV experience that you want to share with us?
I was at a soccer ground at Borkham Hills one day and got asked if I'd be interested in signing up to the first ever series of Gogglebox. That's about as close as I can give you, mate, unfortunately. But no, as I said, great. Thanks very much to Cam for having a chat. You're probably lucky I gave the cans to you because I had a few questions for him. But no, great club, Manly, and
Salmon in again, and so wide, down leg side. You had a few questions that I didn't ask.
No. But just more intrigued about it, particularly when they lose so many players going through that Big Bash period. One thing Manly has always been able to do, again, is just continually produce talent. They've got a great relationship with the Warringah Cricket Club in the Sydney Shires competition. They've got a great pathways program, thanks to Dave Gainsford. And again, that's why they're able to bring these kids in when there's unavailabilities from the top guys.
Here's Samet into Edwards and just defends. They set off for a quick single and they picked their man there because Jared Burke was not darting in to get that one.
Now, probably a good question. How often has Bryant and Edwards batted together this year? I don't know. If Cam's still here, he might be able to tell us. Not a lot.
But something like this to almost strike a partnership of 100. Not a lot this year. No, we've had probably about 3 or 4 different opening partnership combinations.
Just defended, and they take a single again. And
could be an overthrow.
And it's gone, no overthrow. And that's the 100 for Manly. None for 100. And the 100 partnership for Edwards and Bryant. Fine start by Manly after being sent into bat. And they bring up their 100 in the 20th over. This is, well, if you would write down a formula of how you want to start a 50 over limited overs innings, this is it. 100 opening partnership after 20 overs is the perfect springboard.
Dream start, but what are Fairfield's tactics going to be from here?
Salmon in again and just nudged into deep square by Edwards for a single.
I mean, it's just as Cam was saying, this wicket does look like it's settling down nicely. Again, it just seems to be coming off the bat a lot nicer than the first few overs. Of course, being a fresh wicket, we saw a little bit of shooting bounce, but again, it looks like it's going to be a beautiful wicket for the rest of the day.
Samet to Bryant, and it's flicked at a wide ball, and the umpire's arms are outstretched again. Second wide of the over. Just getting a bit loose here from Samet.
$17 extras so far. 9 wides, 8 byes. That's been a helpful contribution to the total for the Waratahs.
Edwards 46, Bryant 39 not out, on strike. Just pushing to mid-off and no run. That ball right up in the block hole. These two have put on 100 runs to start this match off, and they've put Manly in a very, very dominant position. They look like they'll be threatening to put on a massive score here with the firepower that's still left to come. Davies, Lenton, Merchant.
That possibly was a caught and bowl chance.
And that's the end of 20 overs. The score, none for 102. I'm going to step out of the commentary box. I'm going to leave you with Dave McDonald, and Jack Clifton will be jumping back in.
Thanks very much, Menners. That was definitely a chance through the hands of Chad Samet. Always a tough one on your follow through, but again, not many chances coming in the last 10 overs for the Lions. When we look at the replay, and yes, that's definitely a chance.
Yeah, I think that's one that he's going to look back on, Dave, and kind of wish he had a second opportunity at that. I don't think there's ever any easy caught and bowled opportunities as a bowler, but that is one that Fairfield-Liverpool probably would have wished that they could have taken. As you mentioned, haven't really created too many opportunities as of late. A bit scratchy early on, Manly, but have really settled down. As Edwards is back and punching with Arjanet, starting his second over.
Just your thoughts on that last 10 overs, Jack?
I think Manly have just really started to turn the screws a little bit. I think in the first 8 or 9 overs, when I was last in this commentary position, Fairfield-Liverpool probably just ahead on points a little bit because they've been able to create a few false shots, but yeah, Manly have really settled into a groove now. Good running between the wickets, been able to find the gaps in the outfield. As we see Edwards slap a ball out through mid-wicket. That races to the fence for 4. He picked up the length very easily.
And that'll be his 50 as well.
Wonderful half-century to Jack Edwards. It's a really good innings, having struggled a little bit early. Played a few little risky shots, but he's settled into a groove, and nice little way to bring up your half-century, Dave.
Yeah, 60 balls for his 50. 7 fours. I have a feeling that we might see something big from him from here.
This one just dropped onto the onside.
almost an inside edge between the legs. So I maybe spoke too soon, but again, he just times the ball so beautifully.
Edwards waits and forward and defending. Now, I think the scoreboard's made a bit of an error. They've got Arjun there, but that's actually Paramulpal.
I was about to say
bowling. So apologies for that little error, but Param into his second over now. He's got none for 8. And Edwards back and just dropping that onto the offside down to the backward point region for a single. So that's all they need to do here, Manly. They've laid a really good platform. They pick up another 5 from that over, and they move themselves along to none for 107 after 21. And this is the thing when it comes to one-day cricket, isn't it, Dave? It's building a platform, I guess, in these first 30, 35 overs. There's no point being 6 for 150 at the 30-over mark because you can't really launch in that final 20 overs. But even if Manly were to lose 2 or 3 in these next kind of 15 overs, they're still in a very good position to really go gangbusters in those final 90 deliveries or those final 15 overs.
Oh, absolutely, and they've got the batting depth to do so, which is what Fairfield really need a wicket soon. Because again, we've mentioned those names several times this morning. What's to come? Lenton, Davies, Merchant, Gainsford. Going back to Cam, what a great fella Cam Merchant is to give us some time. I reckon he was pretty keen to hang around and stay on the cans, but unfortunately he had to get back to his team. But great insight from him, and going really well this season. I know Men has touched on the TV side of things. I think it certainly hasn't affected it. The runs have been flowing from him.
That's right.
I think he's in the top 10 run scorers for Manly of all time.
And Nair has started here, and I'll get back for a couple. So spin from both ends at the moment, and it's probably Fairfield-Liverpool's best chance of getting a breakthrough. Arjun Nair and Paramulpal in all forms of cricket for Fairfield-Liverpool this season have been some of their brightest performers. It wasn't that long ago that this pair were playing for New South Wales. Nair, of course, being involved in the BBL with the Sydney Thunder, as Edwards defends onto the offside.
Probably didn't get as much of a go as he'd hoped this season. But again, invaluable experience for the young players around him.
So Manly just is playing the long game at the moment. If the ball is there to be hit, Jack Edwards can be guaranteed he's going to throw everything behind it. But happy to pick up the 2s and the 1s here and just keep that scoreboard ticking over. Crossbat slapped there by Edwards, as he was able to get a succession of dot balls in this over.
Certainly feel like he's nearly ready to go here. And maybe looking at this gap here between the man on the fence at mid-off and the one at cover point. It's very quick outfield.
And it's back compact in defence as he pushes that down to mid-on. He's trying to get into a groove here, Arjun Nair. Tidy figures so far, tick above 3 runs per over. Throws this one up, and Edwards is able to almost get it through the infield, but they will able to get through and collect a single. So a single to finish the over. That takes Edwards along to 54. Ben Bryant's still there. He's on 39. He's been a little bit quiet, as I guess a lot of the attention has been on Jackie Edwards. And the score now none for 110 from 22. That's exactly 5 runs per over.
Just to pull that back a little bit. Again, we look at what's to come. There's plenty of batting to come.
Well, even someone like Sam Gainsford, he scored a century in that most recent first grade Belvedere Cup competition. Of course, Jay Lenton last week scored the 90% of his 156 not out that he finished with in Manly's performance, as Edwards goes downtown all the way for 6 onto the road.
And a car is in danger there. As I suspected, he's just looking to get after the bowling.
Yeah, he threw the kitchen sink behind that one, didn't he? A couple of strides down the wicket, played through the line and just seemed to lift it with consummate ease, didn't he, Dave? And it just kept sailing. I saw the Fairfield-Liverpool fielder out in the fence. I thought it might be a catch at first glance, but his head started rotating and he was looking to see where the ball had gone.
The great thing about that, he hardly tried to hit it. It was just a beautiful piece of timing.
What'll Upal's reply be? Edwards again advancing, and this is a thick ballooning outside edge. Keeps it away from the field and gets a single. And I guess moments like that is where Jack Edwards can get caught out a little bit. Plays a really good shot and sometimes tries to do it 2-3 balls in a row.
It's like a lot of young batsmen these days. They want to hit every ball.
It's very tempting as well when you're up against the slow bowlers as well, and you feel you can take advantage of them if they are dropping short or giving a little bit too much air. As see a single here, good piece of running by Bryant to get through for one. That's nice. That's all he needs to do, Jack Edwards. He's got some really calm and calculated shots in his repertoire. He's done that a few times today, getting back onto the stumps to shorten the length of the delivery and just tuck it onto the onside.
Do you think maybe the batsmen have spoken and Bryant is certainly holding up one end? Maybe Edwards says it's time for him to go.
Yeah, you might be right. Still very early on. If I was Jack Edwards, I certainly wouldn't be trying to go downtown too much. If the ball's there to be hit, and rightfully so, but we're not even at the halfway point of the innings, and they've laid a really good platform. No reason why this pair can't push up over 150 towards the 180 mark for this opening stand. And that's the thing for Fairfield-Liverpool. It just takes one wicket to change things. Obviously, there's a plethora of quality batsmen to come. As we see a new pair of gloves be run to the field here for Jack Edwards. But often one wicket brings two, and things can certainly change. So just getting that first wicket is the stumbling block for the visitors at the moment, with the score at none for 120.
There hasn't been very many chances. A couple of run-out chances, and apart from that, the drop catch in the first few overs from Sharma, which again, as I said to Menas earlier, while you were off, pretty hard call. More safe fall than a drop catch, but again, it hit the hand. It's an opportunity. And Samit, his last over, that caught and bowled chance. I wonder if they'll be reflecting on those chances throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, cricket's a very funny game, isn't it, Dave? Because there's some days that you might get 6 or 9 chances in a 2 or 3 hour spell, and there's other days like this where you might get one in the second or third over the day, and that could be it for the day. We see it in international cricket, we see it in first class cricket. Unfortunately, it's not always easy, the chances, so they might be ruining that as Arjanair continues. Forward and defending compactly is Ben Bryant.
2 overs for 7 so far.
Yeah, so Bryant's starting to drop anchor a little bit here. 41 off 66 deliveries. The run rate's still around that 5 runs per over, so certainly no need for Bryant to change anything here as a ball whizzes past the outside edge. That was a little bit quicker there from Arjanair. It's a good piece of bowling.
Yeah, excellent delivery from Nair.
Thrown up, and this one is misfielded by the fielder there at short mid-wicket, and they'll come through for the single. I think the perfect foil at the moment, Bryant, is to Edwards. We've seen some famous partnerships in, I guess, years gone by where you had players that were a bit more defensive. I guess fans of Australia in the 1990s, Michael Slater was a real goer, and Mark Taylor could certainly get after the bowling, but would often play a bit more of the patient role. Nair in, Edwards drives down to long off for the single.
Well, he had to with Slater at the other end.
They didn't get to face too many balls when Slats was around, I don't think.
It's a great partnership, that was.
And even in recent years when David Warner's been opening with the likes of Cameron Bancroft or Usman Khawaja, or there's been a long list of suitors for that number 2 opening batting position. It's been a bit of a revolving door for Australia, unfortunately.
We'll find a permanent solution soon, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But we've got to be able to be playing cricket.
Yeah.
Or test cricket for that.
So 2 from the over so far, none for 122. And Naz is just on the money at the moment now. Sure, he'd love a breakthrough, but he's bowling some really tidy overs of late. Just 2 from that and just 3 from his last over. So 3 overs for him, none for 9. And Jack Edwards has had to shelve that big shot for the time being. 24 gone here at Manly Oval. It's the one-day Limited Overs Cup quarterfinal. And Manly-Warringah, after losing the toss and being sent in, are none for 122.
Just 1 over away from the halfway stage, none for 122. They're going at just over 5. What are your thoughts about a projected score?
Well, I think Manly will be looking at that 275, 280 mark at the moment, Dave. As Edwards might think about 2 here. He's going to go. He's going to take on the arm. It was a decent throw, but Edwards was able to get home safely. I thought when he turned then, Dave, he might have been in a bit of trouble, but he got those big, long legs moving and got home in the end. I think at this stage, none down for 120-odd. I think 280, 290 is what you're looking for. They'd be disappointed if they finished around that 250 mark, but it can be hard to tell, can't it? Because Fairfield get 2 or 3 quick wickets, all of a sudden they're pulling themselves back into the game, and
absolutely,
the pitch certainly looks like it's starting to flatten out, as Cameron was talking about a little bit earlier. So 280 might just be a pass score. So it's anything over that is going to be a bonus, I think, for the Manly side.
So they've still got 10 wickets in the shed.
Pal thrown up and driven back down the ground. So a couple of dots here for Paramupal, which is something that Fairfield-Liverpool have been able to do a little bit recently, building a little bit of not scoreboard pressure, but mounting pressure with a few dot balls recently.
Appears that the tandem spin we're going to see for the next little while. They are, again, just conceding 1s and 2s at the moment.
And Bryant goes downtown. He doesn't get all of this, and it's been dropped and gone for 6. Josh Barabba down there, he got underneath it well. He had to gain a fair bit of ground to get to it, but unfortunately, it's ballooned off the hands, and then what went from bad to worse for Josh Barabba and Fairfield-Liverpool, it then thudded into the fence for 6.
Yeah, I think he almost got in position, and feels like he didn't quite realise how hard it was. Yeah, probably needed to be another metre further back towards the rope, but a vital chance gone begging.
That's a real missed opportunity. He was 42 when he hit that, Ben Bryant, and he's moved along to 48 now, and that could be costly come end of the innings. A good one, that over for Manly, 9 coming from it. It's 48 to Bryant, 66 to Edwards, none for 131. The thing with that, Dave, never like to criticise players when you're up here in your ivory tower, but it wasn't if Barabba was really close to the boundary line. Sometimes players can be put off by the fact they're close to the fence. He was about 8 or 10 metres in.
So I'm saying he's probably just in a little too far. And again, that was reasonably well hit. And just the momentum straight through the hands. And we see a big change here, Jack. It's Liam Hatcher.
Back in the attack, bowled 4 overs earlier this morning, none for 10. So looking to bring the pace back. I was about to say last over, Dave, that I wouldn't be surprised if the visitors went with maybe bowling 20 overs straight of spin and try and get those 20 overs to only concede 65 or 70, but they've...
Well, funny, as soon as I said it, they've gone to their number 1 quick, who only bowled 4 overs in his opening spell, and it was a pretty tidy opening spell. It was sharp.
5 of his 10 runs came from that one ball where he bowled 5 wide, so it shows you how good he was this morning. He's coming off the big run, and Jack Edwards, who's on 66, is facing. Just little moments in these games that Fairfield-Liverpool haven't been able to really grasp. A drop chance there by Josh Barabba could be a costly one as Bryant's now moved to 48. A few balls that were struck in the air early on that didn't quite go to the field. They've bowled better than a none for 131 scoreline states. But unfortunately, cricket can be a pretty cruel game sometimes if you don't take the chances that are hit your way. Edwards stumps this one. That'll be 4. That's a really good shot. Just flicked the wrist a little bit the last moment there, Edwards, and slapped it into the pitch, and it seemed to gather a bit of momentum from there, and once it got through the infield, that was always going to be a boundary. Moves to 70, big Jack Edwards, none for 135.
Again, just didn't try and hit it too hard. All about the placement there. Once you beat the mid on and mid off, it's going to be 4 every time. So that's a short boundary, that straight drive.
Well, it's not Manly Oval like all the grade grounds, Dave. They're not like some of the local fields that have patches of long grass. They're like bowling greens out there. It's certainly going to run, and this takes a genuine outside edge from Edwards, but it was played with soft hands all along the grounds.
Very well bowled from Hatcher, and I think him and Edwards are just having a little chat about that ball. That was excellent delivery. But again, he did well to keep it down.
Yeah, always an interesting battle, isn't it, when you got state teammates up against each other. They would have bowled countless balls and batted against each other in the nets. Bragging rights, I'm sure, when the New South Wales camp reconvenes. Oh, that's a good bouncer, but that is going to go down for 4 byes as well. So Ravi Srivastava's frustrating afternoon continues. Hatcher again. That had all sorts of power and strength and venom behind it, but it really kicked up off the turf, and Ravi Srivastava is not like a lot of wicketkeepers, isn't a huge man. He had a decent vertical leap there, would have done all right in the NFL Combine, but he couldn't stop that ball from going down to the boundary for 4.
I think a 6'6" keeper would struggle to have stopped that. Again, he's really bent his back and put it into the wicket.
Hatcher pitches up, hits him on the pad, he wants it, and he gets it! So finally the wicket comes for Fairfield-Liverpool, and the drop of Ben Bryant only cost them 6 runs as he departs for 48. A full delivery, maybe tailed in a touch late as well, and Bryant looking to whip that one across the line, fails to connect, and he is on his way, departing leg before wicket for 48. Liam Hatcher, the big gun for Fairfield-Liverpool, finally gets the breakthrough, and a majestic opening partnership of 140 finally comes to an end. Dave McDonald, Manly 1 for 140.
Very well bowled from Hatcher. It was right up there in the block hole. Bryant was just looking to work it onto the onside. And in the end, a masterstroke from Fairfield-Liverpool skipper Param Upal to bring big Liam Hatcher back into the attack, and such a vital wicket. But it doesn't get any easier because striding to the wicket, number 7, player we've been speaking about.
So 140 on the board. That was turning out to be another fruitful over for Manly. They'd picked up 9 from it.
Of course, that number 7 is just come from the Big Bash. And Oliver Davies.
He'll be keen to get back amongst it. He started off very, very well in the Big Bash, but then had a flurry of zeros next to his name. So he'll be keen just to spend a bit of time out the middle, and always great as a number 3 batsman. He can stride to the wicket at 1 for 140 instead of 1 for none in the first over.
It's a joy, isn't it?
So Ollie Davies joins Jack Edwards, 2 New South Wales state contracted players. And will be Jack Edwards on strike, because that was the last ball of the over. So nice work there by the skipper Jared Burke to get things moving and change things around. And
my apologies. I did call Param the skipper.
Sure, he wouldn't be complaining. Edwards chops nicely out into the deep for a single.
That's last year. Yeah, vital wicket, that one. Now, how's Edwards going to approach this now that he's lost his anchor man?
An interesting passage of play now. Fairfield-Liverpool could get a second breakthrough. They would be right back amongst it and right back in the game. I'm sure the chat between Ollie Davies and Jack Edwards is just to reconsolidate and start to build a partnership, start from the beginning again.
It's funny seeing the two batsmen next to each other, a bit like David and Goliath, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Advancing and driving forcefully down to long off for the single is Davies. What a pedigree this young man has. We've spoken about his performances in the Big Bash, but even prior to that, he scored 130 here after 81 deliveries in the first grade one-day cup game of the year. Followed that up in the following week in the Belvedere Cup, where he made 91. But he is very highly regarded in New South Wales circles, that's for sure. Edwards, lovely, the wristy little flick out into the deep, who thought about a second there, really wanted it, and was wisely sent back by Ollie Davies.
Well, of course, he wasn't running to the danger end then,
No,
Edwards.
that's right.
But yeah, no, this is something we've been waiting for. Seeing this huge opportunity here.
Davies drives, and it's going to be a no ball, I think, which is almost the cardinal sin when it comes to slow bowlers. It is a no ball, and it's going to be a free hit. So this is the last thing that Fairfield-Liverpool need. You might expect a no ball from Liam Hatcher, but you're certainly not thinking that Param Upal is going to produce one.
It's pretty inexcusable from a spin bowler, to be honest.
And look at the man that's on strike. We'll take your pick, really, although I think you'd prefer to be bowling to Ollie Davies, who has only faced a handful of deliveries, rather than Jack Edwards, who's fairly well set on 73 not out.
A few of those cars straight might be in a bit of danger this delivery.
Hopefully not into the lawn bowl, because a few elderly people playing now. And he's gone that way. He slapped that one high in the air. It won't have the distance. It'll be caught, but they'll trundle through for a single there. He almost got all of it. A few more metres, it would have been 6. And they escape with one there, Fairfield-Liverpool.
Yeah, it looked like he got that very low on the bat.
It's well bowled by Upal. He's into Davies, who's back and defending. And that will complete the over. So 146 on the board, one down. That man to go was Ben Bryant, trapped leg before wicket off the bowling of Liam Hatcher for 48. And Hatcher's going to continue. So this has been a bit of a masterstroke by the skipper, Jared Burke. Would have been easy just to, transition into the way things have been rolling, spin from both ends. But he's changed things up. A very experienced skipper, played over 400 first grade games, so he's played his fair share of cricket in this competition. Knows what needs to be done to win games and to change and swing momentum around. Have to say though, Manly still firmly in control here. Hatcher in, and Edwards just, it's almost like he's playing a video game at the moment. Every ball he's able just to tuck around the corner, or he's been able to play a big shot. He's looking in irresistible touch now.
Just a slight change in his demeanour since Davies has come out. I think he's said to himself he's got to bat through and at least get triple figures.
Yeah, well, I think at least bat this kind of style for the next 10 overs to get around the 35, 38 over mark. Would be bitterly disappointing for Manly if they did lose him in these next few overs. Hatcher to Davies, that'll be a wide. Loose one down the leg side. Hatcher's not happy about it, but it's any ball that's down past the batsman on the leg side is going to be a wide, whether it's one-day cricket or T20.
Yes, he's fighting a losing argument there.
You might be arguing that it brushed the close or maybe the thigh guard there of Ollie Davies. Very hard for us to see from this vantage point if that was the case, but I think in 150 odd years of cricket, I don't think there's been too many players that have won an argument or a disagreement with an umpire. And Hatcher just loses his follow through there, and that will be a dead ball. So earlier today, Fairfield-Liverpool, they won the toss. They elected to field. They've won their last 2 games chasing against St George, where they chased down 243, and against Sutherland, last time they met, it's a rather modest total. The Shy boys only able to muster 209. They're going to be chasing today, and dare say it's going to be more than 243, I think. Hatcher in. Davies defends.
Get comfortably in behind that one. Just shows you how this wicket is settling down nicely now. Another wicket now could be vital for the Lions.
Hatcher's doing his best to try and pull them back into the game. Bouncer, but just pops up in the air. Hatcher almost gets to it and then has a shot at the stump. So a bit going on in that passage of play. But it certainly looks like Liam Hatcher is the man that might be able to get a couple of breakthroughs here. I think they fancy themselves against Ollie Davies, who's still trying to find his feet and make the transition from dressing shed into the middle.
That was a bit shorter, a little bit higher, but he didn't play that with much conviction. Then you a bit of a feeling that something else might be happening. It's been another good spell from Hatcher.
Plenty of pace behind him as well. I think it's just hurrying Ollie Davies up a little bit here. Hatcher in again. Davies jumps and knocks it onto the leg side, and they'll run that one really well to get through for a single. That's all he needs to do at the moment, Ollie Davies. Just play second fiddle to Jack Edwards and just try and keep the strike rotating. One thing you don't want, Dave, is someone that, like Jack Edwards, being kept at the non-striker's end for 5, 8, 10 deliveries.
Well, that's what pressure builds, doesn't it? And then obviously the need or the thought to need to hit out early instead of just fighting through that little period.
Edwards whips this one off his toes nice. They should get 2 here. And Edwards wasn't keen, didn't even turn around. I think Ollie Davies thought there might have been 2 on offer there, but Jack happy to just collect the single. So 1 ball left in this over. I've had 4 from it so far. Hatcher 1 ball shy of his 6th over, 1 for 19. 13 Big Bash wickets for Liam Hatcher in the BBL 10 campaign. Would have been pleased with that. A profitable campaign for Stars side that probably felt they should have done a little bit better. Hatcher in, this one driven firmly down the ground, and Davies gets a single. So he's deadly in singles at the moment, starting to get a bit of a move on as well. Davies is 4, and Jack Edwards is 76 not out. And they collect 5 off that Liam Hatcher over. 150's been surpassed, and after 28, it's 1 for 151.
22 overs to go now. Very comfortable position for the Waratahs. As we've mentioned, still plenty of batting to come. Back to spin from the northern end, the scoreboard end.
So it will be Arjun Nair coming in here, and that ball is absolutely laced along the ground by Davies. What a shot that was. That just pinged off the bat. He used his feet nicely and hammered that one down the ground straight for 4.
Beautiful shot from Ollie Davies.
Forward and defending this one. It's a good comeback there from Arjenet. That certainly wouldn't have filled Fairfield-Liverpool with too much confidence, seeing the new batsman advance down the track and play a beautiful shot. He does it again and he whips this one, but nice piece of fielding out there by Oronowski, diving along the ground.
It sounded beautiful off the bat.
Sun's starting to peer its way through here at Manly Oval on the glorious northern beaches. Had a fair bit of cloud cover before, but that is starting to dissipate somewhat and starting to warm up. Plenty of people trying to find some shade around the grounds here. There is plenty of it, plenty of pine trees, and we've got the grandstand next to us. This has been great by Nair. He's come back and bowled 5 straight dot balls, so really good end of the over after Davies played a magnificent straight drive off the first ball of the over. 1 for 155 after 29 overs. Well, they say in the modern game of one-day cricket that you can double what you've got in 30 overs in the final 20 overs.
Providing you have wickets in hand, which they certainly do. They've got 9 up the sleeve.
300 certainly not out of the question. I know it's a long way away, and it can be a bit of a dangerous game when commentators start talking numbers and where they're going to end up and different things. But at 1 for 155 with 21 overs remaining, I think you'd be backing that more than not. Hatcher continues. Short ball at the body there of Edwards, who defends.
I think the danger for Fairfield here, if Ollie Davies gets himself set and away, again, that could be almost like a 10-over sprint at the end if they've got 7 or 8 wickets.
It's Jay Lenton coming in next, and Manly fans don't need to be told about some of the carnage he can create.
He's one fine batsman.
He's been in irresistible touch for Manly in the first grade competition this summer. Hatcher charges in. That's a bouncer. That's going to be a wide. That was over the head there of Edwards. Has to be a pretty big ball to get over the head of Jack Edwards. So I think the umpires were pretty confident with that call.
Well, I'm looking at umpire Treloar. He's saying it was below, so I'm thinking maybe it was a bouncer, but it was also down the leg side. I don't know if we can have that justified by the replay, but irrespective, same result.
Looked like it might have just gone over the shoulder there. I think you might be right. Hatcher's bowled some good short balls, but doesn't want to get carried away getting onto that length too much. Pitches this one up. That's better. And Edwards just drops it onto the offside for us.
Yes, it was definitely below his shoulder, the previous wide. You've got to do well to get above it.
Yeah, you've got to throw some venom behind it if you're going to get one over the head there of Jack Edwards, the big man.
He's high. He'd be about 198 centimetres. It would be close to 6'6", wouldn't he? In the old scale.
Yeah, I think he's between 6'5" and 6'7".
And Ollie Davies is about 5'6".
So Davies is facing up here to Hatcher. Two bright young cricketers that are just starting off in their cricketing journey. Ollie Davies has been a part of the underage New South Wales squads. He played New South Wales under-17s as New South Wales won the national titles up there in Brisbane, and then really, I guess, put his name up in lights in the under-19 national tournament where he hit a magnificent double century, which included 16 sixes.
Amazing.
It was going crazy over social media a couple of years ago. And he fends that one away onto the leg side for a single. And then he's, of course, done the business in the Big Bash as well. So he's showing that the big occasion doesn't faze the 20-year-old. And, of course, you've got Jack Edwards, who's showing a great endorsement of the skills that he has, 77 not out.
Some lovely scenes of the lawn bowls just to our left. Sweeping view around the park. There's some lovely shade there under the pine trees.
This one pitched up. That's a good length from Hatcher. That's where he wants to be. Almost Yorker length. As that ball was dug out nicely there by Edwards.
Very impressive. 1 for 23 off 6.5.
I wonder if this might be his last over, though, Dave.
Definitely going to have to save him for towards the end.
Yeah, I think
at least a couple.
You'd want probably 3 up the sleeve, considering the match situation. Edwards chops that, and that's a poor misfield. They've been under pressure, Fairfield-Liverpool. Hatcher's not too pleased about it, and they should have kept that to a dot ball. But in the end, it's a single, and more importantly, Edwards will retain the strike. So he's moved himself along to a really nice innings of 78, and Ollie Davies is 9. So 158 on the board, 1 down. And Dave McDonald's going to depart. Thanks for your wisdom over the last 10 overs, David.
Thank you very much.
Is going to make his
way
menace.
Thank you.
So 158 on the board, 30 overs gone. So that run rate healthily above 5 and over, with Edwards and Davies doing their best to build a partnership after that initial breakthrough for the visitors. Andrew Menzel has made his way across to the commentary position as Jared Burke comes into the attack for the second time today. And Edwards is back and pushing down the ground. Welcome back, Menace.
G'day, Jack. How are you?
You had a good time away.
Man, I'm excited. I'm pumped to get back in here. We've got 2 of the young guns of New South Wales cricket out in the middle. If you'd asked me this morning who I wanted to see bat, it was Edwards and Davies, and here they are, the 2 of them.
To the Edwards, good piece of running. I think it's great for the fans, isn't it, that have turned out. Maybe not Fairfield-Liverpool probably would love to see the back of both these 2 batsmen, but the fans that have made the trip out on a beautiful summer afternoon.
Edwards has coasted to 77 off 91.
And I'll pick up a single here with a little misfield by Chad Samet, just in front of square leg.
Look, Ollie Davies has been timing the ball nicely so far in his innings. Beautiful straight drive earlier.
He's quick between the wickets as well, isn't he? They've picked up a lot of quick singles since he's come to the wicket. Certainly takes the pressure off you as a batsman when you can drop a ball on the on or off side and just get to the non-striker's end. No real pressure on Davies at the moment.
I'm enjoying this battle between Burke and Edwards. You've got the wily veteran, the canny Burke, who's been playing great cricket well for probably almost 20 years, against the youngster who's only 20 years old. It's a great little battle going on.
Edwards wanted a single there. And all kept there by Ravi Srivastava. Yeah, well, Jack Edwards was probably only just born by the time that Jared Burke was playing under-19s for Australia. So that tells you a bit of a story of the age difference.
31 overs gone, score 1 for 162. Liam Hatcher taking the wicket today, and he's shown all his class in his 7 overs, 1 for 23. Just some great cricket on offer here, wherever you're watching. A number of the stars from the Big Bash have come back to play in this game. Jack Edwards, you know, if you had a lot of sleep after the Big Bash final last night, it'd be pretty hard to get to sleep after your team's lifted the Big Bash. It's hard enough for me to get to sleep just watching it. So he's probably running on not a lot of fuel, Jack Edwards, which is so brave stuff from him.
Chad Samet's coming back into the attack for the visitors. Holds 5 overs earlier for 23. Had that caught and bowled opportunity, which was one that he probably wished he'd taken, but I didn't think he bowled too badly.
He bowled a good length, right in the block hole a lot of the time, not allowing the batters any sort of length to get under and hit over the top. Just a delay while they adjust the sight screen at the Sydney Road end of the ground.
Just a bit of a delay here for Fairfield-Liverpool, just shuffling their field around a little bit. It will be Samet to be coming in over the wicket. Full toss first up. And it's fortunate that Ollie Davies didn't thump that one down the ground for 4.
Ollie Davies played 7 innings in the Big Bash, scored 90 runs at an average of just 15, but the strike rate was so impressive of 152.54. At 2 games in particular where he really showed off his talents. Davies made 36 off 22 balls against the Scorchers. It included 3 sixes. And then in the next innings against the Renegades, he had a lazy 48 off 23 deliveries. That's a strike rate of 208. That's right, strike rate of 208. That included 5 sixes. So 8 sixes in 2 innings for the youngster. He came a little bit off the boil after that, but I think we all saw a huge amount of potential in those 2 innings, Jack, and I think he'll have a big summer next year in the Big Bash.
He's forward here and driving firmly and well timed, but straight to Arjun there. Yeah, we're just talking in commentary with Dave before that he's a big part of this New South Wales system, having played under 17s and under 19s for New South Wales. That was that magnificent double ton in the under 19 national championships where he hit 16 sixes as part of that 200 that he scored. So he's got a bright future, and don't be surprised to see him knocking out some big scores for the New South Wales Blues in the next few seasons as well. Samet's into him and he's cutting this one away. Gets it fine and he gets 4. Slashed away at that one to Davies, but got it away from the field, and it, like it's done for much of today, Andrew Mansell, it raced along the Manly Oval outfield for 4.
There's just a little bit of extra bounce in this pitch, and that one just flew off the top edge of Davies' bat and crashed into the boundary down at the church end of Manly Oval. That's what Dave and I came up with for that end, the church end, because there's a church there.
Well, crunched down the ground by Davies. Can't beat Arjun there, who's down there at mid-off. So the field is, as you can imagine, for the 32nd over, quite spread out.
And this is a nightmare for Fairfield-Liverpool. They won the toss, they've sent Manly in, and they've streaked to 1 for 167 off almost 32 overs. And we had Cameron Merchant up here who said the Manly were looking to bat first anyway. So, Jack, do you feel that Jared Burke and Fairfield misread the conditions?
Yeah, I think so. I know they've won a couple of games chasing. I don't know whether that came in to their calculations, Menners, but I'm a little bit old school. I've always been the thought of whether it's a 4-day game or a 1-day game or even a T20 game. I think batting first and getting runs on the board is just so invaluable. It's not as if it was kind of cold and very, very cloudy and different things like that that would have really favoured the bowlers, where the ball could be seaming and swinging around. You get 3 or 4 quick early wickets. Even early on, despite a little bit of inconsistent bounce, I wouldn't have said it was a huge advantage to the bowlers. So I think they've kind of missed the beat here. And there is that scorecard. Good reading if you're a Manly fan. Not so good if you're a Fairfield-Liverpool fan. Edwards and Bryant have laid the platform. Now Ollie Davies starting to chip in and get going. As Captain Burke continues. He's into his 7th over.
Edwards 19 away from triple figures. Don't go anywhere. I've got an update from St George. So let's go around the ground to the quarterfinals. St George won the toss, elected to bat. They're 4 for 149. Trent Copeland elevated up the order to number 5, out for a golden duck.
You're on pretty good terms with Copes, so I hope he doesn't mind the fact that you were laughing on air at him.
I'm not laughing on air at him. Just we were talking about him being elevated to number 3 before. He eventually got in at 5 and was out first baller. Unlucky. But St George 4 for 149. Phillips is 10 not out. Engelbrecht 11 not out.
Davies slaps that one down the ground for a single.
So that match is evenly poised. They're taking on Sydney University at Sydney Uni.
Just to interrupt you, Menace,
Yeah.
Caleb Phillips, the man in at the moment for St George, he's one to watch. He's played a fair bit of Point of In Grey Shield and has had quite a good summer for St George, so they'll be hoping that him and Engelbrecht can build a bit of a partnership.
The Northern District are at Drummoyne. They won the toss, selected to bat. They're 4 for 132. Chris Green, out for a golden duck. It's catching.
Wow.
All the big boys getting out first ball today.
West gets this one through the infield. A diving stop there by Ornowski.
Chris Green, of course, Sydney Thunder player.
Well, Davies and Edwards are bucking the trend, aren't they?
They're doing well.
They mustn't have got the memo.
So they're Northern District's 4 for 132. Rogie 49 not out. Shaw 21 not out.
Scott Rogie,
Benny Manenti too. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt you, Menace, but Scott Rogie, he's almost been around for as long as Jared Burke has. He's another one of the
You know your
veterans
grey
of the game.
players, don't you?
I come prepared, Menace.
Ben Manenti, for the games we're not even calling. So it's true professional. Ben Manenti 2 for 24 for Sydney against Northern District. Northern District, of course. Ben Manenti, also part of the Sydney Sixers winning side. Didn't play last night, but played plenty of games across the Big Bash.
So Chad Samet continuing. This is a short ball which just uses the pace of the delivery to guide down to third man.
And then the final quarter-final going on today. Randwick Petersham batting first out at Bankstown. They're 1 for 137. The man out is Everett, 56 off 76. Jason Sanger is 22 not out of 29 deliveries. And Will Fleck, 57 off 104 deliveries. So Sanger, the skipper, doing well for his club, Randwick Petersham. I remember commentating on a Shield match. Were you there, Jack, when Jack Edwards and Jason Sanger both made their maiden Shield tons?
I
The
was.
SCG 2 years ago.
I interviewed Jack Edwards after that, and I felt like probably how you feel most of the time, Menace. Very, very short next to him.
It's true.
It's about, and Dave were chatting, these, 6'5", 6'6", maybe 6'7"? He's got some height. He's probably still growing, maybe for a year or so. Yeah, that was a marvellous day, I think, for both him and Jason Sanger, and it was exciting for us as commentators to see two young guys that I think were, 18 at the time, going out and scoring centuries in a Australian first-class match. This ball flicked in front of square by Davies.
It was interesting that season, which is 2 years ago, Edwards and Sanger were given lots of opportunities.
Whole season, I think they played 10 games,
in that first-class team. And then last year, they weren't given as many opportunities in the Shield. I think there was a feeling they just needed to go away and develop a little bit more. And we've seen this season that's paid off with Edwards starting to convert those starts into big score at grade level, and then he can translate into first-class level.
Send it in. And again, Edwards just guiding that down to third man. And I guess the other thing, Menas, was particularly last summer, there was a few players that kind of put their hand up and took their opportunities. Dan Solo was one of those that I think he's got a century and 5 or 6 half-tons next to his name. Liam Hatcher was another one. There was a couple of guys, both with bat and ball, that started performing, and you really can't drop guys when they're going out and getting 60 or 70 odd. Yeah, and Hatcher took a few wickets as well with the ball.
I don't think we saw a lot of consistency from Sanger and Edwards in that 10-game stretch 2 years ago, which is something they've obviously been working on.
Davies trying to hit that one hard through the offside. He strikes it straight to the captain, Jared Burke.
Hope you're enjoying this coverage of the McDonald's Premier Cricket 50 over competition, whether you're watching on or through the Match Centre or on KO Sports. A real treat right now with Davies and Edwards out there. Davies starred for the Thunder at times this summer. Edwards played well for the Sixers in a couple of innings.
And Davies, he went for the big one there. He wanted to slap that one onto the tennis courts here at Manly Oval, but it was a big play and a miss. So
Ball didn't get up, seemed to stay a little low.
that completes the over. 16 overs remaining, 1 for 173. And the best maybe ahead for some of the fans here on the beautiful northern beaches. We're going to take a bit of a drinks break here. 1 for 173. Edwards 85, Davies 18. What have you made of this partnership that's starting to blossom over the last 30 or 40 minutes, Manners?
I think that Manly have set themselves up for the perfect finish to this innings. 16 overs to go, 9 wickets in the shed. Edwards and Davies out there, both with starts, ready to attack the bowling. Then you've got Lenton to come, who's just been peeling off the centuries in first grade
He's just scoring runs for fun, hasn't he?
I think he's scored 3 in a row, leading, a few weeks ago. So he's in top form. You've also got Cameron Merchant, former MAFS star, due to come in.
You're down with all the terminology now, aren't you, Manners?
I'm so FA. My wife was not interested in what I was doing today until I told her that I had a maths contestant on here.
Was she tuning in for that segment?
No, I had to tell her. But quite seriously, Manly here, really, they could challenge 300 plus. 16 overs to go. I'm thinking after this drinks break, they'll both take on the bowling. And let's just go through the scorecard so far. The man out, Ben Bryant, who made a good 48 off 74. He weathered the early storm. Jack, I thought Liam Hatcher in particular was quite difficult in those first few overs. And
it wasn't easy.
It wasn't easy, so he battled away. Hatcher was bowling quick. And those two put on a big partnership of 140, a terrific opening partnership. And those two haven't opened the batting together much, Edwards and Bryant. So saw a few problems with the running between the wickets early. But once they got going, they cruised to 140 until Bryant was out LBW to Hatcher. At the moment, Edwards is 85 not out off 101 balls, strike rate of 84.16. Ollie Davies 16 not out of 29 deliveries. Just getting his eye in and setting up a platform for him to take on the bowling. Mentioned his 8 sixes in 2 innings for the Thunder before in the Big Bash, so don't go anywhere because I think we'll see balls disappearing into the tennis courts, the Lawn Bowl Centre, the hill in front of the church, maybe Sydney Road behind us. They'll be dodging white kookaburras. Bowling figures for Fairfield. Liam Hatcher, 7 overs, 1 for 23. Baraba, 5 overs, none for 36. Burke, 7 overs, none for 28. Samet, 7 overs, none for 30. Arjun Nair, 5 overs, none for 19. He's bowled well. And Param Uppal, 3 overs, none for 24. Nair and Uppal both been around the New South Wales squad and team plenty of time. Uppal even played for New South Wales a few seasons ago in the Shield. So, yeah, it's all Manly so far.
Yeah, Paramupal will get a chance with the bat. He's been in pretty good form for Fairfield-Liverpool batting-wise, but unfortunately hasn't been able to get the ball to be talking. So 16 overs remaining. Menez is fairly confident that the aggressive tempo is going to be turned up a little bit.
I think so. Manly have got a golden opportunity to bat Fairfield out of this contest and make it very difficult for them. And looking at this target, it's going to be a big one. I mean, Fairfield are really going to need what I would say Nair, Uppal and Burke to fire to challenge.
Yeah, they've certainly got some goers. You look at Ravi Srivastava, who's probably going to be batting down at number 6 for them today. He's a player that hasn't really gone off and got a big score, but he can score runs quickly. So a quick fire 30 or 40 from him could certainly help their charge, but you're spot on, Manners. I think if they are chasing anything upwards of 280, someone needs to dig in and do a Jack Edwards type innings. Someone to score 100. I'd love some breakthroughs as Edwards lofts this one over into the deep. Just kind of chip that. One bounce down to the fielder down there, which is Yuvraj Sharma. He's actually one of the Basil Sellers Scholarship recipients from last summer. And he's gone big. He's gone real big as Ollie Davies. That's disappearing. Almost goes out of the ground and smashes a car window. Well, we've been talking about the power and the strike rate of this young man. And it was on show there. That ball was going and going.
Tossed up by Burke. He tempted him there and Ollie Davies took him on.
Faster one there.
That was about 125 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, I don't think it was going to get two slow, airy deliveries in a row. Nice comeback there from Burke. So Davies has now moved himself along to 22. He slaps that one down to long off for the single.
So Davies, he's a punchy, compact little batter, isn't he, Jack? It's really, such a contrast. You've got the tall, languid Jack Edwards and the short, punchy Ollie Davies.
Edwards drive, square. It's well timed. It's racing towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4. Well, not sure who the fielder was out there.
Edwards into the 90s. 90 not out off 104 deliveries.
Arjun Nair, the man out there, he made a bit of a meal of it, to be honest. Well, actually, might have been Awad Naqvi. We've got 2 number 7s out there. It's never easy as a commentator, but he made good ground to get there, but then just seemed to get tangled up with the ball, and it bundled into the fence. So Edwards continuing along his merry way.
Good for the player, though, if you've got someone else's number on, because you can then just
Oh, it wasn't
blame the
me.
other bloke. Yeah, it wasn't me. It was.
That never would have been anything that you would have done when you played cricket, was it, Manners?
I never got to a level where numbers were needed. Well, hold on, viewers, because Ollie Davies is on strike.
Samet to start his 8th over. Well fielded in his follow through. He had a caught and bowled opportunity a little bit earlier in the day and wasn't able to get his hands up for it, but he was down quick as a flash to that defensive push from Davies.
Yeah, I think that caught and bowl was probably a half chance, Jack. It was a pretty tough one, and you follow through to get those. And
185 on the board. Still plenty of overs up the sleeve here of Manly. It's going to get exciting soon. Samet to Davies. And it's been brilliantly caught in his follow through. That is a marvellous caught and bowl. We've been talking about the one that he wanted earlier. The ball just seemed to kind of disappear, and Chad Samet stepped up, flicked the ball in the air. He's got rid of the dangerous Davies for 23. And Fairfield-Liverpool poked their noses back into the game again. 2 for 185.
Oh, yeah, really good catch there from Samet. The ball just ballooned off the top of Ollie Davies' bat near the splice, and Samet dived to his right and took the ball low and just about a foot off the ground. A really terrific effort to get that in his follow through. And that's a big wicket for Fairfield. Davies was just about to open up and really try and clear the boundary. He felt a few times, but he's out now to a terrific catch, and it brings Jay Lenton to the crease. Well, a former Sydney Thunder player, wicketkeeper, and as I said, he's been in electric form for Manly in the first grade competition, peeling off a number of centuries. And he'll be joining Jack Edwards, who's just 10 runs away from a century.
Yeah, 3 straight centuries for Jay Lenton, 101, 105 not out, and he finished with 156 not out for Manly yesterday in the first grade competition. He was 110 not out from the previous week. But one of those centuries has come in this one-day cup competition. So 198 one-day runs at 49. He is probably the most informed batsman in Sydney grade cricket at the moment.
It's a big call, Jack, but probably the correct one.
Not a stranger to the New South Wales scene either, having played for New South Wales in the past. Samet is into Lenton, who is shouldering arms. He's played 3 first-class games and 4 list day one-dayers for the Blues, along with the 20 T20 matches for the Sydney Thunder. So a very cultured player that's played at the top level and now trying to put Manly into a match-winning position here at 2 for 185. This wicket has just slowed things down, which it always does when you've got a new batsman coming to the crease. So just when it looked as if Manly were going to start to launch and really go after the bowling in these final 15 overs, there's just a bit of a pause in that plan as Chad Samet took a marvellous caught and bowled. Incredibly smart awareness and athleticism to get down with the ball ballooning off the bat fairly quickly. Again, compact in defence as he pushes that down to mid-on.
Well, we've seen a bit of extra bounce all day today in this pitch, Jack, and maybe that just little bit of extra bounce, just the ball hitting near the splice of Ollie Davies' bat, and it just ballooned up.
Do you think Fairfield-Liverpool have been a little bit too short in their lengths today?
No, I don't think so. I think they've actually, especially Samet's bowled a pretty good full attacking length.
Last ball of the over. Samet in again. Lenton unable to pierce the gap. So a wicket maiden amongst all of this. Certainly not what you'd think would be happening in the 36th over, but a very good over there for Samet. He's got 1 for 30 from 8 now. And they're just doing their best, the visitors, to peg Manly back. 2 for 185 with 14 overs remaining. Lenton has just joined Jack Edwards, who is 90 not out from 104 deliveries, looking to go on to 3 figures and boost Manly to a very healthy total here in this limited overs one-day cup quarterfinal.
What a story this could be for Jack Edwards. He was at the Sydney Cricket Ground last night celebrating the Sydney Sixers Big Bash title, and then a few hours later he's at Manly Oval on the verge of a century. He's there.
This ball clipped onto the onside, but even Edwards is unable to find the gap there. Luke Olnowski, who will certainly have quite a stern job ahead of him with the bat doing the fielding. In comes Nair. And Edwards just calmly tucks that onto the onside. Luke Olnowski doing the Shane Warne, wearing the big wide brim instead of the club cap.
Arjun Nair's played 4 first-class matches for New South Wales, taking 4 wickets at an average of 77. But his best bowling in list day 50-over cricket is 3 for 15. He's taken 20 wickets in list day cricket. So done a bit better for New South Wales in the domestic 50-over competition, and you would expect Jack Edwards and Arjun Nair to play a lot of cricket together in the future for New South Wales, especially in the white ball stuff. Just a break while they adjust the fielder for the left-handed Lenton, who's now on strike.
And Lenton will be off the mark. That's an exquisite shot down the ground. It'll be cut off just inside the boundary rope. Probably deserved more than 1 for that Jay Lenton, but it was a nice way for him to get off the mark.
Jack Edwards just apologising to Lenton. As you say, there was probably 2 in that one, but Edwards has been a bit slow off the mark running between the wickets today. His stroke play has been excellent, but a little bit foggy running between the wickets.
He's 91, Edwards, 9 away from another century in the first grade competition. As he faces up to Nair. Just wants to drop that one on the offside. He might want to be a little bit careful here. Seemed to kind of wander down the pitch there before being wisely sent back by Jay Lenton.
He's in 2020 mode, old Jack Edwards. Hit and run to the field.
And after this wicket, Fairfield-Liverpool just applying the screws a little bit. We've had 2 runs from the last 11 deliveries, including a wicket. So they're clamping things down. This one, would have been magnificently fielded there on the offside. And they'll get through for a single.
Is it Hatcher diving away to his right to try and... Was it a catch, Jack?
Yeah, well, off the bat I thought it was, but it didn't send you much fanfare, so I thought it might have...
Hatcher looks disappointed, so might have been hit, chance gone down there. Hatcher diving away to his right with a lofted cover drive off Edwards. He moves to 92. Tough chance, but one that he would probably fancy himself to take most of the time.
Means Edwards will be on strike once more. 2 for 188 a Manly-Warringah. They lost the toss this morning. They were, I guess, a little bit surprisingly sent in by the visitors. But they have certainly made hay while the sun's been shining. 2 for 188 with Edwards 92. Jay Lenton on 1. Will be Edwards to face up to Samet, who's got a little bit of a flow going here. 1 for 30 off 8 overs for the left armour. This ball is skied in the air. This should be taken. Srivastava's coming around and it is comfortably taken. And so Edwards will not get the century. Went to slap a ball across the line and skied it. And it was Liam Hatcher, who's already taken a wicket this afternoon, that ran around and took a pretty tricky looking catch to remove Edwards. So he departs for 92. He trudges off ever so slowly. He'll be bitterly disappointed with himself. He's gone for a very well made 92. And Manly have now lost 2 in quick succession. 3 for 188.
Yeah, you'll see on the replay, it looked like it could be a bit confusing there. There were 3 Fairfield players converging on the ball, and the umpire was in the mix. So it had all the makings of a mix-up and the ball sort of landing between them. But no, they took the catch, and that's the end of a fine innings from Jack Edwards. 92, opening the batting. He looks disappointed that he couldn't bring up the 3 figures, but he has set up Manly for a big total. And with the score 3 for 188, the platform has been laid for the lower order to continue to try and increase the run rate and get that score up around 300. Well played innings from
Very
Jack
good
Edwards.
innings. Very important innings for Manly. And yeah, would no doubt be disappointed. I don't think there's a batsman in the world that is happy when they get out in the 90s, but he's played a really important innings here for Manly, who have just got the wobbles a little bit, the home side, having been in command for most of the afternoon and most of the morning. I wouldn't say they're in trouble, but the run rate has certainly dipped, and a couple of important wickets, and Chad Salmon has been the man. He's got 2 for 30 now, the left armour. Bowls to Jay Lenton. Guides that down to third man for a single. So 2 new batters out in the middle. Ryan Farrell in at number 5, and Jay Lenton, the first drop batter. All of a sudden, 300's looking a world away, Manners.
Yeah. Slowed things down. It's huge wickets for Fairfield.
Yeah.
Liverpool getting Davies and Edwards straight after that drinks break, and drinks break can be a little bit of a curse for batters. It can just disrupt their rhythm a little bit. Also give the bowlers time to just rethink their plans.
Samet to Farrell. That's a beautiful ball. The natural angle across the right-hander. It just left Ryan Farrell there, who was pushing out and feeling for it. Certainly not the ball that you dream about getting first up when you're a batsman. Samet looking really good now. He bowled his first 5 for 23 since then. He's come in and taken 2 for 8 off his last 3.3 overs. Samet in, driven firmly by Farrell. Looking to rebuild here in Manly. I guess the advantage of losing a couple of those wickets is that it didn't happen in the 43rd or 44th over, where batters have to immediately start swinging from ball 1. There's a chance here for both Lenton and Farrell just to try and find their groove a little bit in these next 2 to 3 overs.
And then use that last 10 overs as just a really period just to slog the bowling.
Samet in. Beautiful ball once more, short of a length. Quite a fair bit of bounce as well.
We have seen consistently today that it's one of those wickets, it just takes you a little while to get your touch. That extra little bit of bounce, and the ball's coming onto the bat nicely, but you do need a little bit of time to get used to the pitch.
And easily left alone there by Farrell. So Samet has taken 2 for 1 off his last 2 overs. Really been some fantastic bowling to just peg Manly-Warringah back a little bit. There's 12 overs remaining in the innings, and the home side 3 for 189. The Jay Lenton on 2. Ryan Farrell yet to score. And the most recent breakthrough was that of Jack Edwards, 92. Caught Liam Hatcher off the bowling there of Chad Samet. A really remarkable innings. Played some beautiful shots all around the ground. Unfortunately couldn't go on to 3 figures, but Menas has put his side in a very healthy position with 12 overs remaining.
Yep, indeed. And Arjun there to continue. 6 overs, none for 22. He's kept things tight. And again, around the wicket to Lenton, and it's pushed back at the bowler.
The advantage of Manly here is Jay Lenton has been in great touch, and he is a batsman that can really get after the bowlers when he gets his eye in. So Fairfield-Liverpool would want to see the back of him. Works this one down the ground for 1. Liam Hatcher still has 3 overs left of his allotted overs. Samet still got 1 more. After this, Nair will have 3 more. So there's a few little options here for Jared Burke of where he wants to go. Param Upal has a few up his sleeve as well. He's bowled well today, Arjun Nair. Looking to thrust that through the offside. A play and a miss by Farrell.
I don't know if there's a few viewers watching this coverage feeling a little bit depressed that maybe the cricket season's winding down.
It's not winding down at all, Menas.
Well, that's it. The Indians have gone home. The big bash is over. But, I mean, we're about to get into the Marsh One Day Cup, then into the Sheffield Shield, and it's going to go right through to the end of April. There's coverage of all these 50-over Premier cricket games. So, I mean, for cricket fans out there, there's so much great action coming up.
There's an appeal here. I think they were appealing for caught behind. The bails were certainly dislodged by Shrivastava, but not out is the call. Well, I guess there's no off-season, is there, Menas? Because you think, particularly with this summer, cricket on our screens until the end of April in the Australian domestic scene, but then you've got the English summer, which starts around that May-June time and goes through till about September. So cricket fans are going to be delighted with what they have on their plate over the next few months. There's a big booming drive there by Farrell. Isn't able to connect.
Just 1 run off that Nair over. And when you look at the scoreboard and Manly 3 for 190, for Nair to bowl 7 overs and barely concede above 3 and over, that's just terrific bowling.
Yeah.
That's showing his class. That's why he's played 15 50-over games for New South Wales.
He's just been able to put the ball in the right areas as well. Obviously his flight and variation very important as a slow bowler, but he's just been short of a length. It's almost like he's had the ball on a string. Every ball has been in those similar positions. And all of a sudden, 280 is looking like it might be not out of reach, but a bit difficult here for Manly to go for. Samet starting his last over. And he comes up with another dot. Chad Samet's another one of those guys that's been around that New South Wales system. Hasn't played any first-class games, but a couple of years ago was quite highly regarded in the New South Wales system.
It's pretty hard in New South Wales with the sort of talent pool in the fast bowling group to get much of an opportunity.
Samet in, this ball down the leg side, that'll be a wide.
So this is Samet's last over of his 10 overs that are allotted to the bowlers in this competition, and he's taken 2 wickets, gone for 32 runs. So I think if I'm the Fairfield-Liverpool coach, I've probably got a green tick against Samet's name, green tick against Nair's name.
Hatcher maybe?
Hatcher as well. Not going to keep going because when we get to the crosses, it could get ugly.
That's right. In comes Samet charging in. That is an exquisite straight drive for 4. That is one of the shots of the day. That was beautifully played by Jay Lenton. And you can see there why he's a man in form.
That was hit like a rocket,
3 tons
wasn't
in a row.
Absolute rocket. Just flew off the bat. That smashed off the boundary at the Sydney Road end so quickly. Probably the hardest hit ball we've seen all day. It was just a half swing. So
we've got coverage of the quarterfinal for you today, wherever you're watching, whether it's in the New South Wales Premier Cricket Match Centre or on KO. This isn't the only one-day cup we're going to be covering. There's Lenton back and nudging onto the offside. We've got the semi-final coming up for you on the 14th of February, and then the final on the 21st of February. All these matches will be covered, and we'll be bringing you all the action. Looking forward to seeing some great limited overs cricket over the next couple of Sundays. One of these two sides is going to progress themselves through to the next stage.
Terrific that this competition is being covered and some of these games are being broadcast, especially with the talent on offer.
Samet in. This one square driven out to deep cover for a single.
Of course, with New South Wales set to start their 50-over campaign, a lot of the players will be using this competition as a tune-up to get in that 50-over form, perhaps force their way into the side. Now, I've heard whispers that Pete Neville's not going to be the keeper in the New South Wales 50-over side for the back half of the competition, so I wonder who they'll bring in as the young keeper. Wonder if a player like Jay Lenton might come into calculations.
Certainly hasn't done his chances any harm with some really good displays, particularly in the one-day competition. If he was to get some runs in these final 10 overs, we'll know about it. And he drives out onto the onside. So 7 runs from the over. That completes Chad Samet's 10 overs. Very good figures of 10 overs, 2 for 39. 10 overs remaining as well, with Manly-Warringah 3 for 198. I'm going to vacate the commentary region, and Dave McDonald is going to come through and join Andrew Menzel for the final 10.
Thanks, Jack. And you just see the bowling figures for Fairfield-Liverpool at the moment. Hatcher 7 overs, 1 for 23. Barabba 5 overs, none for 36. Burke 8 overs, none for 40. Chad Samet's now finished his 10 overs and bowled well, 2 for 39. Arjun Nair, pick of the bowler, 7 overs, none for 23. And Param-Uppal 3 overs, none for 24. Joining me in the commentary box is Dave McDonald. Dave, you've come in at the right time. 10 overs to go. It's launch time for Manly, I feel.
You would think so. Again, a great job by Fairfield-Liverpool to peg them back. A couple of vital wickets in that.
But I feel like this was a little bit of what we've seen in the Big Bash, that Manly were just kind of holding back, knowing that they were going to launch in the last 10 overs. He's nearing again, and Lenton's just playing back onto the onside. I feel like they're just sort of waiting, aren't they?
Well, that's right. Two relatively fresh batsmen.
I want to see my maths man, Merchant, get out there soon.
Well, funny, that's where I've just been. I've actually was yapping away with him downstairs.
You love the celebrities, don't you, Dave?
No, I was...
Yeah, no. I could tell when he came up here, you were a bit starstruck.
No, I'm all about his cricketing qualities. No, it's good fast, though, but a lovely fellow. He wouldn't go astray behind the microphone talking just like we are now. He did well, but no, he's been a great campaigner for Manly over many years.
Now into Farrell, who pushes into the offside. Yeah, you're right, he was very good on the mic, and obviously all that experience on the TV set set him in good stead. We could have just walked out and let him just tell his story and commentate. He was doing so well.
He would have been fine. He may not need to bat, you never know yet.
There and again, and it's driven handsomely straight down the ground by Farrell, but one bounce to the long on. Well timed.
Rinus, I just want to go back to the point you were making with Jack just prior to the end of the over.
Yeah, what was it?
The fact that Peter Neville may not be keeping for New South Wales in the one-day competition.
That's right. Yep, I want to continue that. So
I'll throw a nomination in on Nicholas Burtis.
Oh yeah, Nick Burtis, absolutely. He'd be in consideration.
Again, he didn't play a game for the Sydney Sixers, but was the reserve keeper for Josh Philippi.
Of course, Philippi plays for Western Australia, so he's not eligible at the moment, unless he were to stay here after the Big Bash. Can you do that mid-season? Just say, I'm not going home.
I don't think Western Australia would be too pleased.
Yeah, can you blame the border situation or something? Brings Farrell back on strike.
He's off to New Zealand anyway.
That's right. I think they leave this afternoon. They've got 2 weeks quarantine, and then their first game's on the 22nd, I think, of February. So that's the end of the over. It's 3 for 201 after 41 overs. 3 runs coming off that over. Yeah, it'd be a big contrast for some of those players that have just enjoyed the Big Bash in front of almost 30,000 people at the SCG, and then they'll be in a hotel room for a couple of weeks in NZ.
They have been through it. They do know what is coming, and that's a sacrifice you have to make to play for your national side in your chosen sport. I think I'd be happy to do that.
Oh, absolutely.
It's part and parcel of it. It's not easy, there's no question. But I suppose from one point of view is it is only in New Zealand. It's not halfway around the world.
I think they can train while they're in quarantine as well.
In that bubble together, but similar to the way that the Big Bash bubble worked. Now,
I'm just seeing a change in the bowling. Baraba's being brought back into the attack.
That's right.
And they're just adjusting the field. So Lenton's on strike. There's a point, sweeper on the offside, extra cover. I think there's going to be a deep long. There's a deep long on who was just adjusting the side. No, the deep long on's coming into regulation long on. And
it's changed.
They're both
again.
back. So you've got 2 men straight, long off and long on, regulation mid-wicket, sweeper on the onside, and a pretty square, fine leg. Baraba's bowling to Lenton, who just flicks it a wide ball. Score now 3 for 202. So if Neville doesn't play in the back half of the Marsh Cup, there was an article suggesting, and I think this was in the News Limited papers, they were suggesting that Pat Cummins will get his chance to captain New South Wales. because he's the vice captain of the Australian side, but he's never really had any captaincy experience.
That's a very interesting point.
Barabba in. Bowls a short ball and Lenton swung
Shot.
that one over mid-wicket and one bounce and over the picket fence for 4. A lovely shot from the tall, elegant left-hander.
What a wonderful shot, beautifully picked up. Again, he wasn't too short, but short enough for him to get under it. Again, he's a classy player to have come in at this stage of the innings. Beautifully whipped through mid-wicket. He's their man, Manly, no question.
He's 15 off 16 deliveries, almost a strike rate of 100. Barabba in again, and it's another short ball, and that's flicked away, and Fine Legs coming to take the catch, and it's just bounced in front of him and scooted away. And 2 runs for Lenton, and that was another half chance, you'd have to say, Dave.
Samet down there.
Just couldn't get his hands underneath that one, I think.
But in the end, he did very, very well to prevent the ball going through. He dropped both knees.
He did the right thing going for the catch, because you get Lenton out, and that could
It's
take
huge. It's
20
huge
or
for
30 off the end
Absolutely.
total. Easily. Barabba in again. It's a full slower ball, and Lenton waits for it and works it to the man in the deep. They think about 2. Farrell was keen, but that was good fielding on the boundary.
Simmons down here, or what was mid-wicket. That was a great piece of fielding. None for 44 if he's 5.3. Barabba. Again, we've been speculating the projected score. It has been fluctuating between the 250, 300 mark.
I thought when Davies and Edwards were there, they could challenge 300, but yeah, I think now around 270, 280 is what they'll be looking at.
I think that's a good total, 270.
Again, can he change the pace for Barabba? And Farrell just playing and missing.
Again, the wickets settle down, but it'd be interesting to see how Manly go with the new ball, whether there'll be any of that steepish bounce that we saw in the first 10 overs.
I think there will be.
Morning.
And Cameron Merchant, when he was in the commentary box, said that he thinks that it'll turn a little bit towards the end of the game. And I'm just still puzzled as to why Fairfield sent in Manly. I would think on this track with Burke, Nair and Uppal, you might want to defend as it slows up in the afternoon.
Well,
Too late now.
Well, my take on that is they must have thought, well, with it being a brand new wicket, the real chances of getting anything out of it was obviously going to be in the first 10 overs. Lovely square drive.
And that's the end of the over. The score now 3 for 210 after 42 overs. And let's go round the grounds on quarter-final day in the McDonald's Premier Cricket First Grade Limited Overs Cup. 4 matches going on today. We're, of course, at Manly Oval, but at Sydney Uni, St George won the toss, elected to bat. They're 9 for 179. A bit of a collapse. They were none for 107 when they lost their first wicket. And since then, they've crashed to 9 for 179. So Sydney Uni, the students in a good position there.
Got another of the Big Bash players re-entering the fray today was Chris Green for Northern Districts.
How's he going?
Well,
Well, I've already announced this on air, so
yes,
we'll announce it again. He's not the only golden duck. Hello, Trent Copeland, if you're listening today. So that's Northern District batting first at Drummoyne. They're 6 for 173. As you say, Chris Green out, first ball. Right, Burke's back into the attack. He's got 2 overs left. And Farrell drives the first one into the outfield for a single. You'd have to say Sydney Cricket Club are in a good position there. Northern Districts 6 for 173. And then the final one is at Randwick Petersham. They're batting first at Bankstown. They're 3 for 216. Sams is 36 not out, Air 9 not out. Jason Sanger made 29 of 41 deliveries. It's not Daniel Sams, is it? That's his brother.
No, that's correct. But, good opening partnership there for Randy Peets. Will Affleck, 80 off 118.
We covered 2 of the T20 games at Randwick Petersham at Coogee Oval earlier this summer, Dave. And I live at Coogee, so I was thrilled, it's just around the corner, so it's perfect. But it was the day that was 40 degrees. And we were covering 2 games, so Jack Clifton and I were outside for 40 degrees. Oh, that's thrown up. And Farrell's accepted the invitation and dispatched it onto the road down at the church end of the ground. 6 to Farrell, his first maximum of today. And that takes the score to 3 for 218.
It was just there in the slot for him, drove through the line. It's a beautiful shot.
So it was 40 degrees that day, Dave, and you know, by the end of it, everything was hot. Your water bottle was hot, everything was hot. But I felt sorry for the Randwick Petersham players because they had to play a double header in 40 degree heat. And in the first game, they were eliminated from the comp. So the second game, they were playing in 40 degree heat.
For basically making up the numbers.
So I hope they have a good day today.
I could think of worse places to be on a hot day than Coogee Oval.
I mean,
I am from the western suburbs.
it didn't. Yeah, look, there was no cooling breeze that day, and it was almost cruel because he couldn't go and jump in the water. Now here's Burke. What will he do? Can he hit back? It's a quicker ball, and Farrell's opened the shoulders. He's hit it straight, and the man's run around from long off. He kept it to 1. Good fielding there. So far, 9 off this over. Have Manly just put the foot on the accelerator, Dave?
Well, it is time. They have 7 wickets remaining and another 2 balls, and then there'll be 7 overs remaining. It is time. Said could make the difference between 260 and 280, perhaps.
Lenton waits for Burke, throws a full ball, full toss, and it's a no ball.
No ball as well. That's costly.
What's that a no ball for?
It's got to be for the full toss.
So we've got a free hit, everybody. A free hit. We'll just see the replay. Didn't look especially high. Well, I think he's a bit stiff there, the bowler. That was below waist height.
Well, the only other way could have been a no ball is if the keeper's gloves were in front of the stumps, because that was certainly did not look over waist height.
It's a free hit. It's hit up high in the air. Long on's going back. It's over his head, and 6 more for Farrell. His second 6 of the over. And a free hit dispatched again over long on at the church end.
Oh, that's going to hurt Fairfield. No question. There was one free hit earlier in the day that they were managed to not score off. But this one, full punishment.
Within the slot, Farrell accepted the invitation. And look, I've got a tip for you. If you park near Manly Oval, come and move your wheels, because the white ball's disappearing to all parts of the ground. Full ball driven to cover. No run. That's 15 off Burke's 9th over. That's ruined his figures. They've now blown out to none for 57. And the score now 3 for 227.
And these 2 batsmen going nicely. Lenson 20 off 20. Farrell 17 off 21. And said that over could just propel them from here.
Here's a replay of that 6 again. And Farrell just hitting nicely through the line. Hands heading in the direction of where he wants the ball to go. Classic batting technique. Just going back to my other point, Dave, before we got interrupted by the cricket, I think Paddy Cummins would do great as New South Wales skipper in the limited overs comp, and I think he needs to be given an opportunity to lead a team. I'm not sure if he can captain a test match, but at least give him a crack.
Listen, again, it's really demanding for a fast bowler to be a captain. We'll come back to that in a moment.
Barber in a short ball, it's a slower ball, and Lenton had to wait for what seemed like an eternity. And he'll get a single. Samet does the fielding. Yeah, I know it's really hard for a fast bowler to be a captain, but he's talked about as captain. He's said in interviews he doesn't know if he can do it, so give him a chance.
I think you have to at least give him that opportunity. I'm just trying to think back to previous fast bowlers that have been captain. Obviously,
Jeff Henry Lawson.
Oh, he's just the man. But he
didn't do it at test level, and
No.
I think there is something to it being more demanding at that highest level. Here's Baraba in again. Farrell waits, and he's loading up, Farrell. You can tell there like a baseballer. He's got the bat ready. But that one was just a single down to short fine leg.
You're saying there's only one way to find out whether he'll be able to meet the demands of captaincy while bowling, and that's, as you said, put him in there and give him a go. Do you think? I think there might be some pressure coming from above for that to happen. It's really hard to throw someone the captaincy that's never done it before. It's quite a demanding role on and off the field.
Yeah, and it's really tough on, say, the New South Wales skipper Peter Neville. Baraba in, and Lenton's just driving that down the ground for... They've turned for two. Good running there from Farrell. He came back to the danger end. Two more to the score. 3 for 231.
Always two there. Very well run by Farrell. At 250. He's looking really good.
Baraba in. Full ball, and Lenton just played it to deep cover for a single. So I think we'll see a lot of stars around the domestic comp over the next couple of months. This
Okay.
competition level above.
Can only be good for the game and the competitions.
What a treat for the viewers tuning into this game today. So Jack Edwards make a very polished 92.
He was most unimpressed with himself when he was walking off. Certainly did feel there was 100 there for the taking today.
I'm sure someone will just show him his Big Bash winners medal, and that'll cheer him up. Baraba in again, and that's out. Farrell's tried to swing across that one. Baraba's nice little change of pace got through him, and that's Farrell gone. 18 off 23 deliveries. Nice little cameo, and it comes to an end. Is that Cameron Merchant running out there?
I believe so.
No, it's Gainsford, Sam Gainsford.
Well, we don't have the numbers for
And
Manly, but you're right. It is young Sam Gainsford.
Yep, the Manly club enjoying not giving us the numbers just for a bit of their own amusement. See what we can do wrong.
We did say we'd probably be able to work out the batsman. But Sam Gainsford coming off a century yesterday.
Yep, terrific form. Merchant identified him as someone who could go big towards the back end of this innings.
Certainly a lot bigger from when I played him as a 14-year-old.
You played him as a 14-year-old?
Player. He was an up-and-coming player, and he's really gone on. He's got some size about him now too. But I have a feeling, as you said, he's been sent in on a mission here.
All right, so one ball left in the 44th over. Baraba, a much-needed wicket. Figures of 6.5 overs, 1 for 50. What can he do? It's just nudged into the offside, and Gainsford is off like a flash. We just see Jay Lenton running for a change of gloves. Hot, humid conditions here down at Manly. Slight breeze.
28 degrees as we speak here. Slight breeze from the southeast. Almost perfect conditions for cricket. Which is great because obviously a few days ago the predictions weren't looking as good. The weather gods have shined on us today for this quarter-final.
Yeah, they saved the weather gods saved the Big Bash final last night, and
It certainly did.
we're going to get a full game in today, I think, at Manly Oval. Right, so there's a change in the bowling now. Liam Hatcher's been brought back into the attack. That's right, if you're just tuning in, Liam Hatcher played all summer for the Melbourne Stars, taking 13 wickets in the Big Bash. Put in some great performances for the Stars and bowled the death overs at some stages. So he's well equipped for these death overs here. He's just adjusting his field.
Now he's got 3 up his sleeve, 7 overs, 1 for 23. Impressive figures.
Very impressive. He and Nair have been the pick of the bowlers. Hatcher. It's a wide ball.
Commentator's curse yet again.
His economy rate in the Big Bash was almost 9. So he took a bit of tap at times.
It's funny, what do you call tap these days in Big Bash? 9 and over's probably not too bad.
No, it's not too bad. But I think sort of 8, 7, 8. Stephen O'Keefe went for about 7 runs the whole tournament. It was incredible. That's a good ball right in the block. Holland Gainsford is off. Like a little whippet between the wickets. Just off. Brings Lenton back on strike.
We may have the opportunity to speak to him later this afternoon.
Who?
Possibly.
Who's that? Stephen O'Keefe?
Correct.
Yeah. I don't know.
I probably wouldn't be rushing out of bed if I won a competition.
Look, I think he's probably continuing the Big Bash celebrations as we speak.
Changing the field.
I was at the Big Bash final last night. It was a terrific atmosphere. It was so fantastic to be Hatcher bowling around the wicket to Lenton. Easy single there. Yep, so I was at the SCG. There was almost 27,000 people there. It was a fantastic atmosphere. Great to be in a stadium with so many other fans. And, you know, last year I was at the Big Bash final when the Sixers won against the Stars. Because of the rain, a lot of people had gone home.
Yes.
The atmosphere was very subdued. But last night there was a real sort of crescendo when the Sixers locked up the tournament at the end, and Andrew Tye got a few sort of booing, but it was all in good fun. It was all within the spirit of the game. Here's Hatcher over the wicket. Just a nice change of pace, completely fooled Gainsford. And it was just a wonderful vibe at the ground. And, you know, to all the crew at New South Wales Cricket who've been battling away to get the Sixers and Thunder through the tournament, unable to play any real home games.
That's correct.
It was just such a great celebration of, well, not just the Sixers, but I think all of New South Wales Cricket and the competition, you know, finished in an appropriate manner in front of very happy fans.
A fitting finale.
Hatcher in again. Right. Oh, it's down the leg side.
Again.
Second wide of the over.
Sundries. There have been a few. Which we'll identify. 29 sundries so far today. 2 no balls. 15 wides, 12 byes.
A few extras in that.
Yes, it's a handy little additional total.
Hatcher in again. Gainsford. Square drove it, that good delivery, but can't beat backward point. Jared Burke there, the veteran.
400 gamer.
Well, I'm not surprised. I said earlier in the coverage, I heard Dan Christian talking during the week about when he played in the winning Australian under-19 side, and he mentioned Jared Burke as one of his teammates. It's almost 20 years ago.
Wow.
I know, Dave, we're getting old. Gainsford waits for Hatcher. It's short of a length and back cut, and they get a very quick single. There's a shy at the stumps, but made it safely. The score now 4 for 238. Just one ball left in Hatcher's eighth over.
Maybe some changes in the field here. Yeah, we're going to have a backward point on the fence. Mid on, mid off on the fence. Deep cover, deep mid wicket of the 5 men outside.
Hatcher round the wicket to Lenton. Last ball of his 8th over, and it's maybe a full toss, but nothing given, no signal. Lenton did look at the umpire at square leg, but that's the end of 45 overs.
I think he was more disappointed that he missed out then. It's a good opportunity to work that.
So DM.
Behind point.
Third, what's it, DM, Macca? I'm going to circle through the nicknames today, but we'll go with DM to start.
I'm happy with that. I've got many.
30 deliveries left. What do you think Manly-Warringah can get from here? And they're not called the Rats, are they? That's just the rugby team.
Man, that's and it's you would get in a lot of trouble saying that around here, because Manly-Warringah are the Waratahs in cricket. I think you're referring to the incredible local rugby union rivalry.
Yes.
Between the Warringah Rats and the Manly Marlins.
There we go. Now, I knew I was wrong.
Close.
So 30.
You're from Randwick.
That's right.
Territory.
Exactly.
But, again, 30 balls to go. I would say, I think they'll be looking at 270 here. Still 6 wickets in the tank.
Rubber in and nudged away for a single. Smart play by Gainsford to get Lenton on strike. Lenton's 25 off 25.
And he's hitting them very well too.
Yeah, he's played 20 games in the Big Bash, Lenton. High score of 27 not out. Strike rate of 136. So I think with 29 deliveries left, they'd be looking around 40 runs, which get him around
at
280.
Least. It's got to be at least 270 from here.
Lenton waits. Rubber. Good delivery, and he just played it to short third man, and Jared Burke does the fielding. No, just one run.
I think one thing Fairfield-Liverpool will be pleased about is that, again, even though that they have, they'll be chasing around the 270 mark at the wicket. Certainly looks like it has settled down nicely. Should be good for batting this afternoon.
That's right, and they've got some class players. Short ball, and it's pulled for a single by Gainsford. Yeah, I think Fairfield have stopped it getting really ugly, because 1 for 140, Davis and Edwards together. You're thinking this could go pear-shaped and we could be chasing 300 plus. Well, they've managed to avoid that, so they're in the contest, but I still feel they're up against it.
Runs on the board, always. It's hard to chase down.
Short ball, slower short ball, and Lenton just tennis smashed it into the onside, and the comeback for 2. Good running.
Actually did well to play it the way he did there. To keep it down. Was above the head. Or above the shoulders, should I say.
Joe Lenton with 3 centuries in the first grade competition. Rubber.
That's six.
And that's smashed for 6. Over wide, long on by Lenton. He just sat back and absolutely creamed that one. And that brings up the 250.
Went like a tracer bullet. Low and flat.
Goes 4 for 249.
A little bit of danger here because if, again, this could blow out if Lenton gets a few through the field here.
Rubber in again, full ball, and that's a better delivery. Just hard to get under that one. That's the end of the over. 11 runs coming off that over.
8 overs, 1 for 62. Baraba's figures. Expect it would be Hatcher again from the church end.
I think so. I think he's just going to bowl out his overs there.
I was more looking for the confirmation of the name of the end. I think we were debating.
Jack Clifton was not too impressed with that idea.
No, okay. Might get some feedback from some of the Manly club about whether there is an official name for that end.
Now, Joe Lenton had scored 3 centuries in succession for Manly. It's the second time he's done it in his career. So it seems like when Lenton gets hot, he stays in form. He's Hatcher to Gainsford. It's dug out, and they're going to get 2 here, I think, because it's been played into the gap.
Good running from Lenton then. There's always going to be 2.
Gainsford's back on strike. Just 4 overs left. 23 deliveries. Lenton's 34 off 29. It's just starting to open up. Big 6 in the last over. Hatcher, though, is a tough prospect, and that's short of a length. Dug into the pitch. They just get 1.
Certainly seen a lot of those slower bounces in the last few overs.
Well, that's something we've really seen come to the fore since the advent of T20 cricket. Bowlers have upskilled being able to bowl those slow bounces, and it's amazing how hard they are to actually hit. But if it's bowled effectively, the batter doesn't have many options.
We saw in that last over from Baraba, again, Lenton playing one of those slower bounces brilliantly because, again, it's just so hard to keep control of. You only need to mistime it slightly.
You've got to wait, wait and wait. Well, here's Lenton. Can he dispatch Hatcher? Here we go. That's a good ball, and that's square driven beautifully, and that's going to crash into the pickets. Well, that's the classic square drive. Just opened the face. 4 more.
It's another one of the shots of the day so far. Beautifully timed square drive. And Lenton.
6-4 for Lenton. He's smoking him.
38 from 30 now. This is a really handy innings for Manly-Warringah. So that 270 is looking really good. We predicted.
Hatcher around the wicket. And that's a short ball, swung away towards the tennis courts, and 6 runs. Hit the fence on the full, and Lenton now to 44. And Liam Hatcher has been hit for 4 and then 6.
And it's just hit the fence on the full.
It's 4 for 262 now, Manly. This is getting out of hand for Fairfield-Liverpool. What can Hatcher do? Bowling to death overs for the Melbourne Stars. He's back to Manly Oval, and Lenton's just chopped down on that one. That's a good comeback delivery.
It's an excellent delivery, in fact. Could not do anything but just squirt it. That man in the gully.
Lovely 6 from Lenton. He just sat back on that short of a length delivery and smacked it over backward square.
Another telltale sign that this wicket is settling down nicely.
Hardening up a bit, baking in the sun. Here's Gainford. Bat in the air. Full ball. Pushed for 1. The end of Hatcher's second last over. 15 coming from it. Bit of tap for the star. 3 overs left. 18 balls and, well, Dave, DM, Macca, 300's not out of the realms of possibility now. Lenton keeps going.
That's right. A couple of expensive overs in a row for the Lions.
Ooh.
And we're change of tactics.
That's right.
Now this is
that
very interesting.
Can't see the number. Is that Uppal or Nair? Just want you to. I think it's Nair.
I think it's Nair. Because I
Just
can't
turn
see
around so we can see.
floppy. I can't see a floppy hat nearby.
Yeah, it is Nair.
Number 7. It's definitely Arjun Nair. So interesting tactic with 3 to go.
Well, he's been one of their better bowlers today. None for 26 off 8 overs. They found it difficult for him to get away off him. He's got lovely variation there. In again. That's straight off the edge of Gainsford's bat and through the vacant slip region and run away for 2 towards the church end of the ground.
Definitely an edge. That's a wonderful delivery from Nair. Taken Gainsford's edge and beaten everybody.
Nair in again, and Gainsford swung across that one. It's gone high, and oh no, he's caught it. The man coming in from deep square leg, I think, has got it, but the 2 players ran into each other. That's just an extraordinary catch. How they held on to it, we'll see. That was almost like a rugby tackle. He swung across the line. The ball's gone high. The sweepers come in. The man from short fine legs come in.
He's actually tackled him.
He's tackled him and he's still held on to the ball, the fielder. Terrific catch. Gainsford's gone.
That could have been disaster, though.
And Hurd's the new batter. I just hope both those players are okay. There's been no injury. Handy little...
Sorry, you were about to say a handy little cameo? Because if you were, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Macca, great minds think alike.
That's right. But crucial wicket.
So the change works from Jared Burke. He's brought on the Nair, slow things up, and he's got the wicket.
Lenton's still there, though.
I think the challenge facing Nair is he does get the ball to go both ways. He gets the ball to conventionally turn into the batter, but then he can flick it with the fingers and get it to... He doesn't get it to turn away like a leggy, but he does get it to bite and go straight.
Yeah, he's very crafty. And again, at times can be quite quick for an offie.
So Gainsford's gone. Incredible catch by the man coming in from the tennis courts there. How he held on to that, I'll never know. Teammate can buy him a cold beverage later, I think. Lenton's on strike. Nair in. Short ball cut to short point, no run. Get confirmation of who held on to that catch for you.
I think that was Sharma.
Yes, it was. Caught Sharma. Terrific effort. Nair to Lenton. That is a medium pacer. And just punched into the offside and easy single.
Did you get who the attempted tackler was?
Surprisingly, they don't put that on the scorecards.
I just had horrible vision of the Steve Waugh, Jason Gillespie collision in Sri Lanka all those years ago. It just appeared like nobody actually called for it.
Yeah, I always think the safest rule is, and we actually saw it last night with Mitch Marsh in the Big Bash final.
Yes.
He was running back and a player was running in, but Marsh called it. But I think you're always better off as the player coming in calling it, because you get a better view of it. He's there, first ball to Hurd, and played backward point for a single, so our maths man Merchant's been dropped down the order. Merchant mustn't be a dasher, because they just keep knocking him down the order. Score 5 for 267. Last ball of the 48th over. Yeah, I think that the player coming in always wants to take control and call the ball. So much harder running back and taking the ball over your shoulder. Nairn, just nudged by Hurd, and they take a single.
Good scramble from there.
Hurd's going to be a vital cog in the bowling attack this afternoon. The Manly spinner, taking a stack of wickets in this competition. So the end of 48 overs, Manly Oval. Score 5 for 268 in the McDonald's Premier Cricket 50 over competition. And 12 deliveries left.
That's correct. Lenton 46 from 34. Hurd 1 off 2. Bit of anticipation. And these last 2 overs. 268. I think our predictions have hovered around the 260 to 270 mark this morning. How far over that can the Waratahs go?
Hatcher in. That's a wide delivery.
Just a little bit off target last couple of overs.
Hatcher's bowled a few wides, just feeling the pressure, I think. And I did wonder, actually, what the adjustment would be like for someone like Hatcher that's come from bowling 4 over spells for the last 2 months, now thrust into a 50-over game, needing to bowl 10 overs. Hatcher into Hurd, who's bowled him! Hurd swung across that one, and Hatcher's picked up his second wicket of the day. It's clattered into the stumps. And Manly have lost their 6th wicket. The score 6 for 269.
This could be your moment. No, it's not.
Nice full ball. That was a Yorker on off stump and got under Hurd's bat.
Joel Foster is the new batsman for Manly-Warringah.
Maybe Merchant's retired to commentary already. He
Well,
did such a good job up here. He just thought, I'm going to give the playing away and commentate.
He would have loved to have stayed for a little bit longer, there's no question.
Hurd's
Adding-
out.
Sorry, another string to his bow. But no, you're,
Oh, no, you're right. He's out.
Yeah,
Well,
that is him.
There we go.
well, they've changed it. We've been stitched up again.
So Cameron Merchant out to the crease. He'll join Jay Lenton, who's just 4 away from a half century. Can he get there? 46 of 34 delivery. Deserves a half century. Cameron Merchant.
The idea here will be obviously just to turn the strike over. Get the skipper on.
Merchant, when he was up in the commentary box, talked about how the strong spirit within this Manly-Warringah side, and how they really tried to build a sort of a squad mentality, even when they lost their big players to the Big Bash squads. They really wanted to thrive without them, and they certainly have. They're in the quarterfinals of this competition, and they're number 3 in the first grade 2-day competition, so they're ticking all the boxes so far, Manly. Can they make it through to the semi-finals? Merchant waits for Hatcher and just plays it into the onside. He's off the mark straight away. Kind of prefer the church end.
Yeah, we're going to go back to that and finalise this once and for all. Yes, the northern end is either the Raglan Street end or the rugby club end. Of course, that building being the former rugby club.
Lenton waits for Hatcher. Drives past Hatcher, who almost stopped it. I'll get one. Merchants got down the other end there now. Lenton on to 47. It's 6 for 271 now. There's 9 deliveries left in this Manly innings. It's been a fine performance set up by a wonderful opening partnership between Jack Edwards and Ben Bryant. They put on 140 and laid the platform. And since then, Lenton's been able to continue the good work, and he's 47 of 35 deliveries. Here's Merchant. Hatcher coming in from the Raglan Street end. And it's just nudged the short third man, and they get a single straight away.
Now Lenton with an opportunity, just 3 away from his 50. 35 balls. It's been a great finishing innings from the skipper.
Yeah, well paced. He was about 20 off 20 balls. Just played himself in nicely and then accelerated the back end of this innings. All right, Hatcher. Reminds me of a young Craig McDermott. It's not just the red hair, it's the action as well, everybody. Hatcher around the wicket, and that's just a full ball, and he opened the face and played it into the gap on the offside for a single.
I'm going to back you there, Menners. When you watch his run-up, there's certainly a lot of Craig McDermott, about 2/3 of his run-up. What a wonderful bowler he was.
Had the great pleasure of interviewing Ben McDermott last year and asked him about his dad's career, and I don't know if he was foxing, but he didn't seem to know a lot, so I had to inform him of some of the moments. Here's Hatcher around the wicket, and Merchant just plays it into the offside. Yeah, I told Benny McDermott about the time when Craig McDermott was out against the West Indies at Adelaide in 92-93, and we lost the test by 1 run. And he didn't know that story. And then I'm thinking, well, if you're Craig McDermott, it's not something you lead with at the Christmas table.
No.
Remember that time I almost won a test series against the West Indies?
Now, was that the famous innings with Merv Hughes?
No, it was with Tim May.
Tim May.
And the ball clipped McDermott's helmet, and he was given out, and the West Indies won that match by 1 run, and then went on to win the series. All right, so it's the last over of the Manly innings. The score is 6 for 274. 6 deliveries left. Cameron Merchant is on strike.
Okay.
It's his first sight of Arjun Nair's bowling today. That's a good one. All right, Merchant waits for Nair. 6 balls left. Back and cutting to the man, and Lenton's going to get there. He's on 48 now. 5 balls left. Fortunately, there's no one really playing on the tennis court, so they'll be safe there. But I think that the lawn bowl green's empty. So, look, I think if you're around Manly Oval, there could be balls disappearing. Here he is, Nair into Lenton, down the track, and that's 6. That's straight over the top onto Sydney Road, and it's hit a car. Oh, I think it's hit a car. And what a way to bring up your 50. Lenton's 54. Kookaburra's disappearing into the traffic, and it's come back. And I wonder if there'll be an insurance claim tomorrow morning. Lenton, 54, in fine form.
That was a beautiful shot.
Nair in again. That's a short ball. That was almost hit Nair's own toe. And all Lenton could do was flat bat it down the ground for a single.
I think he wanted to make sure that he couldn't drive that ball, and he did that and did it well.
Certainly did. Almost broke his own toe.
3 to go.
He's Merchant with a very strange little dip there before the bowler comes in. Made for TV, Merchant, that's for sure. Naring again. Back cutting.
Good
Gets
shot.
one. Just 2 deliveries left in this innings.
Manly-Warringah got to be very, very pleased with this performance. Sent in on a fresh wicket.
Naring. Lenton swings that one high towards mid-wicket. The fielder's getting under it, and he's taken the catch. And unfortunately, Lenton is caught in the outfield by Hatcher. He's made a well-played 55 of 39 deliveries. Lenton gone. 1 ball left in the innings. Nares picked up his 2nd wicket.
Good catch from Hatcher.
Didn't quite get it, just off the top edge of the bat. And
fine innings and just what the home side required.
on you, Jay. And Cameron Merchant will be facing the last ball of the innings.
Got a feel for Tom Kay.
He gets a red inker. This is a guaranteed red inker.
Well, that's right, but no runs to go with it.
Merchant on strike. And he swung across that one. I don't think he's got any bat on it. We'll just wait for the umpire's call. It's a leg bye to finish Manly's 50 overs. They finish 7 for 284. Fairfield-Liverpool will need 285 to win. Macca, you'd have to say a really good performance by Manly.
Well, again, not to lose a wicket. Again, through that opening spell. Again, it was a fiery opening spell too from Hatcher. Again, they've done very, very well to, again, not only lose wickets, but keep the run rate at a constant level above 5 and over.
So Manly, 7 for 284. The star, Jack Edwards, coming back from the Sydney Sixers after they lifted the title last night. Probably hasn't had a lot of sleep, old Jack Edwards, but cruised to 92 off 110 deliveries. He and Bryant put on 140. Bryant made 48 off 74 deliveries. Then we saw the young Sydney Thunder star, Ollie Davies, smash 23 off 35 deliveries. Farrell made 18 off 23 deliveries. Gainsford, 11 off 12 deliveries. Hurd, 1 off 3 deliveries. And then the last man out was Jay Lenton, a dashing 55 off 39 deliveries. And Cameron Merchant remained 5 not out of 5 deliveries. So excellent batting performance. Macca, do you want to go through the bowling figures?
Yes, Liam Hatcher, 10 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 50. Josh Barbara, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 62. Jared Burke, 9 overs, no maidens, none for 57. Samet, 10 overs, good figures to finish with, 1 maiden, 2 for 39. Arjun Nair, 10 overs, no maidens, 2 for 39. Good finish there from Nair. And the former skipper, Paramupal, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 24.
We're going to take a quick break in our coverage from Manly Oval. We'll be back in 40 minutes to resume when Fairfield-Liverpool will need 285 to see themselves advanced to the semi-final of the 50-over competition in the New South Wales Premier Cricket. So thank you for joining us, and we'll be back in 40 minutes for the second session. The limited overs and Shield 100 for the Blues.
It's Josh Barbara in, and that ball really celebrates all of the Manly players that have represented their state. And just pulling, chasing is anything over 250. In comes Hatcher. That's a beautiful ball. That had some up to Hatcher, who's in a devilish mood. This ball hits him on the pad. Big appeal. And the umpire.
Good temperature.
Rubber in once more. This is a nice shot. First one probably really out of the middle there for Ben Bryant.
But hasn't been able to capitalise on them.
Oh, he clips this beautifully away. That'll be the first boundary. It's a really stylish shot from Jack Edwards. Picked the length up easily. And
DG a couple of years ago in the Shield.
Hatcher continues, and this one, that's going to be 4 as well. That went like a traceable.
just work their way into this match and set up a platform.
And that will be a wide.
He's a sub fielder.
This ball hammered. It could be caught. It's been dropped at first slip. It's ballooned off
For Barabba.
It's driving in the air, uppishly played, and you'll pick up 4 more. That one was a little bit more convincing, but it wasn't too far away from Josh Barabba. New South Wales and Australian players to be coming back. Oh, it's a bouncer. That's going to be 4 as well. Shrivastava couldn't get...
Leg and one to third man. Edwards moves down the track and he's lofting that one over point. It's bouncing away and into the fence for 4.
Yeah, he got hold of that one. 37 years of age. Jack Edwards, 20. This ball clipped in the air, not too far away there from
Bashir.
Barabba pitches up, and this one is thumped down the ground for 4. That was just brute strength. Forget about timing. Jack Edwards just planned.
From before the big bash right now.
25 not out. And he clips this as be 4 more. Just a little tickle, a little glance down the leg side.
He's starting to play some nice shots.
He hasn't yet. I still feel like he's not timing the ball 100% at the moment.
And that's a short ball from Burke, and Bryant step back. Burke in again, and it's a quicker ball. And Edwards plays into the offside. Oh, quick single, and that could have been run out. Salmon in to Edwards. Pushed nicely to mid-off. They set up for a single. Oh, throw at the stumps, and the ball kicked up. Salmon. Bryant slashes at that one, and third man's running around, and he won't get there, and it clatters into the boundary for 4. The score now, and a deep long off there. The 3 men back for Edwards. That's a good ball from Burke. Quicker one, pushed him back, and
Trouble.
again, Edwards is just lumped. Salmon in again, defended by Bryant. The men out, Ben Davis for 9, and Carlin for 20.
Find the gaps in the outfield. As we see Edwards slap a ball out through mid-wicket. That races to the fence for 4. He picked up the length very easily.
And that'll be his 50 as well.
Wonderful half-century to Jack Edwards. It's a really good innings, having struggled a little bit early. Played a few little risky shots, but he's settled in. Last week scored the 90% of his 156 not out that he finished with in Manly's performance as Edwards goes downtown all the way for 6 onto the road.
And a car is in danger there.
Still around that 5 runs per over, so certainly no need for Bryant to change anything here as a ball whizzes past.
2s at the moment.
And Bryant goes downtown. He doesn't get all of this, and it's been dropped and gone for 6. Josh Barabba down there. He got underneath it well. He had
Put it into the wicket.
Hatcher pitches up, hits him on the pad. He wants it, and he gets it. So finally the wicket comes for Fairfield-Liverpool. And will be Arjun Nair coming in here, and that ball is absolutely laced along the ground by Davies. What a shot that was. A few seasons as well. Sammett's into him, and he's cutting this one away. Gets it fine, and he gets 4. Recipients from last summer. And he's gone big. He's gone real big as Ollie Davies. That's disappearing. Almost goes out of the...
Ollie Davies.
It's drive, square. It's well timed. It's racing towards the boundary, and it's gone for 4. Well, here of Manly. It's going to get exciting soon. Sammett to Davies. And it's been brilliantly caught in his follow-through. That is a marvellous caught and bowled. We've been talking about the flow going here. 1 for 30 off 8 overs for the left armour. This ball is skied in the air. This should be taken. Shrivastava's coming around and it is comfortably taken. And so Edwards will not get the century. Went to slap a ball across.
Batters can just disrupt their rhythm a little bit. Also give the bowlers time to just rethink their plans.
Sammett to Farrell. That's a beautiful ball. The natural angle. In comes Sammett charging in. That is an exquisite straight drive for 4. That is one of the shots of the day. That was beautifully.
And I were we're outside for 40 degrees. Oh, that's thrown up, and Farrell's accepted the invitation and dispatched it on. It's a free hit. It's hit up high in the air. Long on's going back. It's over his head, and 6 more for Farrell. His second 6 of the over. And
For the taking today.
I'm sure someone will just show him his Big Bash winner's medal, and that'll cheer him up. Rubber in again, and that's out.
Hold him.
Farrell's tried to swing across that one. Rubber.
That's 6.
And that's smashed for 6. Over wide, long on by Lenton. He just catcher. Here we go. That's a good ball, and that's square driven beautifully, and that's going to crash into the pickets. Well, that's
We predicted.
Hatcher around the wicket. And that's a short ball, swung away towards the tennis courts, and 6 runs. Nearing again, and Gainsford swung across that one. It's gone high, and oh no, he's caught it. The man coming in from the man? Hatcher into her, who's bowled him. So, look, I think if you're around Manly Oval, there could be balls disappearing. Here he is, Nair into Lenton, down the track, and that's 6. That's straight over the top, onto Sydney Road, and it's hit a car. Oh, I think it's hit a car. And what a way to bring up your 50.
Sent in on a fresh wicket.
Nair in, Lenton swings that one high towards mid-wicket. The fielder's getting under it, and he's taken the catch. And unfortunately, Lenton is caught in the outfield by And welcome back to Manly Oval for the second half of this contest. Manly hosting Fairfield-Liverpool. Fairfield-Liverpool set 285 to win this match and advance to the semi-finals of the 50-over Premier Cricket competition. I'm Andrew Mansell. Joining me in the commentary box is Jack Clifton. Jack, we saw a really good batting performance by Manly. They've set an imposing total, but conditions are pretty good for chasing, so Fairfield have a lot of work ahead of them, but it looks like a good batting pitch.
Good afternoon, Menace. Good afternoon to all the viewers and listeners, wherever you're watching, whether it's on the Premier Cricket Match Centre or on KO. Really do hope you enjoy the cricket this afternoon. And yeah, you're spot on, Menace. It's going to be a very intriguing run chase. Manly getting to 284 for 6 off their 50 overs, and I think it's going to take something pretty special here from Fairfield-Liverpool to pull this one out of the fire. They've got some real goers at the top of the order here in Naqvi and Simmons that can get after the bowling, but much like Jack Edwards crafted out that 92, someone needs to go big for Fairfield-Liverpool if they want to keep their campaign alive.
Right, here's Hadley's first ball to Naqvi. In, and it's a wide down the leg side. And Fairfield-Liverpool are off the mark. A wide gets them going. 284 more runs needed from here. And if you're just tuning in, this is the quarterfinals of the limited overs competition in the Sydney first grade competition. The 50 over competition, the quarterfinals, and the winners today go through to the semi-finals being played next Sunday. So not a big turnaround. Here's Hadley into Naqvi. It's a short ball and he's slashed at that one. Third man does the fielding. Keeps it to 1.
I think that's what you're going to see from Fairfield-Liverpool this afternoon. Both Naqvi and Simmons like to get after the bowling. I don't think they're going to nudge the ball around the park and try and hit the bad balls of 4. I think they're going to try and take the attack to Manly, which is, I think, what you've got to do. Obviously, you don't want to find yourselves at 3 for 20 after 6 or 7 overs. But
sorry, that was Simmons, wasn't it, on strike? And now Naqvi's batting. I just got them mixed up. The scoreboard had them the other way.
Yeah, you don't want to find yourself chasing 7.5 and over, 10 overs into the game.
Not at all. So here's Naqvi. Hadley in and spoons up on the onside. A little bit edgy there. Might have been a little bit of an inside edge.
So you're seeing Ryan Hadley with ball in hand. He's another one that's been in that New South Wales system. Again, highly regarded. Very quick bowler. Might not be able to see it from the pitches that are being shown, but has a lot of pace behind him. Struggled initially in this one-day cup competition. 1 for 65 against Gordon off just 9 overs, and then he had none for 45 off 7. But his last 2 games he's really been able to put it all together. 4 for 29 and 3 for 39. So 8 wickets for this campaign for him.
Hadley in. Defended in to the offside. No run.
He's got the big sweatband on the left arm, a la Curtly Ambrose, and he's steaming in after starting a little bit sluggishly with that wide. He's starting to hit the spots now. He's not going to make it easy for these Fairfield-Liverpool batters out in the middle.
The only difference between is the sweatband's not in his right arm, so
Not good enough.
Naqvi wouldn't do a Dean Jones and ask him to take it off. Well, he could, but don't think it'd be too popular. This is a scintillating clash, 3rd and 4th in the first grade competition, so 2 informed sides. Hadley in and played away behind point for a single. Yeah, both these teams have been in terrific form over the last couple of months. And really, there's nothing separating them in the first grade table, a bit more in the limited overs table, but only a couple of wins.
They actually both finished with 3 wins and 1 draw from their 5 games. But there was 3 spots separating them on the table, so it shows how tightly fought it is at the top of the table there. But yeah, 2 traditionally strong sides have developed a lot of really quality cricketers over the years.
Hadley in, and it's just played into the onside by Simmons. It's what Fairfield-Liverpool need. They need a fast start.
Yeah, I think they really need to take advantage of the field being up for these first 10 or so overs. 10 to 15 overs is when the field is up. I think they definitely need to take advantage of that. And Simmons might be the man to do it. He's on strike here, he's on one.
Last ball of the first over. Hadley in. Oh, it's beaten the outside edge. Good bounce, and we've seen this pitch show a bit of life for the quicks early on with the new ball, and nothing changes in this innings. The end of it, 1 over, none for 3. Both the opening batters are on, 1 not out.
So Jaden Simmons still, I guess, in the infancy of his first grade career. He had his maiden first grade century back in November against Blacktown Mounties in the first grade competition. Unfortunately, hasn't really got going in this one-day portion of the season. He did hit 69 a couple of innings ago, but scores of 4, 13 not out, 10 and 29. He'll be hoping that if he can make a start today against Manly, he can really push on and come up with some of those big shots and lay a platform for the rest of his side in the middle order to potentially go on and pull off what would be a remarkable win today.
So Kay's opening the bowling from the Raglan Street end. And Nuckvy waits and defends.
And then you've got Awad Nuckvy, who's out there. He's got 29 and 39 the last 2 times he's batted. Quite an interesting story as well. He started the season off in second grade and was promoted to the first grade side after some strong performances. He was ever present in their Kingsgrove T20 Cup knock.
Kay in, and it's caught! Nuckvy's gone, caught at first slip. That's a ripping catch. The ball was dying on him and he dived forward. Kay gets the first wicket. Fairfield-Liverpool are 1 for 3.
That's a beautiful ball angled across, and it's Nuckvy who pushed forward and caught the edge, and it was brilliantly caught in the slips cordon. Yeah, really nicely done, and that's the early wicket that they needed. It was nice delivery, just angling across and caught the edge, and that's the breakthrough that they so desperately wanted early on. Not the start that Fairfield-Liverpool would have wanted Menace in these kind of situations where you're chasing a big score. You've got to be laying the platform and batting well. But they lose the wicket of Nuckvy. A bit of a goer at the top of the order, and it means there's pressure on that middle order now, Menace.
Definitely. And the early wicket that Manly would have craved. They've got the breakthrough. Complete contrast to how Manly started, who put on 140 for their first wicket.
Wasn't an aggressive shot by Nuckvy either. He was looking to defend the ball, but that angle across caught the edge.
Just playing away from his body a little, and good catch at first slip, diving forward.
Yeah, it was very smartly done. Manly take their first opportunities. So 1 for 3 is the score here. Simmons on 1, and Arjun Nair faces the music and shoulders arms outside the off stump. So a nervy little start here from the visitors. They knew it would have been tough. Makes it even harder when you've lost an early wicket. But this pair, pressure on them, no doubt. They need to try and find something here for Fairfield-Liverpool. As Nair faces Kay again. This is a bit more convincing as he drives down to mid-on. If you have just joined the coverage, thank you for tuning in to KO Sports for this one-day Limited Overs Cup quarter-final clash here between Manly-Warringah and Fairfield-Liverpool. Manly lost the toss actually this morning. They were sent in by Fairfield-Liverpool, who will no doubt to be regretting that decision. Manly making 6 for 284 in their 50 overs half centuries of Jack Edwards and Jay Lenton. A nice line and length outside that off stump. Just short of a length there from Kay, and Nair happy to shoulder arms as he attempts to get his eye in these early stages.
Nair has a lot of responsibility on his shoulders. It's well left. And that's the end of a successful over for Kay. He gets Nuckvy out. Fairfield-Liverpool 1 for 3, chasing 285. Yeah, it's a great catch from the first slip. Nuckvy playing away from his body. Good bowling from Kay, tempting him on the drive. And Manly gets their first wicket. That's Hadley in, and Simmons just drives back to mid-off. Score 1 for 3. It's 285 seems a long way from here. Manly on their home turf. Nice crowds come into Manly Oval, Jack. Really nice. Easily a couple of hundred people here. There's some shade under the grandstand and on the hill.
Had some nice weather the two times we've been to the beachside suburbs. The doubleheader at Coogee for the T20 Cup earlier in the year, and now
I was telling Macca about the 40 degrees that this is much nicer. Hadley in. Simmons pushes past point, and they'll take 2, and that's all they'll get.
That's the thing here, man, is you get really good value for your shots on this ground. Not only is the outfield lightning quick, it's a small ground, particularly down the grounds, and even there, there's nothing more than a little push there from Jaden Simmons, and despite the attempts at point to try and reel it in, it didn't happen. So just wait for the bad balls here, get a couple of those in a row and start hitting a couple of boundaries, or you get a few 2s in a row, the confidence starts to come back.
Hadley in the Sydney Road end. Slash by Simmons, and he's caught behind. Oh no, Fairfield-Liverpool have slumped for 2 for 5. Both openers are back in the pavilion. A wild drive by Simmons. The keeper takes the catch. Hadley gets his first wicket of the day. And this is a nightmare start for Fairfield-Liverpool.
Yeah, it's a nothing shot though, really, man, as he was halfway caught between a drive out through the offside and kind of swinging across the line, and got caught in between, and a thin little tickle through to Jay Lenton. That's bread and butter for him, and this is a disastrous start. The one thing that they needed not to do, the visitors, was lose early wickets, and they've lost both openers, and both aggressive openers, and have put all sorts of pressure on the middle order now. 2 for 5 as Param Upal makes his way out to the middle to join Arjun Nair. That's not an uncommon occurrence of Fairfield-Liverpool. These two have spent a lot of time out in the middle together, and if they're going to get the job done this afternoon, it's going to take a titanic effort from this pair.
So Nuckvy out for 1. Simmons follows him into the pavilion. He's out for 3. Scoreboard pressure has already got to Fairfield-Liverpool. This is a dream start for Manly. Kay with the wicket, then Hadley. Uppal on strike. His first ball. Hadley. Nice full delivery, and Uppal's just playing back to him. This partnership is, well, vital if Fairfield-Liverpool challenge the total.
It's a match-defining partnership here, Manners. I think if one of these guys goes shortly, it could be game over for the visitors. They find themselves 3 for 10 or 3 for 15. At the way it stands, we're 2 balls shy of the third over, and they've only got 5 on the board. So it's not as if the early flurry of wickets led to some runs. They're still well behind the 8 ball.
Hadley in, and it's a short ball, and Uppal's tried to pull it away, but hasn't got anything on it. Close to a wide, but not given. At the end of this over, don't go anywhere because we're going to go around the grounds. It's quarter-final day in the McDonald's Premier Cricket 50 over limited overs competition. 3 other matches going on around the city, all vying to be in the semi-finals in this comp. So far, you'd have to say Manly have 1 foot in the door. Hadley in and Uppal defends and they take a quick single. Smart play from the experienced Uppal, and it's 2 for 6 now. So heading to Sydney University, St George made 191, and in reply Sydney Uni are 2 for 40 in the 7th over. Kerr out for 8, Dummer out for 9, Nick Larkin is 2 not out. Joining the Premier Cricket comp from the Melbourne Stars like Liam Hatcher here, and Mawson is 1 not out. That's an evenly poised game.
Nick Larkin, he has Bradman-esque stats when he comes back to the Sydney Premier Cricket competition.
Certainly does. Now we've got Uppal on strike and Kay to continue from the Raglan Street end, or the old rugby club end if you're familiar with the area. Kay in. Strange action, and that's a wide down leg side. Yeah, in the other match, Sydney Cricket Club are hosting Northern District at Drummoyne Oval. Northern District made 232. Sydney are 1 for 32 in reply.
I've seen that right. Ryan Felsh 22 not out from 8 balls.
That's, yeah, they are 1 for 32 after 3 overs.
They're still in T20 mode.
Mosca's already out for 2. It's another wide ball. Ripple's not playing at it. Again, evenly matched. Say Sydney University, St George and Sydney NDs. Not much in those contests. And then finally we head out west to Bankstown Oval. Randwick Petersham made 5 for 255. And in reply, Bankstown are just getting underway and none for 14. A long way to go in that competition. Ball just popped up. No run. And we're at Manly Oval, of course, Sydney's northern beaches. Coming to you from cricket's tidal town. Sheffield Shield, Women's Big Bash and Big Bash holders. Here's Kayanen. It's played away nicely over square leg by Uppal. They'll come back for 2. I think about a third. Jack Edwards has a good arm, so they won't take him on. That takes the score to 9. Uppal's on 2-5. Do you think this is cricket's tidal town, Jack?
Menez, I certainly wouldn't be calling it that.
Kay in. That's another wide. He's second of the over.
They've had a lot of success in New South Wales, but you might just be pushing the nose at a joint of some of the Victorian people that are observing this game. Queenslanders, there's always a rivalry between Queensland and New South Wales, but to be fair,
I mean, I'm only talking facts.
Yeah, well, that's right. I can't argue with it. New South Wales Sheffield Shield champions, Thunder WBBL champions. The Sixers, the 2-time champs of the BBL competition, their 3rd title in their history. So, yeah, you do speak facts. Has a bit of an American vibe about it. Titletown is what they call the Green Bay Packers in the NFL, despite Aaron Rodgers having only won one.
I thought it was Boston was Titletown.
Well, not in the NFL fraternity, although it doesn't make much sense for the Packers fans to be saying
Kayan, and it's defended by Uppal. 1 ball left in the 4th over.
Menez,
we're on the eve of the Super Bowl, aren't we, Jack?
We are.
You and I will be commentating right throughout the Super Bowl.
Yeah. We know how to pick it, don't we?
I hope Brady does it again.
Same.
All right. Fairfield-Liverpool 2 for 10. He's just strange shot there from Upple. He advanced down the pitch and it squeezed away off his outside edge. They got a single, so the score now 2 for 11. Upple's taking all the strike. He's on 4. Arjun there is yet to get off the mark. 2 for 11 after 4 overs.
I think anyone that's 43 years of age, you can still be running around in one of the most physical sports in the world.
Well, look at Dan Christian. He's almost 40. He should be in Australia's T20 side.
He should.
I mean, he's so good. Age is not a barrier anymore for these athletes. They're so highly trained. They're so fit. Look at James Anderson, mid-50s, opening the bowling for England.
Certainly I'm not envying him to be charging in at Mohali when they start a little bit later today.
All right, so here's Hadley. Got a wicket in his last over. Steaming in from the Sydney Road end. It's down the leg side and just tickled away to fine leg for 4 by Upple. That's the first boundary of the Fairfield-Liverpool innings. And a nice shot by Parham Upple.
Yeah, very nicely done. Just drifting into the pads there was Ryan Hadley, and with such the pace that the young man garners, he just need to get a little tickle on that, and it's going to go for 4. We've sent a few boundaries through that region so far today. That will just ease the pressure a little bit. Starting to look a tad more comfortable now, this pair, but particularly Parham Upal, who's moved his way to 8. The best seat in the house, Arjun Nair, he's just been at the non-strikers and watching this all unfold.
In again and slashed at that one. Bounces down to third man. Sunny conditions, great batting conditions, and the wicket looks to have flattened out a little bit, but still a bit in there for the quicks.
Yeah, I think with the new ball, with that seam nice and high, Manners, particularly when you've got bowlers like Hadley that are banging the ball into the deck, you will get a bit of a surprise bounce. Does make it a little bit tricky for the batsman.
Hadley in and driven into the offside by Upple. No, oh, that's Nair. No run. Now yet to get off the mark. A lot of responsibility on these two's shoulders.
Yeah, Arjun Nair needs to stand up. He's been good this year in first grade cricket for the Lions. 339 runs at 48. A couple of those knocks have come in this one-day format, but he needs to stand up today.
Nice straight bat by Nair. Hit the middle of his bat. You could hear the crack from where we're sitting.
I think that's a perfect example. You can often see how a batsman is going to play just by some of the defensive strokes. And the last couple that Arjun Nair has played to get right in behind them, and they've been really well timed. That wasn't even a defensive prod or push. He just held the bat still there, and it still went 15 or 20 metres, kind of rocketed off the bat. So that's a good sign there for Arjun Nair and Fairfield-Liverpool.
And they always say you want to be positive in your defence. Oh, that just come off the outside edge of Nair's bat and flown over point. And they'll come back for... They got 3 there.
Yeah.
Good running, but that ball could have gone anywhere.
I thought we put the mocker on him for a minute there, Menace. We've just been talking about how he looked so good defensively and timing the ball, and then a leading edge which ballooned over the infield, but he gets away with one there. If they're going to win this, Fairfield-Liverpool, they're going to need a fair bit of luck. And he got some there, 3 runs worth of it.
Almost came off the back of the bat.
A little bit reminiscent of something that you might have shown in your cricketing days, Menace.
Yeah. And again, a full ball, and that's driven positively to mid-off. No run for Upple. He's on 9. Nair's on 3. That's the end of 5 overs, and it's 2 for 19 at Manly Oval. Fairfield-Liverpool need 285 for victory. They're a long way from that target at the moment. So if you're just tuning in, both openers for Fairfield-Liverpool have been dismissed. Nakvi was the first to go, then Simmons. And both Kay and Hadley have got a wicket each, so it's been a dream start for Manly and a dream day for Manly. They got their 2 young guns back from the Big Bash, Jack Edwards, and he immediately prospered with a sparkling 92. Him and Ben Bryant put on 140 to start the Manly innings off, and then, well, Jay Lenton put the cherry on top at the end with a quick fire 50. And Kay's gone past the edge of Nair's bat. Really hope you're enjoying the coverage of the New South Wales Premier Cricket 50 over competition, the McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket competition. Kane again and driven to mid-off, but doesn't find the gap there, and the ball's thrown in and it's hit Nair at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit too close for comfort there. It was a little bit lackadaisical in getting back into his ground there, was Paramupal. So he lives to fight another day.
Now, Kayan played into the offside, positively, but no run. Now, as tough as it is for the Fairfield-Liverpool batters today, I did look at some Manly stats. One Mornay Morkel turned out for Manly earlier in this season. Now, I don't know what it's like if you're a grade player and you turn up on a Saturday and you've been working all week and you see Mornay at the top of his mark. In again, and that's hit straight up in the air by Nair. The field is getting back, and it's dropped. It's just got through his hands. And the chance has been put down.
Yeah, Ben Bryant out there. He had a lot of time to think about it. And you talk to any fielder that plays cricket anywhere in Australia, they'll tell you that they'd much rather have the ones that are slammed hard at them. And you've got to think about it, and it's up there in the skyline. It can be very difficult. He seemed to have a great technique. He got under it nicely, but spilled the beans.
Nair got 2. Kay in and back defensively. Nair was trying to hit that last ball over the top of the offside field and just hit it straight up. It was a tough catch for Bryant going back. He'll be disappointed he didn't hold on to it because he got both hands to it.
Well, Bryant himself was dropped when he was on 42 when he was batting. It went for 6, and then after that he didn't add another run. He didn't punish Fairfield-Liverpool, but now Arjun Nair has a golden opportunity to really grind Manly into the dirt here after spilling him.
Kayan and are they taking off for a quick single to mid-off? It's thrown at the stumps, and that might have been out.
Yeah, I think that was gone if that hit. That was a real brain explosion. There's been a couple in this same over by Arjun Nair. He's almost on his bike again.
That's the end of 6 overs. It's 2 for 22 here, and 3 runs coming off that K over, a fine over. And as you say, could have been caught, could have been run out, all within the space of a few deliveries.
So 2 for 22. Upal and now trying to build towards something, but, well, those last 6 balls are any indication. It was pretty panicky play. Upal looking the more confident with the 2 batters, but the longer that Arjun Nair stays out there, the greater that confidence is going to be.
Hadley to continue, and that's caught behind. Nair's gone. The keeper takes the catch. Lenton behind the sticks has taken another one. And Fairfield-Liverpool are now 3 for 22. Hadley's got his second wicket. Nair was living dangerously. He was dropped. He was almost run out. Well, third time lucky for Manly. He's out, caught behind.
Yeah, it's a good ball. Really good ball from Ryan Hadley. He's been in a rich vein of form here this afternoon with that scoreboard pressure mounting. I would have thought that maybe after being gifted 2 chances in the last over, Origin there might have just tried to play it a little bit more sedately, but he threw the arms of that one, got an edge. Lenton taking another really nice catch behind the stumps, and Fairfield-Liverpool in all sorts of drama early on, 3 for 22.
Well, Nair will be very disappointed with that dismissal. He looked to be getting a bit anxious in the last over, anxious to get the score moving, and took one risk too many. A sort of loose drive outside off stump. Good ball from Hadley. Tempted him into the drive, and often see on these pitches where there's a bit of bounce, you've got to keep the ball up there still, and Hadley did that, and he found the edge, and Lenton's already taken 2 catches. The other dismissal going to first slip. So good new ball bowling.
Yeah, it takes him to double figures wickets-wise for this competition.
That brings Oronovsky to the crease. He'll be facing his first ball, Luke Oronovsky. Right-hander. Here's Hadley. Has the figures of 2 for 14. It's a bouncer. Bit of chin music there, and it's a wide. It's away from the Manly club, trying to push Oronovsky back in the crease straight away.
Oronovsky hit 54 a couple of games ago against St George. It was a vital innings which helped get Fairfield-Liverpool over the line when they were chasing 244 for victory in that clash.
Hadley in again and defended into the offside. No run.
That was in late January. Earlier on in January, he hit 115 in the 2-day first grade fixtures against North Sydney. So he comes in to this innings despite being under pressure, I guess, because of the wickets that have tumbled before him. You bat at number 5. I don't think you think that you're going to be in the 7th over, but he has got some form lines behind him. And he's a big, strong lad. He can certainly hit the ball a long way. So if Hadley and the other Manly bowlers get it wrong, the ball will certainly disappear.
Hadley in again. It's out! Oronovsky spooned it up in the air to mid-wicket. An easy catch taken, and Fairfield-Liverpool are collapsing here. They are now 4 for 23. Hadley's got 3. Manly are storming towards the semi-finals.
Yeah, capitulation here from the visitors. Scoreboard pressure does a funny thing, and that was just a really good ball. Dug in a little bit shorter, probably more short of a length than short at the body, and just trying to fend it away on the leg side, caught in the high portion of the bat, and just really just ballooned up in the air. Simple catch in the end, but Manly, they are ripping and tearing in the outfield. They're really pumped up for this one, the home side. And much like the Sharks that might be in the water off Manly Beach, they smell blood in the water, Manly, and they are looking to continue to heap the misery on the visitors. 4 for 23 now.
Oh, this is an incredible collapse from Fairfield. 4 early wickets. An easy catch there for Cameron Merchant. My man Merchant. Made for TV Merchant. That was an easy one. Oronovsky. So the scorecard. Fairfield-Liverpool fans, you might want to turn away now. Nuckvy caught Farrell bowled Kay for 1 of 5 deliveries. Simmons caught Lenton bowled Hadley for 3 of 6 deliveries. Arjun Nair caught Lenton for 6 of 14 deliveries. And then Oronovsky out for a duck of 2 deliveries. Merchant doing the catching off Hadley. Hadley's got 3 for 15 and he's only in his 4th over.
Bowling 10 straight the way he's going.
Here's Srivastava. Had the in and the bouncer. No signal, no wide.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Ryan Hadley today. He hasn't got carried away with trying to bowl too short or trying to bowl too fast, but he's put the ball in good areas. He's realised that he can cause some discomfort to the batsman by digging in short and getting it up around the rib cage. And he's been backed up by some really strong fielding performances. So, yeah, Manly well on their way to a semi-final now. It would take a titanic effort here from the visitors.
Hadley, well left by Srivastava, and all these two can do now is try and build a partnership. You just never know in 50-over cricket. There's a lot of time. It's not like T20 cricket.
Yep.
There are plenty of overs left. Obviously, it's an imposing total, and you'll need to bat very well. But you've just got to chip away at the total. Start rotating the strike. Pick up the odd boundary. And so far, they just haven't been able to do any of that, Jack. It's all been Manly.
Yeah, I think you gotta not worry about the run rate at the moment. Try and just focus on building partnerships, staying in.
He's bowled him! Hadley's caught 4. That's the 3rd wicket in this over. Unbelievable. Srivastava's gone for a duck. The score's 5 for 23. Hadley's got 3 in the over. The figures are 4 for 15. Manly Club president behind me is very happy, and no wonder. This is stunning stuff here by the Manly team.
Looked like he was trying to leave this.
And just the inside edge and cannon into middle stump. And that's his 3rd wicket in the over. I think that's it. That's the over. Oh, Fairfield-Liverpool to be relieved. That over's over. 4 for 15, Hadley. Just score 5 for 23.
Just indecision there from Ravi Srivastava. Was caught between just angling the bat ever so slightly and just trying to guide it towards third man and trying to leave. And in the end, it hit the corner of the bat, ricocheted back onto the stumps. And, yeah, they look dead in the water, Fairfield-Liverpool. This has been a really, really poor batting performance considering what's been on the line. But let's give credit where it's due. Manly have been superb in the field, superb with the ball, have just bowled some really good line and lengths, really testing the batsman at every turn. And it's just, I think the battle itself of just staying in is hard enough for Fairfield-Liverpool at the moment. 5 down inside 7 overs is a remarkable feat from this Manly-Warringah side that is showing why they are sitting 3rd in the Belvedere Cup table and why they finished 3rd in the one-day cup table. They are charging towards a spot in the final 4.
Extraordinary scenes here by Manly Beach. Can Fairfield-Liverpool do anything to stop this procession of wickets? And that ball by Uppal was driven slightly uppishly and almost caught short in the offside. Score 5 for 23. I said to you before we came on air, Jack, that I thought this would be a tough chase for Fairfield-Liverpool, but I didn't envisage this kind of carnage. And just such impressive bowling by, well, both the bowlers, Kay and Hadley, but they've really kept these batters pinned to the crease, no loose stuff. Oh, and that would have been run out.
Yeah, that would have been.
That crazy stuff going on. There's overthrows now. The ball's sailing towards the boundary, and they've run 2 overthrows there. Uppal hit the ball to mid-off. Sharma set off for a single that was never there and had mid-off hit the stumps with his underarm throw. Would have been 6 for 23. Instead, it's 5 for 25. 2 overthrows for Uppal.
Well, it's a Bill Lowry moment, isn't it? It's all happening here at Manly Oval because you got wickets falling. There was almost a run out. There's overthrows. It's been a drop catch. It's drama.
Well, I'm shell-shocked. So if I'm shell-shocked, I'm sure the Fairfield-Liverpool team is shocked at the moment. 285 is an imposing total. It's a slump to 5 for 25. Incredible. Can Uppal do something to arrest the momentum? Lets it go.
When does one go from shocked to shell-shocked? Shell-shocked is it's more of a dramatic term, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, I think.
So you would have been shocked when Fairfield-Liverpool were 2 for 5, but now at 5 for 25,
I'm
you're
shell-shocked now, yeah. Exactly.
Well, Paul Paramupal, he's been at the non-strikers, and that last over, he saw 3 of his comrades fall around him, and now he probably feels the weight of the world on his shoulders with any glimmering hopes of a Fairfield-Liverpool comeback, let alone a victory on his shoulders. He's done well to get to 11. He's almost scored half of the runs that have been registered.
Now you're just seeing that Jack Edwards come in close on the offside. See on the screen. Really, they've got 3 men. So you can see that Edwards is 2 on his left in a line with him. Oh, playing a miss by Uppal. So they've got 3 men in close on the offside looking for that slightly uppish drive off football. I mean, you will rarely see a field like that, will you?
No. It's a stacked offside field as well. And you can do that when you've got bowlers that are bowling to plans. So often we see fielders in place for particular plans, and it doesn't work out that way. But with the way that both Thomas Kay and Ryan Hadley have been bowling pretty much on the spot, you can afford to have those 3 fielders in close.
There's an appeal. It's come off his pad, though, and floated to first slip. The umpire does not raise his finger. Bit of relief there from Uppal. And at the end of 8 overs, the score is 5 for 25.
Yeah, Fairfield-Liverpool. I'm sure there's a lot of contemplating going on in the dressing sheds at the moment. There hasn't been much to cheer about in the first 8 overs. But a chance for them to build something. Yuvraj Sharma's going to be on strike, and I know he's someone that's held in very high regard at the Fairfield-Liverpool club. He's only 18. He was the youngest member of the New South Wales under-17 side 2 years ago. Very talented and capable batsman, batting down at number 7 today. And it's a bit of pressure on the young lad's shoulders.
Going to be a change in bowling now. No, it's going to be Hadley. He's going to continue, but they're going to bring in a short leg, I think, because there's just a delay while they get a helmet for one of the fielders. I thought maybe they were going to bring a spinner on, but I think it's going to be Hadley still, and he'd be stiff to take him off after he got 3 wickets in his last over, and he's got figures of 4 for 15. But I think they're going to stick a man in close under the lid, in short leg, just a delay while they get him a protector and a helmet.
Well, we've got a delay, Menez. I'd like to give a bit of a shout out to my cricket captain from yesterday, Nick Ravtani, is watching the coverage on KO. Asked for a shout out. We just had a tie yesterday in club cricket, Beecroft Cricket Club, C3 grade. And Nick was captain, took 4 wickets. He was marvellous yesterday.
Is this an attempt for you to either get up the batting order or to get a bowl?
Well,
it seems very
funny that you say that, Menez, because I did get promoted up the batting order and got out for a duck.
Did you promise him the shout out today?
No.
Right, here's Hadley to Sharma. And it's flicked away to fine leg, and I think he's off the mark. We'll just wait to see. I think he's got some willow on that. He does. Sharma's off the mark. I feel left out. I've got no one to give a shout out to.
It's probably because you're the one normally asking for the shout outs, Menez. That's probably how it goes.
That's true.
You're either one or the other, I think.
I'm going to text you from when I'm on break. Can you give me a shout out? Right, here's Hadley, the destroyer, searching for 5 wickets. And Uppal has tried to give it to him now with an airy drive outside the off stump. Jay Lenton takes the catch. He made a dashing 50 earlier today. A few big sixes disappearing from Manly Oval. One onto Sydney Road, one onto Raglan Street, one onto the tennis courts. It went everywhere.
Yeah, it was disappearing into the skyline.
as a bus comes past the ground on Sydney Road. He's Hadley in and just dug out for 2. Good running. There's a throw at the keeper's end, but Uppal's back. It's a lovely scene down in Manly this afternoon. Nice little sea breeze has come in. It's mid to late 20s. Hardly a cloud in the sky. COVID-19 restrictions are easing every day.
19, 20 days in a row now in New South Wales.
Smashing it. Hadley in. Left alone by Uppal.
Yeah, the fans have certainly got their money's worth today. They've seen some really good batting from Manly. Did lose their way a little bit in that period just before the final 10 overs, but Jay Lenton was able to resurrect the situation and get them up to 284. It was always going to be tough chasing, no matter where you're playing and how many runs you're chasing. Runs on the board, I think, is just such a valuable commodity.
Hadley in, and it's wrapped him on the pads. There's a big appeal, but it looked to be shaping down leg side. The umpire did not raise the finger. Hadley would love that 5th wicket. He has 4 for 18. 3 wickets in his last over. He has destroyed this Fairfield-Liverpool innings.
Well, 11 wickets in his last 3 one-day games as well. Considering he had just 1 wicket in his first 3, he's really found a rich vein of form and has shown just what a dangerous bowler he can be, with some really good pace and extracting a fair bit of bounce out of this Manly Oval deck.
Hadley, a full ball, it's whipped nicely through the onside, and that's 4 runs from Uppal. Lovely leg side drive between mid-wicket and mid-on, and he moves along to 17.
Yeah, I thought he might have been in a bit of trouble there initially. It looked like it might have been going straight to one of those Manly fielders on the onside, but placed it nicely. He timed it lovely through that onside.
Jack Edwards is coming off the field.
Picking up 4, and I guess that's the only positives of this batting innings of Fairfield-Liverpool have been some of the shots from Paramulpal. He's moved along to 17 now.
Yeah, you look pretty closely to find the positives in this Fairfield-Liverpool innings, don't you, Jack? It's just the worst start you could want chasing a big score like this. But I think some really good probing bowling from Manly. They've used this new ball really well, made them play a lot of balls around the off-stump region, and they've been rewarded for it with a glut of wickets. And now, well, seemingly they're going to march on into the semi-finals. But Uppal might have something to say about that because he's a class act. But Sharma's on strike now, and he's turned that way on the onside, and that'll be 4. A lovely leg glance behind square leg, beautifully timed from Sharma. 2 full from Cade, drifting onto Sharma's pads and put away. Liam Hatch has got the pads on in front of us. Not sure he expected to be in the pads already, Jack. Inside 10 overs.
You don't really expect that when you're batting down at number 8, do you?
Sharma defends.
He's put in some good performances, Liam Hatcher, with the bat for Fairfield-Liverpool. Not saying that he's going to go out there and score 80 or 90 and pull them over the line, but he's been dependable in that middle to lower order for Fairfield-Liverpool in the past. So.
Plenty of teams have won from this situation in 50-over cricket, but you do need a really big partnership. And you need one player to make a big 100, so it would seem like Uppal's that man. Sharma on strike. Well, when he almost played it onto his stumps, it was a strange shot, sort of playing and then leaving all in one motion. And the ball could have gone anywhere. 5 for 36 after 9.3 overs. A few hundred people have wandered into Manly Oval to watch the game today. Nice shady conditions in the stand. Kay in and Sharma defends.
Yuvraj Sharma came over to Australia with his family when he was 9, and as well as speaking English, he speaks fluent Hindi, which is great to see. He's still absorbed in that culture. And how good would it be to see the youngster get some runs this afternoon?
In comes Kay and it's just nudged behind square for 2. Misfield there. Easy 2 for Sharma. Yeah, I did notice during the Australia v India Test series that on KO, ironically we're on KO right now, but they actually had Hindi coverage as well as the regular coverage. Sometimes I just turned on the Hindi one because I got sick of the other one. It was a nice break.
The KO stream isn't going to drop out now, mate.
I'm only joking. All right. Sharma's back defending and have set off for a single. And that's well played from Sharma. That's what they've got to do. Rotate the strike and just chip away at this big total. So after 10 overs, the score is 5 for 39. Yes, you heard it correct. 5 for 39. I'm going to step out of the commentary box. I'm going to leave you with Jack Clifton, and joining him is DMs.
Thank you, Menas. So it's been a treacherous and awful start by the visitors, but just kind of get the feeling that a bit of a partnership starting to develop between this pair. Paramupal is 17, Yuvraj Sharma is 8. There's quite a long discussion out in the middle between this pair. And they certainly do have a bit of subcontinental power, this Fairfield-Liverpool side. There's a fair few Indian Australians in their team, which is fantastic to see. But even just to be in the discussion of being in this game, this pair needs to really push on, don't they, Dave?
Without this pair, yes, you can nearly say goodnight, Jack. As we see,
Hadley continues. That's a good short ball, but that was really well played by Yuvraj Sharma. Got right up on the toes and kissed the glove, and he just dropped it right at his feet. It's a man at short legs, so if he didn't control it, he would have been wicket number 6.
Yeah, Sam Gainsford is right in the game there. Now, while you were doing your first 10, I went for a bit of a wander, and just standing behind the wicket, Hadley is bowling exceptionally well. I think Manly-Warringah are bowling slightly better areas than Fairfield did. Fairfield probably just a little bit short with the new ball, and that's the result has seen plenty of wickets, a couple of nicks behind.
Yeah, that's what I felt, Dave. I felt they were a little bit short of a length when they probably could have been bowling a fuller length. I think even with some of that tennis ball-like bounce early on, they probably banged the ball in short a bit too much, whereas Manly have been using that short ball as a bit of a surprise ball, I think, since they've been bowling. But yeah, you can take nothing away from Manly-Warringah. They have been superb today. Really good score with the bat, and have been doing the damage with the ball.
I think key for Manly too was the fact they didn't lose a wicket until what, it was about the 25th over.
Hadley charges in, and compact defensively, and pushing out into the offside is Yuvraj Sharma.
Also just having a look at the wicket between the break. Again, it is a bit of covering of grass on it, but again, it's certainly drier underneath while they've left it. It's why they've left a little bit of extra grass on it, and certainly plenty of scuff marks in the bowling, and the bowlers follow through. It might not be as flat as we thought.
Hadley into his 6th over, 4 for 22 for the towering young quick. In he comes again, another short ball, and that ball has somehow ended on the offside, Dave. He's gone back to try and pull that Yuvraj Sharma. Not sure where it's hit, but it's ballooned in between the bowler and the fielder at short cover on the offside. I think Gainsford at short leg probably thought the ball was coming to him for a moment.
Well, I think you might need to get the chalk out because that is straight off the cue. That should have gone forward of square, and it's end up at mid-off. Absolute key, this 6th wicket. Hadley.
This ball whipped nicely. That one's into the gap. That's racing down towards the square leg boundary. It's just holding up in the outfield. And 3 Manly players converge on it, and Sharma picks up a couple.
Oh, you would not believe this. The sniper. It was a wonderful throw from the boundary. It's hit the stumps and collected Hadley.
Is there anything that can slow him down today?
I have a feeling it's got him in an area you don't want to be dismissed in.
Yeah. Looks like it's a fairly painful one. It's the first time that we've seen him down on his haunches like this, because he's bowled so well that he's normally been in celebration mood, but it's one of those uncanny and bizarre incidences that we have in cricket. It is a funny sport at the best of times.
There's nothing magic water is going to do to assist that one. Just a few deep breaths. But what a spell it's been, Jack. 5.5 overs, 4 for 24. All in total control, Manly. And to think if they do get through to the semi-finals, players to come back. Soccer's a pretty handy in for the Manly side.
You've almost got a New South Wales calibre squad, haven't you? If those types of players come back in. Searches Hadley once more. Flicked off the pads nicely by Yuvraj Sharma down to fine leg for a single. So Sharma starting to find his groove a little bit. He's moved along to 11. Paramupal is 17. They came together at 5 for 23. So the first 5 wickets falling for just 23 runs. Since then, this pair's put on 19. So it kind of shows you the ebb and flow of what has been a fascinating first grade limited overs quarter-final matchup here between Manly and Fairfield-Liverpool. 11 overs gone, and Hadley finishes his 6th over at 4 for 25. Dave, I'd be tempted to be bowling Ryan Hadley through. You're in a position here where you're probably not having to keep bowlers back at the end. I think when you see a bowler bowling this well, as long as fatigue doesn't play a bit of a part to see him bowl through those final 4.
I think that's a very good idea and something seriously to consider.
I don't think they will. I think they'll probably maybe bowl him 1 or 2 more and hold a few back for the latter part of the overs maybe.
It may be 1 more, because if they can break this partnership, that'll nearly break the backbone of Fairfield's batting. Again, you don't want these two to put on a partnership. But plenty for Jay Lenton to think about.
Okay, and this one's driven nicely, but straight to mid-on. Let's not diminish the role that Thomas Kay has played in this performance. Very, very tidy figures for him into his 6th over, 1 for 17, and he's been putting on pressure from the other end. So we talk about batting partnerships, bowling partnerships are just as integral to a side's success, particularly in the 50-over format.
Absolutely. Nowhere near as quick as Hadley, but he was bowling with some beautiful shape, and which certainly brought about his 1 wicket.
He seems to take it away from the right-handed batsman. And forward and defending on this occasion is Sharma.
Yeah, and being obviously a lot slower than Hadley, the batsman was committed to the shot, and again, just beautiful banana bend, and thank you very much, straight into the hands of second slip. And Fairfield just need to consolidate here, even up to the 20th over without any further wickets.
KN, forward and defending is Sharma. It's a funny little, I guess, period for Yuvraj Sharma to come in. He's 18, he's played a bit of first grade cricket for Fairfield-Liverpool, but it's sometimes coming into a situation like this is probably the best situation to come in. It might sound funny walking to the wicket at 5 for 23, but can sometimes be a little bit less pressure with not much expected of you when you're chasing 285 and you're 5 for 20.
When you're 18, you shouldn't have any fear, really, should you?
Yeah, that's right. He shoulders arms to this one. Lets it go through to Lenton.
Wonderful learning curve as a batsman. These situations. Just noticed there that Jack Edwards is practicing his follow-through, trying to give a wave to the skipper for a bowl.
That's part cricket mentality, that is. Trying to get in the eye line of the skipper, Dave.
It's any cricket mentality.
Okay, in once more, punched off the back foot. He's got that one through the infield. That is timed exquisitely by Yuvraj Sharma. Going down to the rope, I think that might have hit the rope as well. They've taken two, but a long way away. It did look like it might have just rebounded onto the rope, but no is the call for the umpire. So a couple of runs to end the over. It's a tidy one for Manly, just the two from it. And Sharma moves to 13 with Upal 17, 5 for 44.
Very tidy figures again. And I wasn't just talking in jest, because we are seeing a change of the bowling here. Jack, number 14, Jack Edwards. Now this will be interesting. I personally have never seen him bowl before. I don't know about yourself.
Yeah, seen him bowl. He's well, it's not medium pace, probably medium fast. A little bit in the Sheffield Shield.
Of course, some tips from his brother, I would dare say.
So it will be Jack Edwards coming in from the Sydney Road end of the ground. His first foray at the bowling crease. A little bit over pitch, but gets away with it. It's driven straight out to the cover region.
Long run up. Obviously just working his way into this spell, but interesting bowling selection, this one.
Back defending this time is Upal.
It's a much better length. It's only 12.2 gone. You wonder when Manly might think about changing tack and moving to spin. The ball, you would think, wouldn't have too much left on it in terms of swing.
Upal faces Edwards. Short of a lank, this one whipped onto the onside. It's can't beat the man across there. It's just in front of square leg.
That's our mate.
Cameron Merchant. So just running through the scorecard of today. If you're watching a little bit earlier on and you just tuned in and wondering how the hell Fairfield-Liverpool are 5 for 44. Well, started very, very poorly for them. Nuckvy caught Farrell, bowled K for 1. Simmons caught Lenton, bowled Hadley for 3. Here comes Edwards, was slashed over the top. He's got that one fine and down to the boundary for 4. So the shackles are broken momentarily as Param Upal's good innings continues. He goes into the 20s. 5 for 48.
A very relieving boundary there for the Lions. Again, one of the shortest boundaries on this Manly Oval.
Arjun Nair, he was the next to go. Caught Lenton, bowled Hadley for 6. Ornowski was caught Merchant, bowled Hadley for 0. And Shrivastava was bowled by Hadley for a 3rd ball duck. And playing a miss this time by Upal. That finds them at 5 for 44 here with Upal 21 and Sharma 13 in the midst of a 6th wicket partnership, which is worth 25.
That's actually well bowled by Edwards. You might take the opportunity to have a quick whip around the grounds after the over, Jack. There's some interesting matches going on at the moment, which I'll allude to in a moment.
Edwards to Upal, who's cutting down towards third man. Doesn't get this one quite as fine. And it's cut off at the boundary there and just the single. But he will retain the strike, Param Upal. And 5 coming from the first Jack Edwards over. So Upal 22, Sharma 13. 13 gone in pursuit of 285. Fairfield-Liverpool are 5 for 49.
Now let's have a quick look around the grounds of the other quarterfinals of the McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket one-day competition. Let's head over to Sydney University. St George scored 191. Currently, after 18 overs, Sydney University are 5 for 72. So it is game on at Sydney University. Northern Districts scored 232 at Drummoyne Oval, and Sydney, in reply, are currently 2 for 117 after 14.3 overs. Felsh is 76 not out and is leading the way. Moscow recently out for 27.
76 not out of 37 balls.
That's pretty impressive.
Ryan Felsh, he actually equalled the record in first grade cricket a couple of weeks ago in a one-day match, I believe. I think he hit 15 sixes. So he's enjoying his time out there at Drummoyne Oval again.
If that was at Drummoyne, I'm tipping a few might have gone in the water there. But
Yep, you're right.
Move on to the third of the quarterfinals. Besides this one, Randy Peets 5 for 255. Bankstown, in reply, are 1 for 67. They've got the important wicket of the Bankstown captain, Dan Solway, for 14. Carruthers not out 35. Ahmed not out 16. So there's plenty of great matches going on this afternoon. Of course, the prize at stake is a semi-final berth next weekend.
Forward and driving down to that short mid-off position. So Kay now into his 7th over.
Potentially they might bowl Kay through here. And they're just trying to tie these two guys down, particularly on this offside. An adventurous field. Bit of a change with Edwards coming from third man round to a deep backward point. That's certainly where Upal likes to drive.
KN pitched up and driven out to short cover. Fielded out there on the offside by Sam Gainsford. It's gone into a tiny bit of a lull in this game at the moment. There's been a few dot balls. Not that there's been a load of boundaries on Fairfield-Liverpool, but they've started to dry up a little bit. Still an attacking field though, which is really good to see from this Manly side.
And also Lenton now up to the stumps. So they're really trying to strangle the Lions batsman here.
Drives a little bit uppishly, a bounce just shy of Gainsford there, who's been involved in absolutely everything. It's about a little bit at the back end of Manly's innings, and now he's diving around all over the place on the field.
So that's exactly why he's there. Again, you just saw just a little bit of impatience there. Slightly uppish.
Five dot balls. Can he make it a maiden? K in. And it will be a maiden. Beautiful ball. Defended stoutly back down the wicket. And that completes his 7th over. 1 for 19 now for K. And despite the rebuilding going on, it's still looking rather grim for Fairfield-Liverpool. They are 5 for 49 after 14 overs, chasing 285. Doing their best to keep their noses in this contest. It is mighty hard work though.
5 for 49 off 14.
Let's see what Edwards can do now. His first ever went for 5. Sharma facing, clips off the pad. They might think about 2 here. No, it's travelling too quick down to the man at fine leg, which is Kate. And that does bring up the 50. I'm sure Fairfield-Liverpool wouldn't have thought that would be 5 down when they passed the 50 mark.
Do you think it was their approach in the first few overs?
It was a combination of good bowling from Manly, and yeah, it's always hard when you're chasing a total of this magnitude. You don't want to fall behind the 8 ball too much, but you don't want to lose wickets either. It's kind of a catch-22, flicked out into the deep there by Upal. And he'll pick up a couple. It's, yeah, very difficult. I think Manly have bowled. They've been very disciplined with the line and length, and I've been really impressed with the captaincy of Jay Lenton as well. He's made some really good field placements and bowling changes. He's been very good today. Edwards in. This ball cut just over the top of slips. Down to the fence for 4. Risky from Upal. But he's willing to throw the bat if they give him a little bit of width. There's a nice vertical leap there from Ryan Farrell, who I believe is at first slip, but he might have got a fingertip or a finger to it, but he was never catching that one. Travels so quick when you're fielding at slip. Seven off the first 3 balls. And a dot ball now. With Edwards, a shorter length delivery on middle leg stump.
Yeah, every edge that's been from a cut shot today has absolutely flown. Whereas particularly the edges off either a straight bat certainly haven't been carrying the way that the others have. They've absolutely flown when they've been dug into the wicket. He's certainly trying to do that here, Edwards.
And the leg side, that's easy pickings for Upal, clipping that down towards fine leg for the single. So 1 ball remaining in this over. He's moved to 29, Panam Upal, so far and away the leading scorer for the visitors. And 14 to Yuvraj Sharma. So 5 for 57. Just below that 4 runs per over mark. At least a partnership has been built. Oh, it's a beautiful bouncer from Edwards. He was jumping and moving all around the crease. Then he's appealing as to why it wasn't a wide there, Yuvraj Sharma. But I guess when you're moving around and trying to duck and weave under things, sometimes it can give the illusion that it actually wasn't or was over the head. So 5:57 here after 15 overs.
Now, we're going to just bring on, while we are at the drinks break, Jack, we do have another special guest to quickly join us. It'd be great to hear from the president of the host club this afternoon, Mr. Andrew Fraser. Andrew, welcome to the coverage here on KO and, of course, Cricket New South Wales. What a joy it is to be here every weekend for you.
Yeah, thank you, mate. It's just it turned it on, the weather today for us, and credit to you guys for your commentary, and to KO, Fox Sports, Cricket New South Wales. It's quite extraordinary how many people, not just here at the ground, but far and wide. I've got my son in Whistlers watching the coverage live.
Fantastic.
People in England. So it's terrific initiative for Premier Cricket.
Now, it's obviously been a good day for your guys there so far today. But just tell us how the season has been going in all formats for you.
Yeah, it's been terrific. We missed out on the 2020 finals, probably just not good enough there at the end in a couple of games, but they've been outstanding in the 1 days and 2 days throughout the season. I think the most pleasing aspect is that the young boys have stepped up. We've had a lot of players in the Big Bash, as you're aware, and Semi Gainsford got his first grade 100 yesterday. Izzy Vumbaka got a 100 a few weeks ago against Campbelltown. So it's wonderful to see these young guys stepping up.
One thing we were chatting about off air was the continual development of junior players that come through and reach the top level through your club, but also the partnership you have with Warringah Cricket Club in the Shires competition. Just tell us a little bit about that and your continual improvement of the junior network.
Yeah, we set up a pathway program about 12 years ago with the Warringah Shires Club, and it's just been an outstanding success. People like Mickey Edwards and Jack Edwards and Ollie Davies have all come through that system, and it's terrific to have sort of a feeder club. We've got a very strong relationship with the Men in Green, as we call them, down at Shires, and I think there's a wonderful communication between the two clubs, and it's probably set the standard for a lot of other Premier clubs to have that pathway. And what it does, it ensures that we capture the best talent early and they don't get lost. So we could put them in the system straight away. When they're ready, they can play against adults, whether they're 14 and they go and play Shires. If they do well, then we can put them through into grade. So it's worked out really well. It's a wonderful partnership.
Well, it's a wonderful program. You're seeing the results, but not only that, is that other clubs have followed that program. I can speak that from a personal note that off the basis of what you guys have done, other clubs have followed. So I know now my club is the Northwest Sydney Cricket Club. They have a similar arrangement with Parramatta. We have now Roseville in the Shires competition with UTS North Sydney, which can only mean great things for the game and the future of the game.
Yeah, I mean, good on those clubs for doing it. I mean, we don't mind whether we're first, second or third to do it. The important thing is not to lose great talent to cricket.
Exactly.
That's what it's all about, and I think all of the other clubs have embraced it as well. And you know, while I just get the chance to sort of mention Ollie and Jack again today, I mean, Jack Edwards won the Big Bash of Sydney Sixers last night, and he could easily have pulled out today in this match, but he was adamant he wanted to play, and terrific effort from Jack of what he did today. It was outstanding.
No, that's a very key point. We were debating whether he would or would not play. Big effort to be here at 8 o'clock in the morning after your team's won the Big Bash. It's a huge effort, and that's again the loyalty and dedication the players show to this club.
Yeah, it is. It's a family club, as we call it. Like on the hill here, you've got all the parents and relatives down watching, and you know, we're so happy with the culture that we've bred here. Oh, that's a big one.
Now first ball back after drinks, and it is over the fence and dropped by the spectator. But Upal's gone big.
I think they might have had an instruction at the drinks break.
I think we've got nothing to lose here. 5 for 63 now, 15.1. And just quick, Andrew, wonderful facilities here. You know, the sea breeze is magnificent. There's no question. A lot of history about this place.
There is. I mean, we were founded in 1878, and the Manly Marlins rugby play here. Again, we've got a great relationship with them, but yeah, it's just a beautiful ground to play cricket at. And we've got some, there's a master plan in place with the council at the moment about developing where we're sitting right now with new dressing room facilities and upgrading it, and certainly around the scoreboard area there as well. So it's been in fruition for quite a long time now, but the master plan should be finalised by June, July, and with any luck in the next 12 to 18 months, we'll start a new development down here, which will be terrific.
Fantastic.
Just watch Tommy come in. Oh, Tommy.
Now, he's entitled to hit that. It hasn't bounced twice. It's gone out to the mid-wicket fence, so we'll get two.
Be a free hit as well, I think.
It will be, indeed, a free hit, which is about to be signalled by umpire Ben Trelaw. Now, that was an interesting delivery. Now, I wonder what happened there, whether that ball got stuck in the palm as he tried to pull his right arm down.
Yeah, I think his right arm might have hit his hip, but something certainly went wrong there. And Benny Trelaw, who signalled that no ball, is also a former Manly player.
Yes, I know he played for a club that, well, again, I played against him for a number of years before he came across here.
That's right.
He's a good guy, Ben, and doing great work here in the umpiring field as we see Hay coming in again. I think you're dead right there, Andrew Fraser. The word has been given. Param Upal with a wonderful shot, pull shot through mid-wicket for 4.
Yeah, he's a good player. I mean, the boys know they've got to get him out. It's not over yet. They've got to work really hard these next few overs to get that 6th wicket, and they'll know that. So,
just back to your point, great development coming up here. Again, you can't get better surroundings than what we've got here. That's very exciting stuff, so we certainly hope we'll be able to come back and sit in the VIP lounge of that new pavilion.
Well, it'll take a couple of years, but, I mean, you've just got to ship them off bit by bit. We've got the electronic scoreboard up now, which has been a wonderful new addition to the ground.
unless you've got unlimited funds, should I say, these things can't happen overnight. They are a gradual process, but again, that scoreboard makes just such a difference here. You've got the stand. Again, it's bit by bit.
Yeah, it is an outstanding place to play cricket. Like even opposition teams, they love playing here. And as you said, you always get a sea breeze, no matter how hot it is here. And it's just a beautiful, beautiful place to play cricket and also to watch cricket.
It's a single to Upal there, fielded in the deep.
I'm slightly biased though.
Well, of course. As I said, I'm not biased, and this is one of my favourite places to come to, cricket-wise.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just got a good feel to it. It's the same with the rugby when the Marlins boys play down here. I mean, when they play the Warringah Rats, we'll just watch Tommy bowl this. When they play the Warringah Rats, they have up to 10,000 people on the ground here, and the atmosphere is just electric.
How do you fit 10,000 in here?
On the eastern side of the ground, on the scoreboard side, they put marquees and everything right along there, so they fill every little space they can. And yeah, there's hardly a spare seat.
That's wonderful. I'll just grab Jack in a moment to come in. You can stick with us for a little while, Andrew, if you like. I'll bring Jack in. I don't want to chime in onto Jack's spell. 16 overs gone, 5 for 71 now. It is Upal on 42, Sharma on 14. Thanks for the quick chat. You stay here, Andrew. I'm going to just bring Jack in.
Thanks, Dave. 5 for 71 here for the visitors. Good to be hanging out with you for a little bit, Andrew.
Yeah.
So you guys have been looking after us today, giving us the big beach umbrella, and we're pretty lucky. We're in a pretty good vantage point here at Manly Oval.
Yeah, you guys have been doing an outstanding job, Jack. So if we get up, I'll shout you a 4 pines at the end of the day.
Very nice. Defended back down the ground. It's a bit of the Battle of the Beaches, because you're a Manly boy. I live near Cronulla, so...
dark side.
Yeah, that's what I hear.
Yeah, so who's got God's country?
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We were just chatting previously about how wonderful it is to play on these grounds near the ocean where you get the breeze, and it's just a real village feel, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really nice. Really good playing conditions here, and great to see a fair few fans that have trundled their way in over the last couple of hours as well. It's a good day to watch cricket.
Yeah, it is. It's funny, I was walking down the course to get some lunch just at the start of the innings, and I saw a few of the Fairfield spectators at the same shop as me. They had their phone on watching the stream.
Yeah,
we got a couple of wickets early, and terrific. Just looking at it's, I think the coverage that we were saying earlier, it's just a wonderful initiative. I think it's the way of the future.
Yeah, great exposure for us as up-and-coming commentators, but no doubt great exposure for a lot of these guys playing grade cricket. Not every one of them is a Ollie Davies or a Jack Edwards or a Jay Lenton. There's guys that are just starting out, I guess, on their cricketing journey, and for them to, parents get to watch them on KO or friends and family, it must be a real buzz for them.
Yeah, it is, and as I said, there's people watching, or friends of mine, and I know are watching it from interstate. Tim Bailey's actually watching up on the Gold Coast there.
Oh, very nice.
And it's funny because all the players know that it's being broadcast today, so you can see the ones that don't do well, they're very despondent when they get out.
Yeah. Edwards comes in, this ball nudged onto the leg side. There's a bit of mix-up here, shy at the stumps, but fortunately, Upal is able to get back into his grounds, and no harm is done. Score remains at 5 for 73. Upal's moved his way along to 44. He's got more than half the runs here for Fairfield-Liverpool. He's unfortunately the only one that's been able to stand up.
Yeah, he's batted well, but you'll know it's all on his shoulders. It's a big wicket for us to get.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on young-shouldered Tim, and then you've got the 18-year-old Yuvraj Sharma at the non-strikers end on 14. That's done well. These pair have put together 50 now for the 6th wicket. Quite remarkable considering the first 5 fell for just 23.
Yeah, Ryan Hadley was outstanding with the new ball. He's bowled brilliantly all season.
So he's another one of those players that's kind of been in and around that New South Wales pathway system, and is obviously highly rated. For people watching, might not know too much about Ryan apart from the fact that he's ripped the top order of Fairfield-Liverpool apart today. What's Ryan, I guess, like as a cricketer, but also as a bloke like around the club?
Yeah, he's got a rookie contract with New South Wales, and he came to us a few years ago from Blacktown, and his bowling's just improved out of sight, and just a wonderful guy as well. Just watch Jack bowl here. he's been a wonderful addition for us. We were looking for a strike bowler, and he's just filled the void beautifully.
Yeah, fancy leaving the great streets of Blacktown in Western Sydney for the Northern Beaches.
Fancy that. No, he's been wonderful there. Good family, and he's really settled in here. One of the boys. He's, as I said, he's just been a great asset for the club and terrific off the field as well. And it's good to see him improving this year. I think it's been a breakthrough year for Hads. He's, as I said, he's bowled beautifully and won us a few games already.
So 73 on the board for Fairfield-Liverpool. 17 overs gone in pursuit of 284. The innings of Manly was highlighted by Jack Edwards, who made a marvellous innings of 92 at the top of the order. Jay Lenton came in and towards the end and hit a very polished half-century.
Yes, Jay's been in outstanding form. 3 centuries and a 50 today, and it was interesting. Steve O'Keefe rang up a little earlier today just to check how things were going, and they couldn't believe Jack even played. And when they saw he was on 80 not out, the boys all tuned into the stream, and I think they're all having a few well-deserved beers at the Coogee Bay Hotel today, and they're checking on the cricket scores over here at Manly Oval. So well done to all the boys in the Sixers.
Yeah, I think there's been a photo circulating on social media that he was out until about 5 a.m. So I don't know how much sleep poor old Jack got, but it's a pretty remarkable achievement to to back up the next day and almost peel off 3 figures.
Oh no, Jack assured me he was in bed by 3 a.m. and just making lemonades all night. He was a good boy. And I was saying earlier, it's just wonderful that he could quite easily have pulled out of today's match and had every reason, just to celebrate and winning back-to-back titles in the Big Bash. It's pretty impressive, but he didn't. He wanted to play for us today, and he's come out and hopefully it's a man-of-the-match performance. So it's wonderful that they do want to come back and play Premier Cricket, these young guys. So good on him. It's a great knock.
Jack Carden has come on from the other end down there, and they will think about taking a single off that leg by, but decide not to in the end. And I guess that having someone like Jack, it's obviously great for Manly, but it's, I guess in a wider sense, it's good for Sydney the first grade cricket scene, because there can be a lot of inexperienced players around, and playing against someone like Jack that's played for the Sydney Sixers, he's played first-class cricket, he's got a first-class ton, he's hit a century in the domestic one-day cup competition. Really great for some of these other players that say, well, I want to lift, I'd love to get the wicket of Jack Edwards.
Yeah, exactly, and Fairfield have got a couple of great young players as well. Of course, Arjun is out now, and Liverpool here just hits one down to fine leg. And it's great to see. I mean, the talent base that's there for New South Wales is quite extraordinary. You get 3 for that.
And what can you tell us about Mickey Edwards? I think we saw Mickey just roll up before. He's hanging out and watching his brother run around. What's the latest with Mickey?
He's had a hot spot in his back, unfortunately. I don't think he'll bowl for the end of the season. It's coming good now, fortunately, but he's going to play some cricket in the off-season, whether he goes to England or up in Darwin there. I think the latter is probably more likely because of the quarantine regulations that are in place. So he'll play a lot of cricket, hopefully, in the off-season and come back, and it's a big year for him next year. Been very, very frustrating for him, though, with a couple of stress fractures he had, because he was bowling beautifully pre-season. We were really hoping to have a big year this year, but the first person he came and gave a big hug to when he walked in the ground was his brother Jack.
Yeah,
he hadn't seen him for 6 weeks, being in the hub and everything, so that was terrific to see. But yeah, he's down here watching, and his dad's actually scoring live on my cricket, Phil, over there.
Yeah, nice.
So it's all in the family today.
You're certainly blessed with a lot of talent here. I guess if Manly-Warringah has their strongest 11 out there, you got Steve O'Keefe, you've got the Edwards brothers, you've got people like Ollie Davis, as well as some of the other really solid first graders, the Cameron Merchants and Ben Bryant and those kind of players.
Yeah, we've also got Mitchell Stark and Mornay Morkel sitting in the wings as well. So,
well, there were some rumours that Starkey might be playing. That certainly would have got a few people through the gates. But
yeah, he was funny last night. I was at the cricket with him, and he was doing a Q&A of the Cricket New South Wales suite, and was sort of telling a few stories that he might rock up and play today in the final. But
What's it been? I've heard it's been 8 years since he's put on the Manly colours. But
well, he played for West. He hasn't played for us yet, but he just lives down the road at Curl, and he knows all the boys. He actually does a lot of work with the Quicks here, with Ryan Hadley and Jack and Mickey. So there's a really strong relationship with a lot of the boys, and he's a good man. Him and Elisa Healy, they live at Curl, so it's stone throw away from Manly, so it just made sense for him to join us.
So 18 overs gone, 5 for 77. Upal is inching towards another 50 in first grade cricket. While Yuvraj Sharma patiently supporting him on 14. Jake Carden just finishing his first over, figures of none for 3. So a stern task ahead of Fairfield-Liverpool at the moment.
This is Elliot Hurd, the off-spinner. He got 4 wickets for us yesterday and won the game in a very tight finish against West yesterday at Pratman Park. But he's been wonderful in the absence of Steve O'Keefe. Steve's actually worked a lot with Hurdy, and he's played a bit of first-class cricket in New Zealand. Good fella, wonderful fieldsman as well. Just rather than just being like a big 10-minute Manly plug, I mean, credit to Fairfield here. I mean, Upal deserves his 50 here, so as much as I hate losing like everybody else does, he probably deserves a 50 here, so let's see how he goes.
So Hurd's going to be coming right arm over the wicket for his first chance at the bowling crease. This one chopped away out into the deep for the single, so Upal moves to 48. So one of the first things you notice when you walk through here, Andrew, is you see the honours board and some of the great players that have played. Stewie Clark, of course, was a great performer in Australia. Gavin Robinson, so many others. What's it been like to be? I imagine you've been involved with this cricket club for such a long time. To, I guess, see guys that not only have success at first grade level, but then can push on into first class level, and then the ultimate dream is for every cricketer is to represent Australia. Yeah,
that's exactly right, and that's our charter at the club. As much as we hate losing players from Premier Cricket, the charter is to get them to play first-class cricket, and obviously Australia. Jackson Bird was a local junior Manly player as well, and having been here for 40 years, I'd hardly seen, I think Graham Beard was the last test player back in the early 80s, and there wasn't another one till Jackson Bird. Even Michael Bevan played here as well. And we're hopeful that some of the young fellas coming through, like Jack and Ollie, will go on to represent Australia at some stage soon. But when you've been around since 1878, there's a lot of history to collect there, but it's something we're really proud of, and it's something that we also always preach into the players at pre-season. We make sure they know what their playing numbers are, and it's terrific. It's the players really, because we've been around for 143 years, they do adopt that culture of respecting the history, and it's wonderful when all the life members come down. Everyone always acknowledges them, so, and I'm sure most clubs do that as well. But it's a long time, 143 years.
Yeah, that's right. Did you ever have much to do with Michael Bevan? Obviously goes down as one of probably one of the greatest Australian one-day batsmen of all time, and had a marvellous first-class career, not just with New South Wales, but went on and scored a mountain of runs at Tasmania, scored runs over in the UK. Like he was, a once-in-a-generation type batsman. Australia would love to have a player of his calibre running around in the first-class scene at the moment. Yeah, exactly. Well, Bev played 12 years of us down here. Actually managed Bev for 6 years, and he still lives down the road here at Manly. And he was an outstanding one-day cricketer, wasn't he? He's probably one of the all-time greats of the game, Bev. He's still involved with cricket, doing some private coaching, I believe, these days. So 19 gone, 5 for 79. Upal is 48 from 55. And they have another mid-pitch discussion. And here is just a look at the bowling card. And obviously Ryan Hadley, the man to have done the damage. 6 overs, 4 for 25 for him. Thomas Kay, very tidy as well. They bowled very well in partnerships. And since then, Jack Edwards, Jake Carden and Elliot Hurd being given some opportunities with the pill. And looking to get that breakthrough. It's been a determined partnership. 56 at Worth now for the 6th wicket. And that run rate, if you're a Manly fan, well and truly in check. Just a touch above 4 and over. I think there would need to be some big shots to be played in this next little period. A couple of overs where runs can be dispatched for Fairfield-Liverpool to even get their noses back in the game. As we see Carden continuing. And this ball's taken a genuine outside edge, and that will go down to the fence for 4. A little bit of luck there. Played with softish hands, but with no slip in plays, a fairly safe shot to play there for Yuvraj Sharma. And he moves himself along to 19, 5 for 83.
Yeah, they've rebuilt well here, but they'll know that they've got 200 more to go in 30 overs. It's not impossible, but it's a big ask.
Magnificent day here on the northern beaches, the sun shining brightly, and some really entertaining cricket here between two sides that have had very successful seasons, not just in the one-day cup, Andrew, but your boys' first grade side currently coming third in the Belvedere Cup. How are the rest of the grades looking like for Manly this summer?
All but fourth grade are well in the mix, and we've taken the club championship lead again yesterday. Northern Districts had a bit of a hiccup, and we managed to get 100 club champs points, so I think we're 22 clear now in the club championship. So I know that's something the club aspires for every year, so they're very tough to win. I think it's going to come down to the wire. We play Sydney University in the last match. We're third in the club champs, and so I think every game counts, even though fourth grade aren't in it. They know that all those points will count towards the club championship.
Right. Yeah.
In fact, of all of the boys out in Big Bash, we pulled about 6 guys out that hadn't played for years yet, including Mickey Edwards, who played as a batsman in fourth grade yesterday, and they managed to have a win, which was terrific. But yeah, they're going really well.
Carden in forward, and defending this one is Sharma.
He's a local junior, Jakey Carden, a Colorado Plateau boy. I saw him at the nets at the back of my house for about 10 years. His dad used to do throwdowns. He was more a batsman as a junior, and but as he's grown, he's sort of worked on his bowling, and he's come ahead in leaps and bounds in the last 2 years.
So much cricket for these first graders to play now. It's not just like it was years ago where it was just the first grade 2-day competition. There's one-day cricket, which we're obviously doing today. There's the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup, which I'm sure the players will get very excited about that. Some great opportunities of different players, because we've seen a few guys that have started the season maybe in second grade and have been ushered into that T20 squad, or guys that have been promoted. It's exciting times for all of the 20 clubs around Sydney with how much cricket's on offer. Yeah,
the SCA have done a terrific job in Premier Cricket. I reckon they've got the schedule right this year under really difficult circumstances with COVID, and to see the quality of the personnel playing today on both sides is wonderful.
This ball chopped out through the offside, just steered backward a point, and they will come back for 2 more. It was a bit tight in the end, but he picks up 2. So that ends the over and ends my stint in the commentary box. Andrew Menzel is going to come in, and after 20 overs, Fairfield-Liverpool fighting hard in pursuit of 285. They're 5 for 85.
Hello everybody, I'm back in the box. Andrew Menzel here, with of course the Manly Club President Andrew Fraser. And dominant performance from Manly so far. Fairfield-Liverpool 5 for 85, but a mini fight back here from Uppal and Sharma, who've just stopped the rot, haven't they, Fraser?
Yeah, they've batted well, Manners. I'd like to see this 6 wickets selfishly for Manly, but they have batted well. They haven't looked like getting out these last 6 or 8 overs.
Hurd in and just played down the ground for a single. Elliot Hurd, he's taken a lot of wickets in all the competitions this summer so far.
He has. I was just talking to Jack in that stint just then, and he's been wonderful in the absence of Steve O'Keefe. Socky's done a lot of work with Hurdy, and he's taken a hell of a lot of wickets this year in all forms. That's big.
Oh, that's going to be 6 runs. That's straight into the fence in front of Sydney Road. Sharma just took a couple of steps down the pitch and lofted him straight over his head.
Great shot. Yeah, always excellent. The case, isn't it? When you talk someone up, then they get hit for 6.
That's the plight of a spinner, though.
Yep.
Elliot in. He rolls the wrist over those offies, doesn't he?
Yeah, he gives it a good tweak.
It's interesting you talk about Stephen O'Keefe working with Hurd at training. It's undervalued how important it is handing down that knowledge through the generations in, well, not just New South Wales cricket, but in Australian cricket. That, those afternoons of grade trainings where you get somebody like O'Keefe who's played at the highest level, learnt so much that they can then give that to the next generation. It's so important. Hurd in.
it's priceless. I mean, when Sock comes to training, and Ollie's brother Joel Davies, a good little left arm spinner, and the work he does with the juniors is extraordinary. But he also works a lot still with the New South Wales players. Like he'll talk to the spinners that he's worked with there. Same at the Sixers. He's you just can't underestimate the experience and the mentoring for not just Sock but older players that can pass that experience down to the younger guys.
It's just so important for the knowledge to be passed down the generations. I remember when I was a kid playing at Waverley, Mo Matthews would be the spinner who'd stay at training and help all the youngsters. And Mo's a great character, but he spent so much time with the youngsters, and it's just priceless.
Yeah, and we were talking about the pathway before, and you have these young kids that come to training for the first time. They've got stars in their eyes, and let's watch this shot. And that's a 50, I think, to Upal, all batted.
Yeah, very well batted from Upal. He's had so much pressure riding on his shoulders when he came to the crease. 5 for 23 at one stage, and he's rescued Fairfield-Liverpool. The required run rate is ballooning, but it's still only 6.5. 50 off 57 deliveries, class knock.
Yeah, he's batted very well. They just had to rebuild, and he's done that. But yeah, back to the young kids, when they see the Mornay Morples or the Steve O'Keefes and these types of people coming to training, and they actually go out of their way to spend time with them. And it's something we've worked at really hard, making sure the first graders don't alienate the fourth or fifth graders, and we make sure we cap them when they come to trainings. And it's just you want them to enjoy their cricket as well. It's a tough enough game to play, and you have to make sure you get the enjoyment, and you're constantly learning. And we're very fortunate that we've got an amazing group of coaches at Manly, and right from the pathway right through to first grade with Timmy Cruikshank, who's a first grade premiership captain and also played first class cricket. So Phil Marks, former New South Wales player. So we're pretty blessed with the coaching staff we've got here.
Very. Tell me, how long have you been president at Manly?
Too long. I'm an old man. I think this is my 18th year as president. So I've been on the board since '89. So what's that? 32 years. So
what's some of the main changes you've seen at this level? I mean, there is discussions around that it's harder to get young people to play grade cricket. Have you noticed that at your level?
Not really, no, because of the pathway system, I think. But I feel like Premier Cricket has changed a lot in the last 10 to 12 years, and it had to, because you were running clubs with 3 or 4 volunteers doing everything. It's impossible to do that now. We have 74 volunteers this year and 23 players who work in our media program, and it's just wonderful. That's probably the biggest change that I've seen in the last probably 5 years. If you could tell me 10 years ago you'd have 23 players working in a voluntary role running the media team, unheard of. And it's a lot of the clubs have sort of got good social media programs in there. Sutherland are really good, but Joel Mason, who runs it, he loves his data and put out a note a couple of weeks ago saying that we now have the #1 following in Australia on Instagram. So that started from nothing virtually 5 years ago. So it's been a huge change. But what it's doing, it's raising the awareness of grade cricket. It's giving us sponsors exposure like we've got today. Nice Styleness logo in the background there. But it's important because it's very difficult to run a grade club. It's especially in these trying circumstances in COVID. But fortunately, our sponsors have all stayed with us. But I feel if you can get that digital program right, like we're doing today with this broadcast, and your social media right, you're acknowledging the players, you're acknowledging the sponsors, you're acknowledging the volunteers in the community. That's the biggest change that I've seen in my time. I mean, the days when I started, we didn't even have computers, and now look at it, the whole world runs on it. But
and what about the time that the next generation have? Everyone's a little bit more time poor than they were, say, 20 years ago. How do you sort of adapt to that?
Well, they all live on their phones now, don't they? And I think everybody loves to see themselves on social media, or the players do anyway. So whenever they get 100, we make sure it goes up on socials, or a fifer. And I think that the players have embraced that so well I think they have the time to do it. And a lot of these kids that do it, they're out there playing golf and single-figure handicaps. So I don't think they are as time poor as what we were 20 years ago.
Maybe all the exposure is bringing them into the game.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Well, I mean, even today, this game being broadcast on KO and through the Match Centre on Premier Cricket. That's a great shot. A couple of steps down the wicket and smashed it past Carden. That's the end of the 22nd over. The score 5 for 99.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, really nice straight drive.
I think the growth of the women's game also has attracted more people to get involved in the volunteer base, and our second grade girls are playing today. They're undefeated at the moment, so we're very hopeful of having a first grade team in the women's next year, and that's something we've worked really hard on over the last 4 years, and it's just added a complete new dimension to the club. The inclusion levels have been extraordinary. They come to our presentation nights today, so it's we're promoting ourselves as an inclusive club, and the girls are down here from the third grade team supporting the boys today. So yeah, that's a huge change. Women's cricket from where it was even 10 years ago to where it is now is quite a remarkable transformation.
Yeah, I've really noticed with the Big Bash clubs that it's really felt in the last 6 years that the Sydney Sixers is a club, and it's got the men's and the women's team, and they're all part of the organisation, and I hope that sort of flows through to grade cricket, and it sounds like it is, which is exactly what I think the environment we need to sort of encourage at grade level.
Totally agree, and they've done a wonderful job with the WBBL and the Sixers. As you said, the women and the men, they have a very good relationship, and as I said, the growth of the game in that World Cup final that I had the pleasure of going to was just one of the great sporting events I've ever seen. Irrespective of male or female, it was just an incredible atmosphere down at the MCG. Here's Sam Gainsford bowling. Yep.
Sammy Gainsford brought into the attack. Big 100 yesterday, is that right?
Yeah, Sammy got his first grade 100 yesterday. His father's David Gainsford, who coaches our Green Shield, and he's our director of cricket at Manly, and I was so happy for him. All of his parents went out to the ground, his sisters, his grandfather. He was 77 not out overnight, so he was a bit nervous, but he got the ton, and terrific effort.
Oh, fantastic. Nicely driven down the ground for a single.
I'm not bringing you Manly much luck on this commentary stint.
I think we'll kick you off at the end of this
50,
over.
Mate. You might have to brush me soon, I think.
We'll bring Macca in after this over, try and get some wickets for you.
Macca, you can have it back. As soon as no word of a lie, as soon as I leave, we'll get a wicket. What's the bet?
Let's hope so. Well, I'm completely neutral, actually.
You're not allowed to say that.
But I am completely neutral. I'm just enjoying the game.
Yeah. Well, it's been a good
And we're seeing a fight back, and I think, I said at the time, when you fight for 20-odd in a 50-over game, you think it's all over. And, look, most of the time it is. Yeah. But there's still enough time if a player can get a big 100 to get yourself back in the contest. I mean, that's, and Uppal's got he's halfway there. It's 52 off 63. And Sharma's done well, 32 not out. And if these two can stick together for another 15, 20 overs and get them within striking distance, you just never know.
You don't, but as our club coach Phil Marks always tells me, add 2 wickets to the score, and that gives you a good reflection of where the game sits.
Exactly.
So I'm going to follow his strategy.
Well, exactly. 2 wickets is a big difference. Well, Andrew, thank you so much for joining us in the commentary box and for hosting us this afternoon, and best of luck with the rest of the season.
No, absolute pleasure, boys, and congrats once again for everything today. You've been outstanding, and go the Manly boys.
Andrew Fraser there from Manly-Warringah Cricket Club. Also a manager to many of Australia's best cricketers, including Mitch Starc, Lisa Healy, Ollie Davies. Well, joining me back in the commentary box is Macca.
Thanks very much.
Macca and Menace together again.
Indeed. Listen, great admiration for the work that Andrew does. I lasted 4 years as a cricket club president. 29, that's...
Was this an indoor cricket club? Or?
No, it was Sydney Shires Cricket Club. That's a wonderful effort, but to have the volunteer and the support
in the
community...
Left. Does he have much hair left? I mean, it's taking its toll. Carted in, and Uppal defends. You look very relaxed this afternoon.
Me or Andrew?
He did.
Yeah. Oh, well, again, because the day is well underway. It's all gone successfully. The... ground's in great shape. The weather's worked out.
His team are doing well.
Well, of course. But yeah, again, great crowd. It's
Uppal's batted really well here. 52 off 64.
He's a class act, no question.
Carden in again and was down the track. He's caught. Unbelievable catch. The man at short mid-on has sticked up his left hand and taken absolute ripper. I don't know how he caught that. Uppal's gone. Andrew Fraser was spot on. As soon as he left the box, a wicket has fallen. That's just a phenomenal catch, a reflex effort. Look, the man with the number 29 is in really close there at short mid-on. Upple's down the track, and right hand, one hand. Unbelievable.
Oh, that's just brilliant reaction time. And I think Mr. Fraser might have to owe me one coming in and getting Manly a wicket. But that's, again, a real disappointment for Fairfield-Liverpool. Quality innings.
Fairfield-Liverpool are now 6 for 100. Upple's gone for 52. A very well-made 52. Came out when his team was in tatters. And he's, well, at least given some respectability to the scoreboard. He would have liked to have stayed out there for a little bit longer. But now their skipper follows him to the crease, Jared Burke.
There's no mug with the bat, mind you. But just want to go back. Brilliant field placing from Jay Lenton. Again, they've pulled the pace back and said to the batsman, well, if you would like to force it, it's on you. But, again, wonderful catch from Farrell. And that just puts a bit of a dent in this chase for Fairfield-Liverpool.
Look at that scoreboard, and Upple's 52 stands out like a sore thumb. And now Yuvraj Sharma, well, he needs to try and make a big score.
He's now got to take the senior role. He has been out there now, 46 deliveries.
Stunning catch by Farrell.
So 6 for 100, still 184 required. We're nearly at the halfway stage of this Fairfield-Liverpool Lions innings. But now, big job for the skipper.
Burke waits for his first ball. In comes Carden. It's driven in the air over mid-wicket, and it's going to go away for 4. What a start for Jared Burke.
Oh, it was right in the slot there for him, just drifted onto the pads. Easily over the head of Gainsford for 4.
The veteran Jared Burke, he's seen it all before. Probably been in plenty of situations like this. Still got it with the timing. Look at that. Beautiful. Defended by Burke. 6 for 104, Fairfield-Liverpool.
Still a long, long way to go. Just have to continue with partnerships, Fairfield. I've spoken too soon yet again.
Another wicket. Burke is gone. 2 wickets in the over now. Well, Andrew Fraser said before he left the commentary box, if you add 2 wickets to the scoreboard, what is the situation? And it's happened within minutes of him leaving. Burke trying to hit that one over the top of the offside. A loose, ungainly shot. Jack Edwards takes a regulation catch. And Manly, you have to feel, have 1 foot in the semi-final.
That was probably not the shot needed from the skipper at the time. Again, it was a wonderful start. But again, trying to force the issue, which again comes down to scoreboard pressure. So we've got 26 overs remaining after this, still 180 required.
Just 3 wickets needed for Manly to wrap this one up. Bring Hadley back. He's on 4 wickets. He took 3 wickets in over. Give him a chance to get his, what they call Michelle. He's Michelle Pfeiffer.
I'd like to say I know her well.
Anyone under the age of, I'll say 30. Anyone under the age of 30 is going, what are those old blokes going on about? Michelle who?
Oh, the guys I play with get it. But
Here we go.
Is Hatcher now coming out to the wicket.
Score 7 for 104. 23.5 overs gone. Carden picked up his 2nd wicket in this over. He's got Uppal and then the skipper Burke.
It's been a pretty handy spell here from Jake Carden.
And after this over, I think we'll just take a look at the results all around Sydney in the first grade limited overs cup for McDonald's New South Wales Premier Cricket. It's quarter-final day.
And last time we had a look at, there's some really interesting scores around the ground, Minners. So
Mac is armed and ready. That's a good start for Sharma. Just defends, and the end of the 24th over. The score 7 for 104.
Oh, we might do this in tandem. Firstly, St George.
You go.
St George at Sydney University. St George 191. Sydney University, after 31 overs, are 7 for 111. Radhara Krishnan is not out on 17. Holloway is 1. So,
say St George just in front there.
Slightly in the box seat there. Now, Northern Districts at Drummoyne, they scored 232. Sydney currently 5 for 203 after 26.3. 89 off 44 by Felsh.
Ben Menanti, 41 off 26.
That's right, and Eskenazi is currently 38 not out from 49.
So unless there's a collapse there, you'd expect Sydney to go on and win that one.
Now, at Bankstown Oval, Randy Peets, 5 for 255. Bankstown currently 1 for 136. Carruthers 72 not out. Ahmed 41 not out. And of course, they got the Bankstown star batsman Dan Solway and the skipper out early for 14. So Bankstown, 29 overs gone. So they seem to be on track there at Bankstown Oval.
So that's the scores. And right here at Manly Oval, Manly are well in control of this fixture, and they brought the destroyer back on, Ryan Hadley. He took 4 wickets to start the innings off, took 3 in 1 over. It was a sensational over from him, and now he's trying to get that 5th wicket.
Saying when Jack was on air, he just seemed to have bowled those just slightly fuller and better areas with the new ball. No run there to Hatcher. But yeah, the former Blacktown boys, 6.2 overs, 4 for 25 so far. Very impressive figures. Sharma, 32. Hatcher has just faced 1 delivery.
Here is Hadley to Hatcher, who slashes at that one.
Bit of a hit and hope there, no feet involved. Plenty to do here for Fairfield-Liverpool. Maybe Hatcher has shown his intentions already.
Hadley from the Sydney road end. Thunders in. Hatcher slashes at that one, and did it come off the end?
It's come off the under edge and it's gone through keeper and first slip for 4 runs. So a bit of a bonus there. Yeah, straight off the cue. Probably the safest shot in the book, that one. Another 4 to the total. Just 2 more balls left until the halfway point of this innings.
Hadley desperate for that 5th wicket. Oh, he's edged it. Jay Lenton's taken the catch. That's 5 wickets for Hadley. Congratulations. It's been a phenomenal spell of bowling today. He has the figures of 5 for 29. Fairfield-Liverpool are now 8 for 108. Yes, you heard that correct. 8 for 108. Liam Hatch has been dismissed for 4. And Ryan Hadley, 5 for 29 in a quarter-final eliminator in the McDonald's Premier Cricket 50-over competition. What a performance.
Perfect line and length then from Ryan Hadley. Fortunately, Hatcher without any feet movement. But wonderful spell of bowling, and it's really going to make, if we were having to decide a player of the match today, it would make things really difficult when you consider the performance of Jack Edwards this morning with the bat. Jay Lenson, of course, but this is a one fine spell here, and he's still got another 3.1 overs remaining.
Yeah, it's a really tough one. I'd be leaning slightly towards Hadley, just because I think it's pretty good batting conditions, and for him to get 5 for 29, just a great performance, a match-winning performance. But Jack Edwards would go pretty close with a sparkling 92, wouldn't he?
Maybe if he got a wicket or two, it might have swung things in his favour, but again, still a long way to go.
He should get points for stamina. I'm sure he didn't have a lot of sleep
That's
after.
about the only points I would get. No, but that's a huge effort, and Andrew made a really good point. But again, he didn't have to be here today.
Hadley down the leg side, and Baraba plays at it. It's signalled a wide by the umpire. I've seen a few of them today just push down leg side.
Manly, it's like a miracle. We'll be back on board next Sunday.
Hadley in again. Full ball, and it's squeezed away off the outside edge to third man for a single.
There might be a little confusion here. That was definitely Hatcher that was out.
That's the end of a successful over for Hadley. After 25 overs, it's 8 for 109.
But one again, just looking back, we're got to be blessed with this weather. The forecast towards the end of the week was not looking good for a full day's cricket today. It's been nothing but spectacular here on Sydney's northern beaches.
Cricket's title town. All right, what can Fairfield-Liverpool do?
Just be careful on that. You don't want to alienate our viewers in other states.
Hadley in, and it's just scooped back down the pitch. No run.
Shame for Sharma. He's done a really good job here today in support with Upal. And number 7 can't be expected to bring a side home on his own.
Defended. Carden's bowled well in this spell.
I think just that slower pace, and he's been very accurate, has really made it hard for the Fairfield-Liverpool batsman. 2 for 18, a 4.2. Pretty tidy figures.
Carden it again. Just nudged to point for a single. Brings Hatcher back on strike. I'm not sure that's Hatcher actually on strike.
He's already walked off the field. It is Yuvraj Singh on strike.
Yuvraj Singh.
It'd be pretty hard being a batsman, looking up, seeing your name's gone, and you've gone from having runs to 0 runs.
Oh, he's down the track and he's hit it high in the air. The fielders are running back. They're not going to get there. And they've got 2.
Maybe that's upset him, and he's gone for the big shot. He's lucky he got enough on it and the fielder up. But again, when you're 8 for 113, needing over 7.5 and over, It's not leaving you with many other options.
No, not at all. Sharma's 34 of 48. A little bit of personal glory here. If he could smash his way to 50, that'd be a good effort. Cardinen defends.
It has been amended now on the scoreboard. He is 34 from 49. And he shows a lot of promise, this young batsman.
Definitely. I think when he joined Uppal at the crease, wasn't much hope that Fairfield-Liverpool would make it to 100, yet he and Uppal put in a good partnership until the last 3 wickets. Cardinen, and he slashed at that one, and it's flown away over the keeper's head, and they'll get a single.
Another really impressive over from Carden.
And this Manly club's going to be tough to beat in the next round. If they keep having Edwards and Ollie Davies available, then you've got Lenton coming in at 5. That's a pretty good middle order. Edwards opening, Ollie Davies in at 3, Lenton at 5. That's going to be tough to stop.
It's a strong batting lineup. Obviously, remember Sock to come back in with the ball. And imagine if they could get Mornay Morgan to come back down.
That's right.
That'd be a pretty dangerous looking side, but as I said, they've got plenty of cover.
If you're a first grade player and you turn up and it's Sock and Morkel in the opposition, it's the perfect challenge. So 26 overs gone, 8 for 114. The run rate now, required run rate above 7. Manly just keen, I would say, to get these last 2 wickets and celebrate a win in the quarterfinals. Hadley to continue. 5 wickets today. Just nudged nicely behind square by Sharma for a single.
I had one of those days once. A long time ago.
Well, which day? FIFA?
No. Turned up to cricket and had a player that was playing in the opposition that had I known he was playing, I probably wouldn't have turned up.
Who was it?
Wayne Holsworth.
Ooh, cracker. How'd you go?
I spent $15 on an arm guard. It was the best $15 I ever spent.
Hadley in and
It's well played.
it's been nudged away for 4. We'll just see 4 runs off the bat of Baraba. Well played. Little tickle. Hadley just drifting onto the pads.
Good for Hadley to finish off here. Again, just straight full. He was going for the Yorker, but just straight outside leg stump.
Wayne Holdsworth, I think, went on the 1993 Ashes tour with Australia.
Certainly did.
Hadley in again and just worked the third man for a single. 8 for 120. Got on that tour with a stunning performance in the Shield final that year, taking, it's close to 8 wickets, I think, in one innings.
No, he was very unlucky not to get a cap. A lot of other quality bowlers around at the time as well. Speaking of quality, Ryan Hadley again.
Delivers. It's nudged into the offside. They think about 1. Baraba sent him back, and
Baraba was never leaving. I think he was just telling Sharma that. Straight to the field, I was not going anywhere. I think Sharma's also thinking about trying to get the strike back for the next over.
Hadley. It's a bouncer, and it's a wide. been a fantastic day at Manly Oval today. Great cricket. We were joined by Cameron Merchant for a while in the commentary box. Andrew Fraser. Hadley in. It's bouncer and it's up in the air. It's just going to fall safely on the onside in the gap between all the fielders. Sharma gets a single. He's 37.
He's very lucky there. That got tall on him pretty quickly.
I think Fairfield-Liverpool will be desperately disappointed with their performance today. They were knocked out in the corresponding stage of the Kingsgrove Sports T20 Cup, and they've done so well in the first grade competition to be fourth on the ladder in that comp. Manly third. They probably feel that they would have liked to put up a bit more of a battle in this game. I mean, 5 for 23, chasing 285. Well, puts you in a virtually impossible position. And that's the end of the over. 27 overs gone. It's 8 for 122. Ryan Hadley, 5 for 39.
So 163 required. 100. Did the sums, 158 balls. See some nice views of some tennis going on in the background.
I just have to have a quick shout out to my friend Dave, who's watching from LA, tuning in from across the Pacific Ocean. Now that's smashed down the ground for 4. Carden has pitched that one up, and Sharma's hit it over the top.
Well, it'd be great to know where people are watching in from today. Andrew Fraser mentioned before, Whistler in Canada, UK. Leading, well, the strongest non-first class competition in the world. I think that's not being biased to say that.
Didn't Ed Cowan used to call it Sydney Test Cricket?
Sydney Test Cricket. I like that.
Carden in. Full ball. Sharma's down the track, and could have been an edge to Lenton there.
Do you think that the approach now from Sharma is, I've just got to have a go?
Yeah, I think he just wants to get himself to 50. And only needs to keep going like this for another 160 runs, roughly. Carden in, full ball, and hit him on the pad. There's a stifled appeal from the bowler and keeper. It's been pulled up inside the fence, so it's not a boundary. And 2 leg byes.
That's excellent work there from Bryant. You may have been able to see.
Good appeal. He
on the
moved
picture.
far across there, Sharma.
This is good work here because, again, the ball's just about to go down that little hill into the gutter. And it's very difficult to field.
Carden in. Oh, Sharma's down the pitch. He's hit this high in the air. The fielder's getting under it. And he's caught it. Sharma's gone. Carden gets his 3rd wicket. Fairfield-Liverpool are 9 for 128. Sharma goes for a spirited and gutsy 43, but ultimately it won't be enough. And a good catch from the man there moving back. Just can't see his shirt to get a read on it, but it was a really good catch moving back. They're tough. Down the pitch, slight change of pace. Went straight up in the air. Moving back. They're always difficult, and he's held on to it.
That's an excellent catch in the end.
It's been a fine all-round effort by Manly in the field. We saw a stunning catch in at short mid-on from Farrell a few overs ago. And now that catch. And Sharma goes for a well-made 43. And Manly are on the verge of a huge victory.
Yes, unfortunately, it is the last rites now for the Lions. And that'll be the end of their one-day campaign. But overall, quite a polished performance from the Waratahs.
Oh, I think it's been a stunning performance.
To be sent into bat on a wicket that was pretty tricky to start with. And to go wicketless for such a long part of the innings.
Yeah, they put on 140 to start their innings, and then conversely they had Fairfield-Liverpool 5 for 23 when Oranovsky was out. It's really been contrasting tales this afternoon. Here's Carden looking to wrap it up. It's a full ball and squeezed out by Samet. No, that's Baraba on strike, the batter's cross.
That's right. They probably nearly could have ran two. It was up in the air for quite a while. It's Manly, plenty of momentum going into next week. Be interesting to see the final wash-up of today's matches and who will play who and where.
Carden in again. And it's swung away. It's going to be caught. It's caught and bowled. Chance. Baraba is out. Carden gets the last wicket. He now has the stunning figures of 4 for 26. He and Hadley have taken 9 wickets between them. And Fairfield-Liverpool have been rock and rolled for 128 in reply to 284. It has been all a Manly-Warringah here today at Manly Oval. Dave, a dominant performance.
I think from the word go, it certainly was, Menners. Back to the early overs of their batting, they were sent in. Fairfield-Liverpool probably just didn't quite hit the areas they needed to, which we saw in retrospect when Manly bowled. They were a little bit fuller and made it a lot harder for the batsmen. But again, as you said, that opening partnership for Manly pretty much set up the game. Wonderful innings at the end of the Manly innings from Jay Lenton. He's all class, isn't he? And such an integral part of this side. But the right areas were bowled early on by Manly-Warringah, and those early wickets, listen, it's very hard to come back when you're chasing 284 from 5 down for 22.
Now let me just go through the Fairfield-Liverpool scorecard. All out for 128. Naqvi was out for 1. Simmons for 3. Arjun Nair for 6. Param Uppal 52. Battling innings for him. Oranovsky a duck. Srivastava another duck. Yuvraj Sharma made 41. Jared Burke was out for 4. Liam Hatcher also out for 4. And Baraba was the last man out, caught for 7. Ryan Hadley with the figures today. Incredible performance by him. He took 5 for 39. Jake Carden 4 for 26. And all in all, a drubbing by Manly over Fairfield-Liverpool. Dave, thanks for joining me in the commentary box today.
It's been an absolute joy to be part of this wonderful occasion today. Well done to everybody involved, and a special thank you, of course, to the Manly-Warringah District Cricket Club. Wonderful host today. Congratulations, Manly-Warringah. Hopefully we will be back on board next week with a semi-final match. Of course, some of those matches to decide the semi-final are still being played as we speak. So you can check out the details of that, of course, on the New South Wales Premier Cricket Match Centre. So, again, thank you very much for having me, fellas. Time to bring in Jack Clifton to wrap up the proceedings.
Thanks, Dave, and thanks, Menners. A wonderful day of cricket here at Manly Oval, but Manly far too good. Winners by 156 runs, 6 for 284 from their 50 overs, and Fairfield-Liverpool recovered substantially well at 5 for 23, but eventually dismissed for 128. Big thanks to everyone that has tuned in today, whether it's been by the New South Wales Premier Cricket Match Centre or via KO. We greatly appreciate all the support and all the messages that we've been getting from different people. It's been absolutely fantastic. Before we do jump off on air, I do want to thank my co-colleagues, Dave McDonald and Andrew Menzel, all the
thanks, Jack.
All the fantastic cameramen that have done a great job over the last 5 or 6 hours capturing all the pictures that you've seen. We're going to be back with more action from the first grade Limited Overs Cup with semi-final action next Sunday live from 10 a.m. So make sure that you check your local guides and stay tuned to KO Sports, because there will be more cricket coming up there for you. But a big thanks to everyone that has helped the broadcast get going today. On behalf of Andrew Menzel, Dave McDonald, I've been Jack Clifton. We'll see you next Sunday for more cricket from 10 a.m.